Good morning and welcome to Derby Date Night Junior Tournament Edition. We are live at the Hendricks County Fairgrounds in Danville, Indiana, where we are getting ready for a whole day of roller derby action. We will be following 5 amazing teams over the course of this weekend as they battle to become the champion of the Speedway. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, IC Bruisers from Iowa, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, and St. Louis Roller Derby out of Missouri. Wait, it's St. Louis, right? I'm gonna do this again all weekend. It's St. Louis. Nope. We'll figure it out. They're not playing in the first game. Our first game today is a matchup between IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass. Don't worry if you get confused. We have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games that will give you all the info that you need to follow along all weekend. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer all weekend with all the action and some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind the operation. He serves as our technical producer director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes. And sometimes I even make him laugh. For those who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend is no different. Since this is the Speedway Smackdown and we are in the town of racing with the Indianapolis 500, we have over 500 great racing jokes to share with you over the course of the weekend. Okay, I might be exaggerating about having over 500 jokes, and also they probably aren't all great, but they will be jokes. I can promise you that. Take a second and let us know your favorite type of racing and let us know who you are rooting for today. My favorite type of racing is Formula One, but yours might be more along the lines of Lightning McQueen. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as our third wheels, and would love to have you along for the ride. Sirius and I love our Derby Date Nights and want to keep bringing you all the best roller derby action. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shoutouts in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at upcoming episodes. Plus, your support helps us travel to more Derby events, improve our videos, and keep the Derby love rolling strong. So if you want to be a bigger part of Derby Date Night crew, hit that join button and check out the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference, and we appreciate you all so much. Let's grow this derby-loving community together. Another way you can support us during this tournament, we also have Super Chats, and I am setting a goal for Super Chats, and let's see. Hold on, I'm going to press Start Goal. Okay, I made a goal for Super Chats. So if you want to send a Super Chat, you can send a chat to support one of your skaters, to support us here at Derby Date Night, to support the refs, to support just Derby, or just cheesy jokes, whatever you want to support. But we would love to see some Super Chats out there to help us keep our equipment going strong and to help us travel more. We keep getting asked to go visit towns from further and further away, and in order to make that happen, we need to do a little fundraising. So we're gonna focus this weekend a little bit on increasing our memberships and also our Super Chats. Our members also, again, thank you to all you third wheels in the chat. Hey, Dan the man, I see we've got one of our third wheels, Dan, in the chat. Good morning. We are so excited to have you here, and we are excited to welcome all of you and hopefully some new members. We have 43 members right now, and our goal by the end of this tournament is to get up to 50 members. So there's a Join Now button, and Sirius will also be flashing up the QR code a few times this weekend that you can just scan, and it'll take you right to where you need to be. But okay, that's enough about Derby Date Night. You already know about us, quite a few of you. I love that we've got 10 of you already joining us because this is some early morning derby. And we are excited to watch IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass go at it. I see that we've got Evil C on the line for IJRD, and we are about to find out who is jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. And I'll introduce you to the teams too in a minute. Looks like that is Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. And the action has started. Looks like our first lead jammer of the tournament is going to be Evil C. Peanut Butter Smackdown has that star off and just took a huge hit to the inside. And is going to be recycled all the way to the back as Evil C comes through the pack on a first scoring pass for the first 4 points of this tournament. IJRD has taken an early lead, but we have got a lot of derby still to play. Evil C up that inside line, up on those tiptoes, able to get out of the pack. The star was passed to Tinkerhell. Oh, there's some shaking. Tinkerhell is holding that star out. It looks like that might not have been a legal pass. I'm not sure what happened there, but the jam was called. I'm not sure if that pass was. Huh. Regardless, the jam is over, and IJRD has scored 12 points to Black-N-Bluegrass's 0. I'm noticing the refs are already taking a second to chat, probably about whatever happened there, because if a. Okay, nope, they're not going to chat for too long, so we're not going to. Wait, yes, they are. They just whistled. We have got Punky Bruiser on the line for IJRD and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. And it looks like we are getting all lined up and ready for our second jam of the game. Penalty box has one, maybe two IJRD skaters in there. And IJRD takes the lead. Punky Bruiser is your lead jammer. Pipsqueak, still trying to get through, has taken a tumble at the back of the pack as Punky comes through on a first scoring pass. Pipsqueak pushed to the inside, but able to re-enter and get out of that pack, and is going to be chasing down Punky Bruiser, who is just getting out of the pack after scoring 4 more points, decides to call the jam before any points can be scored by Black-N-Bluegrass. Still with 0 Black-N-Bluegrass, while the IJRD All-Stars are at 20. Mighty Mouse on the line for IJRD and Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. Oh, and quickly a lead jam being established by Mighty Mouse, who is out of the pack and skating around, but Peanut Butter Smackdown also able to get out of the pack, so both jammers are going to be trying to score some points. Mighty Mouse is through and calls the jam. No points for Black-N-Bluegrass and 4 more points for IJRD. All right, we have 1 IJRD skater in the penalty box. They are standing, so they won't be there for very long. 24-0. Little Patience on the line for IJRD and Pipsqueak again for Black-N-Bluegrass. Up on that inside line, Little Patience almost making it out, but taking a hit to the inside and being forced to recycle all the way to the back. This is a great opportunity for Pipsqueak and Black-N-Bluegrass, but Pipsqueak is currently caught in a vicious four squad? Blocktopus, a blocktopus of blockers, all 8 wheels on the ground, and that is a tough one to get by as Little Patience comes around on a first scoring pass, takes a tumble to the inside. The skater who pushed them out did take a tumble as well and went to the penalty box for that. Little Patience getting forced to the back and still on a first scoring pass right now. That pack is starting to spread out. Pipsqueak was able to get out without passing the star. Pipsqueak also out. Little Patience is approaching the pack and will not be able to score any points as that jam will be called. We are 5 minutes into this tournament and we've already had 4 jams. This is quick. 28-0. Evil C on the line for IJRD and Smackdown, Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. I like Peanut Butter Smackdown. It's cute. Is it making you hungry? Serious? Peanut. Well, you can't have peanuts. You're allergic. But you love them. Okay, looks like we have our first lead jam for Black-N-Bluegrass with Peanut Butter Smackdown, hyping up the crowd, coming around to score, but Evil C was also able to get out of that pack and is chasing Peanut Butter Smackdown and will force that call off, but not before Black-N-Bluegrass gets their first points on the board. 2 points for Black-N-Bluegrass.
The score now is 28-2.
So we no longer have a 0-point score for Black-N-Bluegrass. They are on the board. And if you've watched Derby for any amount of time, you know as well as I do that things can change very drastically in Derby. All it takes is a penalty on a jammer, and the other team can rack up some points. So we will keep watching and see what Black-N-Bluegrass is going to be able to do, as IJRD has definitely come out pretty dominant at the beginning of this game. Punky Bruiser is out as lead jammer for IJRD. Pipsqueak is working their way out, has passed the star, it looks like, to the pivot, who is getting pushed to the outside and back. Punky is through with 4 points. Dan the Man, we love you so much. Thank you for our first super chat, saying, let's go Team Zebra. So our first, you know what, I'm gonna keep track of who the super chats go to, and Team Zebra gets the first super chat. So they are currently winning. Team Zebra doesn't get to win very often, so they get that first super chat. Thank you so much, Dan the Man, for all of your support. We really appreciate it. Criminal is the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, was the pivot, but took that star. Punky Bruiser has scored 12 points so far in this jam. Both skaters approaching the pack. Looks like IJRD has decided to, which I'm not surprised, keep this jam going, because when a pivot takes a star, sometimes teams like to keep that jam going. Oh, and that was a smart move on IJRD's part, because Criminal just got a penalty and is being sent to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Punky Bruiser and IJRD, who immediately call a timeout. The reason why they did that is because they want to start the next jam as a power jam. Since Criminal just went to the penalty box, this power jam will be a full 30 seconds of Mighty Mouse as the jammer for IJRD, trying to score as many points as they can before Criminal gets out of the box. IJRD taking a 2-and-2 on both lines approach to this power jam, so they are gonna try to push some space. But Mighty Mouse doesn't need any space. Just going to go straight up the middle and grab lead jammer. And right, that was like they started to squish, and Mighty Mouse was like, I'm just gonna choose to go this way. I think the other skaters were anticipating that it was going to come from the outside, and they were. So that was pretty smart of Mighty Mouse to go up the middle there. Mighty Mouse is already through for those first 4 points. Criminal is standing, so less than 10 seconds left in that penalty. Criminal has been released and is now engaged by a blocktopus of 4 skaters, all focused on defense. Mighty Mouse has come through with another 4 points. Criminal has the star off, so might be looking for the jammer, or might be looking for the pivot, Pipsqueak, to pass that star, but gonna have to get through these blockers first as Mighty Mouse comes around with another scoring pass, bringing that total to 12. All-Stars are at 60 to Black-N-Bluegrass's 5, with only 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes in the period. We've got 20 minutes left in this first half. So Black-N-Bluegrass, if I were them at this point, I would probably take a timeout just to kind of chill, breathe, figure out strategy, because whatever they're doing right now, they haven't been able to score very many points. So they might be thinking about changing the strategy up a little bit, or trying to figure out how to get some points against this IJRD team, which has been very dominant in these first 10 minutes. I don't know, Dan, I know that you're a coach. What would you be doing if you were coaching right now? You let us know. Little patience on the line for IJRD, and Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. Okay, also, chat, I need your help Before St. Louis plays. Tell me how to say it. Is it St. Louis? Sirius won't even answer me. You just think it's funny that I can never say it right. I feel like I've been told it's St. Louis, but I don't know. I'm going to need help from the chat. It's a problem for are they the next game? I'll figure it out. I'll ask people. Anyway, Little Patience is your lead jammer. And in a scoring position, Peanut Butter Smackdown is stuck in that pack again. All 4 IJRD skaters focused on defense right now. So they're really relying on their jammer's ability to get through on their own without having to do much offense. Right now, Little Patience is having a little bit of trouble getting out and has been having some trouble getting around Poison Dart from Black-N-Bluegrass, who has pulled her back, but Poison Dart just went to the penalty box. Oh wait, I can see on here a forearm, looks like, and will be taking a little bit of a break in the penalty box, but will be joined there by a IJRD skater as well. All right, after a very hard fought way through, Peanut Butter Smackdown is out of the pack and eligible to score points if Little Patience does not call the jam. And it looks like Little Patience is not going to. Peanut Butter Smackdown making it through for a clean 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Okay, Dan the Man says St. Louis, not St. Louis. That's what I was thinking too. I even lived in Missouri for a little while. I should know this. St. Louis. St. Louis, St. Louis. Oh, we'll figure it out. Because I'm going to have to say it a lot this weekend, so I'll figure it out at some point. All right, that penalty box cannot stay empty. It just got empty, and more people are already heading to it. So maybe at the next break, Sirius, we can take a look at where we're at with penalties, because I feel like that penalty box has been real busy already this morning. Oh, look, we're up to 18 people. We have 10 to begin. You know, everybody's waking up, getting their coffee. I already finished an energy drink, and now I'm drinking my coffee. So we're getting party-ary early in the morning. Okay, All-Stars, penalties. Lilyhammer sitting at 3. Now, we've done a few IJRD games, and Lilyhammer does tend to be a little penalty high. Black-N-Bluegrass, we've got almost everybody has a penalty, so at least 1 or 2, but nobody at 3 yet on Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C is your jammer for IJRD, jamming against Tuxedosaurus Rex, jamming for the first time in this game. Tuxedosaurus Rex is through and is going to be eligible to score points. Evil C, a great hit out there by Criminal to slow down Evil C, hitting him out to the outside and pulling him back. Everybody kind of falling down at the apex between turns 1 and 2 as Evil C takes advantage of that little bit of confusion to get through and score 4 points. Tuxedosaurus Rex getting stuck behind Soul Crusher, aptly named, and having some trouble getting through there as Evil C comes through for another 4 points. We are getting closer to halfway through this first period. Tuxedosaurus Rex was able to get through to grab 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C also able to get through with another 4 points for IJRD.
But they did not. They just touched one hand down. One hand down is allowed, is still considered inbounds.
Evil C speeding up. Oh, with a beautiful spin on the outside line, however, was not able to stay completely inbounds and is going to be sent to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C sitting down before 30 seconds. So we will start this next jam as a power jam for Black-N-Bluegrass, as Tuxedosaurus Rex slides through untouched, grabbing another 4 points there for Black-N-Bluegrass. It's going to be a short power jam in this next jam for Black-N-Bluegrass because Evil C is already standing in the penalty box, so I think he's got less than like 5 seconds left. So it's going to be a very short power jam there. Refs are discussing points and penalties. Definitely a discussion happening between all the refs, clarifying how many points were scored, clarifying how many people are in the box. I see Evil C standing, and I see at least 1 IJRD skater and 1 Black-N-Bluegrass skater in the penalty box, and a official timeout is being called. No surprise. Whenever I see the refs starting to talk like that, I'm like, are they going to let this go, or is this something they need to keep talking about? So they're going to keep talking. Yep, the toe stops inbounds. Exactly, Dan the man. A lot of times skaters think that they've stayed inbounds, but if even a little bit of that toe stop goes outside of that line, they're going to get called. And sometimes they think they get away with it, but that's one of the easier things for the refs to be able to see, because we've got those outside pack refs, we've got inside pack refs. There are so many refs looking at different parts of the skaters' skates and different, they have different refs for different sections. So they've got pack refs who look at the pack and they see a pack definition and are we keeping the skaters together. We've got refs that are looking at who's inbounds, who's out of bounds. We have refs looking at specific penalties, and there is it's hard to get away with things, and so you get a penalty and you get to go sit for 30 seconds and think about things. Or just take a breather, which is what I used to enjoy my penalties for. I didn't think about what I did wrong. I just was like, ooh, I get to breathe a little bit. All right, Black-N-Bluegrass was able to take advantage of that power jam and grab 4 points, bringing their total to 33. So we are at 82-33 with a little bit under 15 minutes left in this first half. Punky Bruiser on the line for IJRD, and Tuxedosaurus Rex is going to be jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. I think we've got 2 or 3 skaters in the penalty box. Oh, Sunflower, what an amazing ref and NSO crew. I know, this morning when I came in, I wasn't sure who all was reffing, and as people came in, I was like, oh my gosh, I have so many friends here, as if I haven't been doing this for a while and I don't work with them every time we get set up. Tuxedosaurus Rex just got a penalty. And I don't know, was that 1 or 2? Yep, it was 2. There was a forearm and an insubordination. So the insubordination, this I've noticed, it hasn't been happening as much this season, but I saw it a lot last season. Once you get a penalty, you need to go out of the actual track. If you stay on the track and you continue skating, that is going to be an insubordination, because you are required to exit the track as soon as you hear a penalty being called. You can't keep skating on the track even if you're going to the penalty box. You have to get outside of the track. So Tuxedosaurus Rex is going to be sitting for 1 whole minute, because when you get a penalty and then a second penalty, you have to do both at the same time. So, and I think, did they go as jammer? Serious? I think they went as jammer. Yep, this is going to be a minute-long power jam for, what are you pointing at? Huh? I can't see. There's people standing. You have a better, Coach Eric and Coach Crash are standing where I can't see, but Sirius has assured me that they are there as the jammer, and I can see that on the screen as well. Thank you to Bruise and team for the, what is it called? EPLT? Penalty lineup tracker, so we can see those penalties and who is in the box. Sunflower says literally dream team. Yes, there are a lot of good refs here, and I will read their names at some point during the tournament when I've got some time, but we've had so much good action during this game. Uh-oh, jammer swap. Oh, this will be interesting. I don't know the rules here. Dan, I might need your help. Okay, so if a jammer is sitting for 2 penalties and the other jammer comes in, I'm assuming at this point that jammer had already served their first penalty? Like, how does that work? Because normally, if they both have 1 penalty, the jammer comes in and they will sit for as long as the previous jammer sat. But if that jammer is sitting for 2 penalties and somebody comes in for a jammer swap, yep, I do not know this rule. So hopefully Dan or someone will be able to explain what happens then. All right, both jammers are currently in the pack, back out of the box. Oh, Mighty Mouse taking a hit to the inside. Tuxedosaurus Rex trying to find space. Both jammers really struggling. Mighty Mouse is able to just brute force her way through to get out of that pack, but getting a penalty. I need my penalty cheat sheet. What's this one? Low block? I think that's low block. Woo! I got it.
There is no lead jammer.
Okay, good. Dan the man. If the sitting jammer sat for over 30 seconds, treat it like normal. Right. Okay, what if they didn't sit for over 30 seconds? Then do they, like, stand, swap, sit back down? Huh? I can't hear you. Equal time? I don't know. 11-11 left in this first half. All-Stars almost at that 100 mark. Black-N-Bluegrass has put, I mean, like at the beginning, it was under 10 points for the, I think over 10 minutes this morning. And they're up to 37 now. Okay, Dan's giving us the second half. If the sitting jammer serve less than 30, incoming jammer gets released and sitting jammer time is reduced by 30. Oh, okay. So if you're sitting for 2 penalties as a jammer, you're going to hope that that other jammer gets a penalty. Or if you're the jammer out on the track, you are going to want to be so clean and not go to the box because, I mean, that 1 minute of a jammer penalty is a very long time in roller derby. This is a team timeout being requested by IJRD, using their first timeout in this half, which I'm surprised we haven't had very many timeouts. Oh, but that means I get to tell you guys jokes because I know you love them. As I said before, we are doing racing jokes today because this is the home of the Indy 500 and this is the Speedway Smackdown. So we got to tell some racing jokes. Oh dear. What do you call a race car that tells jokes? Oh no, these aren't good again. I need to be better at getting good jokes. What do you call a race car that tells jokes? A funny driver? I don't get it. Okay, let's try a better one. Why did the racing team bring a ladder? To reach new heights. Bow, bow, bow. Sirius just rolled his eyes. Maybe during halftime I'll work on finding some better jokes. Back to the Derby. That one wasn't good. Sorry, guys. We've got a long weekend ahead. I will improve these jokes. Or not, because sometimes it's fun to watch Sirius roll his eyes at me and be forced to listen to these horrible jokes. Regardless. A directional was called on somebody. Mighty Mouse just came out of the penalty box. Peanut Butter Smackdown is lead jammer, but Mighty Mouse just got out of the box and came through and passed Peanut Butter Smackdown. So Peanut Butter Smackdown was forced to call that jam. All right, I have been waiting for that penalty box to get completely empty. Yeah, we should do a penalty check after this jam because I don't know if I've seen it completely empty at all yet. So this is also the first game in this tournament, and so it could be too that people are just kind of getting their jitters out, and people don't usually play Derby at 8:30 in the morning. Like this is early for Derby. Most Derby is played at night. So I think sometimes tournaments it's like, wait a second, my body is not at a place where I am ready to play Derby. So everybody's tumbling. That was what do we call that? A banana jam, where there's something on the ground, so everybody's just gonna fall down. Pipsqueak is your lead jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, coming in on a scoring pass, while Lil Patience, meanwhile, takes a hit to the outside and is gonna be pulled all the way to the back by Criminal. Meanwhile, Pipsqueak has gotten slowed down in that pack. And everybody is kind of stuck at that apex of turn 1. Pipsqueak is jumping around in the background, trying to find some space. Pivot for Black-N-Bluegrass, getting sent to that box was empty for like 2 seconds. And then it's not empty anymore. Did you see that? Did you see that? I love juniors. Juniors are so fun. For those who didn't see, Poison Dart was taking somebody back and just jumped in like a half circle, just turned around. No big deal. An adult skater doesn't just do that. Like that's a junior skater talent. They're so floppy. They really are. I love watching them. They have no fear. All of us old bones. All right. Oh, Dan the Man says, motorsport drivers do not eat before a race. Okay, Dan, you're going to be in charge of jokes from now on. So they do not get indigestion. That was a good one. I like that. I need to find better jokes because Dan clearly very quickly was able to show me up, and that is totally fair. Oh, Evil C on the line. Evil C hasn't jammed for a little while, but Evil C on the line for IJRD. And Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. Peanut Butter Smackdown taking a hit to the inside by Soul Crusher. Going to slow Peanut Butter Smackdown down while Evil C breaks that pack apart towards the front, pulls that star off. They might be hoping to get to 100 in this jam. Evil C takes a big hit from Tuxedosaurus Rex, who unfortunately took a tumble, and so Evil C was able to come back in, has scored 98 points now. If Evil C can grab all 4, that will be over the century mark for IJRD with 7 minutes left in this first half. Peanut Butter Smackdown trying to get through, trying to find some space, being held by a Blocktopus. Everybody focused on defense here. Pivot from Black-N-Bluegrass coming in to play some offense, but unfortunately, I think got a back block there and is going to be forced to sit and wait in that penalty box. Oh, but in the meantime, Evil C is headed to the penalty box on another, Evil C is being brought back, so maybe that wasn't a penalty. Evil C is still lead jammer. Sometimes that happens, a penalty gets called and then they say, nope, never mind. We're gonna undo that one, and then they get their jammer. They get to be lead jammer again. Sunflower, I shouldn't be surprised, but these kids are good at Derby. I know. I'm legit taking notes. Great tracking, lane coverage, and communication. So last night when we were setting up, I got to watch IJRD did a little practice, and I was so impressed with how not only how much they were working on, but how well these kids were listening to their coaches. They were actively making improvements as things were happening. These kids have a lot of coaches too, and so like different coaches were working with different kids on different like some were focused on the jammer, some were focused on the blockers, some were focused, you know, it was like different areas. And just having been on an adult Derby team, I have never seen skaters listen so well. And I was so surprised and so pleased to watch them practice. And I completely agree with you, Sunflower. It is they are something to watch. And this weekend, I think it's going to be really a great weekend to watch these juniors and see how great they are. And can you imagine when they age up into the teams that they are, the adult teams in their cities, and what we're gonna be up against in just a few years, because many of these kids are. So a lot of these junior skaters, junior skating teams have multiple levels. There's level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 and 2 have some restrictions around how hard they can hit, and they've got kids as young. I mean, I feel like there's like 5 and 6-year-olds. Is 7 the youngest we've met? Yeah, I don't know. Those of you who know can comment in the chat, like the youngest junior roller derby player you've seen. I think the youngest we've met is 7, but they do more like just positional, like they don't actually do the full contact. So then they work their way up from level 1 to level 3. This obviously is level 3, which is pretty much just the roller derby that we know and love. So this is just a delight to watch. Punky Bruiser is your lead jammer. Dan's got another joke for us. What do you get when dinosaur drivers crash their cars? I have no idea. What do you get when dinosaur drivers crash their cars? Criminal coming around on a scoring pass. Gets through the pack. I just heard a whistle, though, and looks like a back block being called on Criminal as jammer, so this will be a power jam. No, it won't, because Punky Bruiser was already in the penalty box for a forearm. So we're just going to do a Shanana Jam, copyright Kimbo Slicer, where we switch the jammers up, a jammer switcheroo, and nobody will be lead jammer, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Okay, what do you get when dinosaur drivers crash their cars? Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sirius had his head in his hands before I said the word Rex. As soon as I said Tyrannosaurus. That was a good one. That was a good one. Punky Bruiser through for 4 points. So even though neither one is lead jammer, even if you're not lead jammer, you can still score points. So go ahead and score all the points you want, even if you're not lead jammer. So even though neither one of these people can be lead jammer, they do get to score points after they have completed that initial pass. So both jammers right now are in scoring position. and both have just scored 4 points for their teams. Black and Bluegrass just sniffing at that 50 mark, hoping to get to there before the end of this first half. IJRD up at 130. Oh no, Punky Bruiser going to the penalty box again on a track cut. So this will be, well, there's no power. So we're going to start the next jam as a power jam. So when people go to the penalty box, you kind of start the whole power, the jam, lead jammer thing all over again. Oh my goodness. Lilyhammer is at 6 for IJRD. So one more. Now I always say you get 6 for free, but once you get 7, you get to go sit down. So Lilyhammer's going to need to be careful here. You know, Black and Bluegrass is doing a great job of not being too high, but Criminal and Tinkerhell are both at 4. That's pretty high. I would not be surprised if we see some foul outs in the second half because, I mean, as a skater, I was never comfortable. I was okay. 2 or 3 penalties in the first half, you're feeling okay, but if you've got more than that, you probably are a little bit nervous going into the second half. Fort Wayne used to have a group we called the Tootsie Rollers. That's adorable. That started at 5 years old. That is so cute. I love watching level 1. You probably will never hear me announce it unless it's more of an educational talking about how you do derby. But when they're learning, they're so cute. I remember one Fort Wayne game that I watched where I saw I think 2 or 3 skaters got penalties all at the same time and they went to the penalty box holding hands together. Just kind of helping each other find that penalty box, and when one goes, we all go. 2 minutes left in this first half. This has gone real fast. Which we've got 5 games to go, so if we did the first half of one game, we did 1 out of 10. We have 9 more halves to go. And a timeout is being called. Is it? Okay, maybe not. They're just 30 seconds until we start again. IJRD 132, Black and Bluegrass 57, 2 minutes left. But the clock is something. Okay, they were still saying official timeout, but I don't know. We're just going. We're playing derby. I'm enjoying derby. All right, Pipsqueak is lead jammer for Black and Bluegrass, wanting to put some more points on the board as we go into halftime. But Mighty Mouse was able to get out as well and is coming around to try and score points, but is not going to be able to because Pipsqueak is going to call that jam off after scoring 2 points for Black and Bluegrass. We've got at least one more jam left. During halftime, I know I'm going to be drinking some more coffee. I don't know about you all. I usually don't have an energy drink before coffee. I can definitely feel like I'm having fun this morning with all the caffeine. I can't wait till the crash later tonight during the 5th game. We'll see how I'm doing at that point. Little Patience jamming for the All-Stars. Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black and Bluegrass Junior Roller Derby. There's more people watching now. We have almost 30, so maybe somebody knows how to say St. Louis or St. Louis. Missouri. What's the other one that I can't say that's similar that's got an IE at the end? No. Sirius is telling me to focus on the game. He's like, stop it. Stop it. Okay, more people in the penalty box. The Black and Bluegrass roster is short for this game. Yes, you are right. I'm looking at the roster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They only brought 14 skaters, and usually to a tournament you bring 20. And I'm noticing they're in a heavier rotation too. Makes more chances for penalties. Yeah, definitely. So but they have this whole tournament, they're all playing. Like because if you have a roster of 20, you got 5 people that can kind of rest. They're all going to play 3 games. But they do have a shorter roster. You're right. Sirius is telling me to focus on the game again. Look at that blocking from IJRD. We are good. The period clock is running out, but the jam timer is still going. We have 50 seconds left in this first half, but points can still be scored if these jammers can get past this amazing blocking duo of Soul Crusher and Storm Fright. That was some great blocking being done there. Little Patience coming in and taking a hit to the inside. Soul Crusher is just everywhere right now. I love Soul Crusher's name. Every time I watch Soul Crusher, I'm like, yep, Yep, that makes sense. He does such a great job. For those that this is your first time watching Junior Roller Derby is all genders. So you're going to notice that we've got girls and guys, doesn't matter. They, them, everybody gets to play Junior Roller Derby. And oh, did you see that hit? Did you have that on camera? You know, this is what I've learned about. I know we're going into halftime, but I want to say one more thing. When you just stand, anybody can hit you, and especially if you give your chest, because your chest is a legal hitting zone, you can just go ahead, get the people out. All right, as we go to halftime, we've got a score of IJRD 132, Black-N-Bluegrass 59. Sunflower saying Cosmic Horror out there taking photos. Cosmic Horror is amazing. We love her, and I definitely would suggest you find her Facebook and go follow and like her page, because you're going to see some photos from this tournament at the end of the weekend. In the meantime, we are going to take a small break and be back in 15 minutes. are back. We've got about 45 seconds left until we get to the second half of this first game between the IJRD All-Stars and Black-N-Bluegrass Junior Roller Derby. We have got a big day of derby happening, 5 total games. We will be live all day here for this Speedway Smackdown, and we are so excited to be here for our first Juniors Roller Derby tournament. During halftime, and Becky also suggested that St. Louis is pronounced Lewis, like Lewis. And you know what? I realized that I knew this, but the reason why I got confused is because we have done a lot of games for Louisville. And Louisville, sorry, not Louisville. Louisville, I did it wrong again, but it's not said Lewis. And I knew, and I was working so hard on not saying Lewis every time we had Louisville, that I was like, wait, how is St. Louis pronounced? And so I've got it. I'm ready for when St. Louis plays later that I will say St. Louis. Becky also said thanks for the great commentary. You are so welcome, Becky. I think this energy drink is definitely helping me out here because I'm just having a blast over here watching this great roller derby. Evil C taking the lead jammer status for our first jam of the second half of this game. And I think I saw Peanut Butter Smackdown as jammer going to the box, but coming back out of the box almost immediately. So I guess that maybe wasn't a penalty. For those just joining us, oh, there was a star pass. The pivot for Black-N-Bluegrass took the star and is now skating backwards while Evil C passes them. That is Tinkerhell. Love that name. Fabulous. Putting on that star, slowing down. Oh, so Tinkerhell has not completely put the star on, stopped to put that star on, which is very important because when Tinkerhell starts passing these skaters, Tinkerhell is only going to get points for skaters that she passes while upright inbounds with the star on the helmet. So that was very smart of Tinkerhell to slow down to make sure that she got all 4 points, and she did. She would not have if she had started passing people beforehand. Well, she would have, but she would have had to go backwards and pass them again. While I was talking, Evil C went to the box on a back block, so this is a power jam for Tinkerhell, and that also means that since Evil C went when they were lead jammer, he is gonna come out and not be lead jammer anymore, which means this jam is going to go for the full 2 minutes. We have 30 seconds left in this jam. Evil C came out. He is still eligible to score points, even though he's not the lead jammer anymore. Lead jammer just means that you get to say when the jam is over. But both, oh, that was a big collision there. Completely legal, though, because 113 from Black-N-Bluegrass, that is Zen Chaos, had turned around and was facing the jammer. And when that happens, the front of your body is 100% legal. So anybody can hit that. So whenever you turn around and have a jammer coming at you, that means you are prepared and ready to get hit by that jammer. Oh, I just saw Tuxedosaurus Rex did a big hit on Evil C, and then the jam got called, and then they both gave each other a fist bump. From separate teams. They were like, hey, good job, you hit me there. Dan saying JRDA technically has 3 divisions. Oh, thank you. So it's not all open gender. I did not know that. So they've got open gender, female only, and male only. But as far as you know, there aren't any leagues with enough skaters to field a male only team. Oh, that is great information to know. I'm so glad you're here in the chat, Dan. Dan also is helping us with our goal towards getting 10 super chats. So Dan was the first one to give a super chat, and he gave that super chat to our zebras, so they are ahead in the super chat winning who's getting the most super chats of the morning. And once we get 10 super chats, we will declare a winner of who is getting the most super chats. And so far, Team Zebra is winning. I think I should make them a trophy. Whoever wins should get a trophy for the most super chats. Also, when you send a super chat, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to ask Sirius if I'm actually correct. Are we going to feature them up on the screen? So that when these skaters rewatch, if you want to send them a super chat, they will be able to see that you sent them a super chat, and whatever it is that you say about them, if you want to do a shout out and embarrass them and say mom loves you or something like that, which is what I would totally do to my kids, you can do that and we will be able to feature that so your kid can see it later that you were rooting them on in the chat. Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass and Mighty Mouse for the All-Stars. Tuxedosaurus Rex doing some great defense there against Mighty Mouse. All 4 Black-N-Bluegrass skaters focused on defense. Mighty Mouse able to get out after Peanut Butter Smackdown, who was watching kind of what was happening and decides, once they saw that Mighty Mouse was out, decided to speed up and called the jam, but also got a track cut. Somebody got a track cut. Was it Peanut Butter Smackdown? No. I don't know who got a track cut. The refs are discussing something. All right, we'll see. I guess. Nope. Maybe it was. No. Okay. As I said before, we have had a lot of penalties, and I'm noticing we are starting this second half, and we're on Jam 3. That penalty box is already still full. I mean, this is a penalty-heavy game. So I know there's some skaters sitting on some pretty high penalties, and if they make it to 7, then they're going to have fouled out of the game and will not be able to play anymore. So, and Black-N-Bluegrass definitely does not want that to happen because they only have 14 skaters on their roster. Lil Patience is out as lead jammer for the All-Stars, followed by Pipsqueak, who is right behind Lil Patience. Pipsqueak comes in, and Lil Patience just barely called that jam off in enough time to be able to keep Black-N-Bluegrass from scoring any points. All right, getting ready for the next jam. Those of you just joining us, you are joining us for the Speedway Smackdown, a 2-day tournament with 5 different teams from around the Midwest and East Coast. I think everybody is Midwest, East Coast? Yeah. Yeah. And we've got more games coming up all day long. So after this game, we will be watching a game between IC Bruisers out of Iowa and St. Louis from Missouri. So that game will be starting at 10:45 Eastern time. While these teams, after having played a whole game, will get a little bit of a break before their next game. Evil C is your lead jammer, has scored 4 points. The star has been passed to Tinkerhell, who is now the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, about half a track behind Evil C, who took a hit from Tuxedosaurus Rex, given a little fist bump at the end of that jam, which slowed Evil C down and forced that call off. All right, score is 163-72. 6 points scored by Evil C in that last jam, and we have got our jammers lining up. We've got littler jammers this time, Punky Bruiser and Pipsqueak. Oh my gosh, I said littler jammers, and then you've got like the little they have little names too, Punky Bruiser and Pipsqueak. That's so cute. Okay, I'm supposed to talk about the game. Is that what I was looking at Sirius because I thought the names were adorable. Punky Bruiser is out as your lead jammer after a rumble there. Beautiful star pass, very well done by Pipsqueak to Criminal, who will now be your jammer of record for Black-N-Bluegrass. Looks like we are getting our second super chat, and this one is going to be for Discord number 8. Sirius, you want to bring that out? Discord for Black-N-Bluegrass, who actually is just coming out on the track right now. So as we look at Discord on the screen, you can see that Queen of Hearts, oh, it's Queen of Hearts, hi, saying, go Discord, we love you. We are cheering you on from home. Love your IJRD family. And now you can watch Discord in this jam. And I will also put 1 point for Discord for getting a super chat. 1 point for Discord, 1 point for the Zebras. Mighty Mouse jamming for IJRD, and Peanut Butter Smackdown getting out as lead jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, communicating with their third base coach. Mighty Mouse is out as Peanut Butter Smackdown approaches the pack on a scoring pass, bumps into that pivot to get through and calls that jam, but not before scoring. The refs are discussing how many points might have been scored there. 2 points, I think, is what I see. Is that a 2 or a 3? Oh, 3. 3 points. Little Patience on the line for IJRD, and Pipsqueak would look like they were doing a little bit of a chugga, getting ready. The train is coming. Would Pipsqueak be the caboose? Because they're Pipsqueak. The caboose is the little one, right? I am a short person, so I love these names. They're fabulous. I think it's just great. And Pipsqueak with that train ready to go, getting out with lead jammer status for Black-N-Bluegrass. Chugging right along, it says, see, you're good at the jokes too, Sirius. Little Patience is getting pulled to the back and still having trouble getting out on her initial. Little Patience getting squished by a tripod of blockers. Nice hit there by Poison Dart to pull Little Patience back, as Pipsqueak was able to get through to grab 4 more points for Black-N-Bluegrass and is coming around on another scoring pass here. You are so welcome for streaming. We love streaming tournaments. It's always fun to be live all day. And as I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard me saying, like, I'm focused, I'm on it. I've had my energy drink this morning. I cannot wait to see what I'm like during game 5. I have a feeling there might be a crash at some point, but we'll see how long I can keep my energy up. You guys are getting energetic Aria for the morning, so. All right, Pipsqueak coming around on another scoring pass, and IJRD has to pass the star for the first time for IJRD to pass the star? There's not been a lot of star passing happening. Soul Crusher is now going to be your jammer for IJRD and force that call off, but not before some damage was done. Black-N-Bluegrass scoring 10 points in that last jam with under 20 minutes left in this game. All-Stars with the lead at 167. Black-N-Bluegrass cutting into that lead at 85. And with those 10 points, that was really great for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C on the line for IJRD and Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. Okay, Black-N-Bluegrass, what city is Black-N-Bluegrass located in? I know Black-N-Bluegrass is Kentucky, but what is the actual city? Do they represent a city? I feel like there is a city, but somebody in the chat's going to let me know. Evil C is lead jammer, but Peanut Butter Smackdown is out about half a track behind. Evil C taking a look, and looks like we are going to run this one. So Evil C is not going to tap his hips to indicate that the jam is over, but we are just going to keep on jamming. He breaks through a duo of blockers. You are not allowed to, make an impenetrable link between 2 blockers. So when he went through their arms, they had to let him go, and he was able to get 4 points there. Peanut Butter Smackdown getting a little tangled up there in the back of the pack, trying to get past these blockers. The IJRD blockers have done a fabulous job in this game. Really, their defense has just been shutting down those Black-N-Bluegrass jammers. And Black-N-Bluegrass, as we said earlier, they only have 14 skaters on the roster, and they are doing a great job with all of them are high rotation. They're all out there so often, and they have got to be tired. Peanut Butter Smackdown with a power jam as Evil C is in the penalty box with a back block. Sirius, can you get the penalties ready for the for in between jams? Peanut Butter Smackdown able to pull that pack to the front and get out. Evil C, ooh, beautiful toe stops up the inside line to come out of the box and grab 4 points for IJRD. Coming out of the box hot there with 19 seconds left in this jam. Is this another power jam? No. Where's Peanut Butter Smackdown? Do they have the star in their hand? Help me. Oh, there they are. I said help me. Where'd they go? Sirius has a brand new monitor for me to look at that is got the part of the track that I'm furthest away from, and I keep forgetting to look at it. So I'm adjusting to all this new technology. I'm used to not having too much technology. All right, penalties, where are we at? Oh, Lilyhammer did foul out. So Lilyhammer is done for this game, but that does not mean Lilyhammer's done for the tournament because you get to kind of start over again. We've got a few people. We've got 3 people with 4 penalties on Black-N-Bluegrass. I think we had 1 with 5 on IJRD, but can I see the penalties one more time? I want to just give a shout out here to Angel of Anger, Lil Patience, Pepper Spray, Soul Crusher, and World War Bean for not having any penalties. Let's see the other team too. Because that, in this game, is a challenge. And only Peanut Butter Smackdown has been out there so much, and they don't have a single penalty. That deserves its own special award, because in this game, Sirius is giving soft claps. Soft claps. Because this is such a penalty-heavy game, those skaters staying on the track, because not only do you sit for 30 seconds when you get a penalty, you also, it's the time that it takes you to get to the chair to sit in it. So it's not just 30 seconds that you're off the track. It's usually closer to 45 or something like that, because you have to, that penalty watch does not start until you sit down in the chair. So that's when your 30 seconds starts. All right, the refs are discussing something. It's an official timeout. Northern Kentucky, Covington. Thanks, Dan. Covington. I'll write that down on their little sheet here so I know. Covington, Kentucky. Covington, Kentucky. All right, Dan, I'm going to try again with these jokes. Let's see if we can get any better jokes than we had during the last timeout. Why did the race car bring a suitcase on their trip? It wanted to go in the fast lane. That doesn't make sense either, does it? What, why? I don't know. I find these, I try not to look at them beforehand so that I can genuinely laugh, but these aren't even funny. Okay, why was the race car good at poker? It knew how to bluff its way around the track. No? Sirius is irritated with my jokes. All right, let's watch the game. The game is much better than the jokes right now, so we will watch. We'll watch the game instead of tell these jokes. Punky Bruiser jamming for the All-Stars and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. Pipsqueak is out as your lead jammer, as Punky Bruiser is waiting in the penalty box with a, what is an H? Is that a head block? What is an H? Hold on, I'm pulling out my penalty cheat sheet. We are going to start this next, what is an H? Head block. You don't see those very often. All right, so we are going to start this next. Are we going to start it as a power jam? Yep. And Punky Bruiser is sitting in the penalty box. So it is going to be at least 10 seconds. As we start this power jam with Black-N-Bluegrass at 101 points. They just crossed over that century mark. Pipsqueak trying to fight against these four blockers. Punky Bruiser coming out of that penalty box. Black-N-Bluegrass needing to focus on defense. That jam was called, it's an official timeout. I think it was called for an injury. I think there was a little bit of a collision between a couple skaters, and we take any sort of skaters getting shaken up pretty seriously here. We've got our medics both on site right next to us, and so they're going to come out and take a check on that skater, make sure they're okay, as we have an official timeout while we assess how that skater is doing. Everybody clap it as we see that skater going over to the penalty box. I think it might have been, I didn't get the best look at it, but I think it might have been helmet against helmet, maybe. And we worry about heads very, very much here in roller derby, and we take any sort of a head collision very seriously. Amber is rooting for Black-N-Bluegrass. Nutcase Grace is cheering on you, and Discord, our fellow VCJRD player. Okay, VC, Vet City. I got it, I'm catching up. So Black-N-Bluegrass and Vet City, both Kentucky teams. Okay. But Vet City has juniors too, right? Sirius said great insight as I'm just naming teams. I'm having a thought, but I'm not completing it. That's what I'm doing right now. Dan saying, how does a penguin build its race car? Thank you, Dan, for saving me from my horrible jokes. How does a penguin build its race car? Something like an igloo, a glacier. What else do penguins have? How does a penguin build its race car? We will find out in a second. Meanwhile, our jammers are getting ready to start. Looks like both jammers are out of the box. The box is not empty still. I feel like I should get a treat whenever the box is empty during this game. I get to have a little snack anytime I see that the box is empty. I might starve today. Oh. No, we'll see. We'll see if this trend continues or if it's just this game. All right, we're clapping for something. I don't know what, but Mighty Mouse is on the track for IJRD, and Peanut Butter Smackdown, our zero penalty queen, is on the line for Black-N-Bluegrass. Yes, Discord is a VCRD. See, this is the thought I was trying to have, but didn't understand what I was trying to say. So Discord is a Vet City player who is subbing in with Black-N-Bluegrass. Thank you, because I was like, wait, do they skate with two teams? Thank you, Amber. You're helping me out there with that. Peanut Butter Smackdown is your lead jammer. Mighty Mouse about half a track behind. Peanut Butter Smackdown coming in the outside, but a big hit and getting called on a back block, but successfully did call the jam off before the penalty was recognized. And so we'll be starting this next jam in the box for 30 seconds. For those of you who are not yet members, our members get some really cool perks. If you want to become a member, there's a little $ there that you can click on to join. And our members get all sorts of cool things. We have bonus content, shout outs in our videos. You get a members only badge, which is really your little wheel next to your name, and sneak peeks at our monthly schedule. So our members find out about a week before everybody else where we're going for the next month. Our May schedule, I don't know when our May schedule's coming out. Sirius knows all that stuff. I just show up and talk. Mad Max is the lead. Oh, Mad Max hasn't jammed yet for IJRD. So Mad Max jamming and grabbing lead jammer for IJRD as Peanut Butter Smackdown. Whoa, pretty. And getting through for 4 points for IJRD as Peanut Butter Smackdown comes out of the box and immediately dashing through the pack. These packs that have been so defensively focused in this jam, these jammers are just busting through. Great job. Peanut Butter Smackdown was able to steal 4 points before Mad Max could call off the jam. Okay. Oh, I was right. It was igloos. So penguins, how do they build their race cars? Igloos it together. Dan, your jokes are so much better than mine. Sirius is agreeing. That's not swing and a miss. You did a golf club thing. No, a swing and a miss needs to be higher. Golf clubs are on the ground. Evil C is jamming for All Stars and Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass. Evil C getting a high block and coming to the penalty box, but it looks like we are going to take a small injury timeout right now. We will be right back as we assess the skater and make sure they're okay. We are back. As we've said before, roller derby is a full contact sport, and sometimes there are injuries, but we have got that skater over with the medics and getting some good care. And I love that the crowd always is very respectful of anyone with injuries. They like to give some claps when the skater gets up and is able to walk on their own, having suffered injuries myself. This community is super supportive whenever anyone gets injured for any reason, and we just want to make sure everybody's okay. We understand that when you put on four wheels on each foot and start rolling around and then hitting each other, that is a recipe. I mean, I know people who don't even do the hitting and go and skate and just fall down and bust themselves up. So you know who you are, those of you who have gotten injured with no contact. So imagine the full contact that can happen and how difficult that can be. So we're really appreciative to all of our medics. Also want to shout out a couple of our NSOs and skaters from Sunflower. Shout out to AOA, Peanut Butter Smackdown, and Tux, kiddos of teammates. Heart hands, you all are killing it. So, okay, heart hands, the way that I do them is the way that the little emoji is that you used, where you use all of your fingers to make the heart. But I've heard that the kids these days, I sound so old, they do it with just their fingers somehow. I can't do it. And I don't have a camera on me, so I don't have to pretend. I do the heart hands with I use my whole hand with both halves, but they somehow do it. No, I don't think it's okay. I'm gonna learn during the break how to do heart hands. Yeah, no, don't flip me off. That is not how you do heart hands, serious. I know it's with fingers, but not that finger. Okay, All-Stars are at 190. Black-N-Bluegrass has crossed the century mark to 107. We've got 13 minutes left in this game. And we have lots more games coming up. As I said earlier, this is a 5-team tournament. So not only are you going to see IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass, you are also going to see IC Bruisers from Iowa, Pittsburgh Roller Derby, and St. Louis Roller Derby, which I learned to say during the first half of this game. So we don't have to deal with pronunciation issues in the next game. And with that whistle, Evil C just dashes out with lead jammer status like you blink and you miss it, really. And he is through and now has scored 4 points. Just like that. Peanut Butter Smackdown, meanwhile, has the star in hand, might be looking for someone to pass it to, as Evil C is coming around on a second scoring pass. Getting who got the penalty? Somebody got a penalty for something. That box was empty for like 2 seconds. Now both skaters skating together as they approach the pack. I'm so impressed with Peanut Butter Smackdown for having no penalties, though. Like, they've played so much during this game. It's fabulous to see. Both jammers through for 4 points each. Evil C approaching the pack, trying to bust up that four-wall of defense, and is able to do so. And Peanut Butter Smackdown finds a little hole on the inside line and gets through themselves. Both jammers coming around again. This is the first time that we've had like just lots of scoring from both teams. This is going to be high scoring for everybody. Peanut Butter Smackdown trying to take that inside line again and is unsuccessful. Evil C trying to bust up the pack again and was unsuccessful, but was able to recover both of them, finding holes and getting through. Evil C about a half track in front of Black-N-Bluegrass's Peanut Butter Smackdown. Oh, beautiful toe stops, and this time Evil C kept that toe stop inbounds and was able to grab 4 points and call off the jam. Breaking into the 200 mark in that jam with a 24-point jam. I think that's the highest jam we have seen from IJRD this game. So definitely coming out with, if it stays this way, then the IJRD team would be in first place after this game, with Black-N-Bluegrass in second place, and the other three teams in a waiting area. They're in the waiting room to figure out what place they're going to be in. And we will be keeping track on the screen you'll see it during halftime and in between games. We'll have the scores coming up and showing you kind of what place everybody is in and where things are at. Punky Bruiser jamming for the All-Stars and getting lead jammer, while Pipsqueak is passing the star, looks like has passed the star to Tinkerhell. They are now the jammer of record. So if you look and see the pivot with the stripe on their hat. They have taken that star and are now the jammer, the one that Soul Crusher is currently blocking. Meanwhile, Punky Bruiser has come around and grabbed 4 points and is currently coming into the pack again on a second scoring pass, while Soul Crusher has pulled back Tinkerhell, who has put on that star. This is not yet a scoring pass, as this is still the initial pass. You have to first pass all 4 people, go around the track, and then you can start scoring. And since they hadn't yet done that, they are still in that pack trying to find some space. Oh, Punky Bruiser coming through on the outside to grab 4 more points for IJRD. Tinkerhell was able to get through and is now out, and both skaters approaching the pack with a little under a minute left in this first. In this jam. All right, with 14 points scored by IJRD, they are extending their lead by just a little bit. We are just under 10 minutes left in this first game. Mighty Mouse on the line for IJRD. And I see a star going on Pipsqueak's head, but looks like Black-N-Bluegrass is going to take a timeout. Okay, I'm going to try again. I know these jokes have been really bad. Let's see. Can I find a good one in here? I'm going to, between games, I'm going to have to find some new ones. Let's see. These are so bad. Oh my goodness. Why did the car go to the gym? To get a little muscle under the hood? No, no. Why did the... Okay, you know what? I'm opening up my emergency box of dad jokes. I have a box of dad jokes here, and I think we need to tell these dad jokes because I'm going to need to find new racing jokes later. All right, dad jokes. I love reminiscing about the beautiful herb garden I had when I was a child. Good times. Okay, that one got you. Serious?
Good times.
Good times. Get it? Time. That one was good. Okay, one more. What will Terminator be called once he retires? The Exterminator. I like the emergency dad jokes. Whew, they're saving me. Back to Derby. Mighty Mouse's lead jammer for IJRD. Pipsqueak currently in the pack and looks like she's trying to pass the star, potentially to the pivot. But she's in front of the pivot, so I don't know. Nope, just getting out. Just getting out. But in the meantime, oh, Criminal. Criminal was passing. Criminal has taken the star. That's what I meant. Pipsqueak passed to Criminal. Mighty Mouse has scored 4 points and has scored, I think, a couple more and called the jam. All right, so I'm changing the super chat. Okay, also, we're counting how many people are getting super chats. For those who are just joining us, if you send a super chat, we will put it up on the screen so your skater can see that you shouted them out with whatever you choose to say to that skater, if you want to send a super chat. But also, if we reach our goal of 10 super chats, I will do one game of purely the emergency dad jokes. But otherwise, you're stuck with my bad racing jokes until I can find better ones. So that'll be the reward if we can get to 10 super chats. Is I will do one game of exclusively from the box of emergency dad jokes, which are the best. Those are the best jokes. Those are the ones you want, but you're stuck with the ones we got until then. Yeah, you have to unlock them. You have to unlock the emergency dad jokes. Otherwise, you're stuck with these bad race car jokes. All right, Pipsqueak grabbing lead jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Mighty Mouse, meanwhile, coming in to the pack. And I think maybe getting a penalty. No, somebody got a penalty for a high block. Pipsqueak calling the jam, but not before scoring 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Good morning to those of you joining us here at 10 a.m. We have been enjoying this first game between IJRD All-Stars and Black-N-Bluegrass. We have another game that will be starting. It's supposed to start at 10:30, so we'll see how This game, I think, took a little bit. There were a couple breaks for injury and things like that. So we've got 7 minutes left in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tiny bit off schedule because the next two teams are going to need some time to warm up. So I will let you know adjusted timelines as we get there. But for now, we're enjoying the end of this game. Peanut Butter Smackdown is your lead jammer. As Mad Max is jamming in the pack. Mad Max is through. Chasing down Peanut Butter Smackdown, who has just gotten through the pack for 4 points and decides to call the jam before IJRD can score any points. Black-N-Bluegrass really coming out in these last few, like probably the last 10 minutes. I feel like IJRD has Black-N-Bluegrass has suddenly come out and they're just scoring points and ticking away, and definitely breaking into that lead that IJRD has established. All right, Evil C on the line for IJRD and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. Penalty box still not empty, so I can't have a snack because we decided I could have a snack. No, they're standing. There's one person standing. Now it's empty, so I can have a snack. Evil C is the lead jammer for IJRD. Tinkerhell took a star pass and is gonna be your jammer of record for Black-N-Bluegrass, but is not gonna be able to score any points because Evil C is going to call the jam before Tinkerhell can do that. The penalty box remains empty, Sirius. I know. See, I think people are starting to settle in. Like, it takes a minute when you're first game of a tournament, you know. It's gotta get some of those penalty jitters out. Punky Bruiser is lined up for IJRD, and is that Peanut Butter Smackdown again? Oh, they've got to be so tired. Yeah, they're going every other jam. And getting lead jammer, but Pipsqueak, or Punky Bruiser, is racing in front of Peanut Butter Smackdown, forcing the call off. I think it's just, is it just Peanut Butter Smackdown and Pipsqueak kind of just taking turns as jammer? Whew. That's hard. That's so much hard work. All right, we have less than 5 minutes left in this game. Oh, I saw that. Okay, Soul Crusher was trying to do a Pegasus for Punky Bruiser, and it almost worked. And I would love to see one of those be successful during this tournament because that was really cool. Just kind of grabbing Punky's hands and swinging her out of bounds, but up in the air, and then landing back inbounds and in front of the pack. So that's what a Pegasus is. So you just kind of grab onto somebody's hands. They kind of toss you in a half circle, and you land in front of the pack. And when it works, it's beautiful. It did not work this time, but I think we're going to see at least one in this tournament. I was talking to Coach Eric yesterday, and I know he wants to see some Pegasists. So, and I like what it's called. It's a peg assist, but it sounds like a Pegasus. Peanut Butter Smackdown on the line again against Mighty Mouse. No points scored in that last jam. Peanut Butter Smackdown is your lead jammer, but Mighty Mouse is out only like 10 feet behind. So these two jammers are going to race to the pack, but that jam is going to be called. Penalties. Okay, Ghost is up at 6, but then a couple people at 4. Oh. Black-N-Bluegrass is starting to get high. Criminal is one more penalty. I mean, it's only 3 minutes left, so at this point, you know, I mean, everybody got high, but, you know, they're using their penalties well. Mad Max jamming against Pipsqueak with 2.5 minutes left in this game. I think we're going to get at least one more jam after this one. Mad Max has he's started to enter the rotation a little bit more in the second half. Mad Max didn't jam too much in the first half, but we've seen a lot of him in the second half, which is a benefit that IJRD has that that BBRD doesn't, as IJRD has a little bit deeper of a roster. They're going to be able to sub in some people in the next game, whereas Black-N-Bluegrass has a shorter roster, and you know, they've got, that's hard. They got to have some endurance to get through this weekend, I would say. Mad Max has gotten out of the pack and is coming in on a scoring pass and grabbing 4 points. Oh, Mad Max was lead jammer. I was wondering. Track cut on who? Oh, serious. Oh, track cut on somebody else. And Max is through again for 4 points. Pipsqueak has passed the star, it looks like, to Tinkerhell, who will now be the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. So if you see that stripe on Tinkerhell's helmet, Tinkerhell is currently the jammer, and I love Tinkerhell's name because Tinkerbell is my favorite Disney character, and it's just a great name. And Tinkerbell is sassy. And I'm guessing Tinkerhell is also sassy. Tinkerhell trying to find some space, going back and forth, but this IJRD blocking, I mean, they are doing a wonderful job with their blocking. Great offense coming in there from Poison Dart to try and help. Mad Max is able to get out and score 4 more points with 1 minute left in this. Oh, little tiny apex jump to grab 4 more points right before the end of the jam there. We have 47 seconds left in this game, so we will get 1 more jam to finish this game. If you want to shout out a skater for doing something great that you saw, if you want to say something nice that you saw a ref or an NSO do, or just want to say hi, go ahead and do that in the chat as we finish up this game before we take a small break before our next game between, who is our next game between? The IC Bruisers and St. Louis. So some of you might be joining us for that game. We'll be taking a break after this one, and as we get ready for that next game. Evil C is lead jammer. Peanut Butter Smackdown had taken the star off, but was able to get through and is eligible to score points. Evil C is going to call that jam. The period clock has ended, and our unofficial score is 257 to 133. All right, we're going to go take a little break and get these next 2 teams up and ready. In the meantime, go grab yourself a snack. If you want to become a member of the Third Wheels, you can click on that little $sign and do so. We would love to have you as one of our members. You get all sorts of fun bonuses that come with it. So we definitely encourage you to do that. Sirius, do you have the QR code? Or am I asking too much of you? There it is. If you want to scan that QR code, you can go there to see what kind of benefits you get by becoming a member, and that is also where you can sign up for a membership. We would love to see some new members. We're at 43 members at the beginning of this tournament, and we're hoping to be above 50 by the end. All right, we'll be back in just a little bit for our next game between St. Louis and IC Bruisers. Let me finish this. I just said, let me finish this, and then you made me go live? No, I said anytime, and then I said, let me finish. Hi, everyone. I'm trying to eat, and Sirius is making me go live. So I guess I don't get to eat until later. Thanks a lot, Sirius. Okay, you can tell we're super serious here at Derby Date Night. Welcome to those of you who know us. None of that was a surprise. Those of you who don't, well, you're going to get to know us over the course of these next 2 days here at the Speedway Smackdown. Welcome to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at the Hendricks County Fairgrounds in Danville, Indiana, where we are enjoying a whole day of roller derby action. We're following 5 amazing teams over the course of this weekend as they battle to become the champion of the Speedway. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, Bruisers from Iowa, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, and St. Louis Roller Derby out of Missouri. We are getting ready for our second game of the tournament between Bruisers Misfits out of Iowa City and St. Louis Hellbenders out of Missouri. Don't worry if you get confused. We have graphics you can watch during halftime and between games that will give you all the info you need to follow along all weekend. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer all weekend with all the action and, of course, some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the brains behind this operation. He serves as our technical producer-director, he makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes. And sometimes I even make him laugh with my jokes. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream, we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend is no different. Since this is the Speedway Smackdown and we are in the town of racing with the Indianapolis 500, we have over 500 great racing jokes to share with you over the course of the weekend. Okay, I might be exaggerating about having over 500, and they definitely aren't great. I had to refresh my jokes in between games because the first game's jokes were so bad. So even though they're not good, they're gonna be jokes. Take a second and let us know your favorite type of racing, and let us know who you are rooting for today. My favorite type of racing is Formula One, but yours might be more along the lines of Lightning McQueen. And we'll tell you a little bit more about us as we get into this game, but we are getting ready to get started with our first jam. We are only 30 seconds away from our first jam of the game between these two teams who we are just starting to get to know. We've got the Bruisers, who are already winning my heart a little bit because they've come over and said nice things to us, and I gave them buttons, and they are just the sweetest. So they've given me a little bit of information to share with you all about Iowa, which they said wasn't much, but they've got some. And then St. Louis aren't as close to us, but maybe when they switch benches, we'll get to know St. Louis a little bit better too. All right, we're going to get started already. Both jammers are in the packs trying to get through. And we have a lead jammer in white. Iowa City is going to be your first lead jammers of the game. Sneaky is your lead jammer for Iowa. Taking a hit to the outside and getting pulled to the back of the pack, but on a scoring pass, so eligible to score points right now. I know you can't see it up on the scoreboard, what's going on, because the scoreboard is a little bit behind, so I have a feeling we're going to take a small timeout after this to fix it. But Sneaky is almost all the way through the pack as the St. Louis jammer is waiting in the penalty box. So this is a power jam for Iowa City. Sneaky has scored 4 points, and the St. Louis jammer is out of the box and still on their initial. So right now they are not scoring points, but they did find some space on the inside line and were able to get through. So is now chasing down Sneaky, who has scored 4 points. Running is your jammer for St. Louis, that was Slice, who was your jammer for St. Louis. Sirius is looking at me going, they're going so fast. I know it is. This is our first juniors tournament, and we're very excited. And I think a lot of us here, especially those of us who don't know juniors as well, have been surprised as to, after this first game, so hard hitting, so fast. These kids are literally like rubber. They just bounce off of each other. This is going to be a fun weekend of derby to watch. And this is high level juniors derby. This is level 3. There are 3 levels of derby. And level 3 is the highest level and looks pretty much exactly like the derby that you would see in WIFTA or MIRTA or any of the other derby that you might see out there for adults. But these are your juniors, so age 18 and under, and this is level 3. So we are getting ready for our next jam. Lining up for St. Louis is Martin Mahler up against Voltar for IC Bruisers. Voltar is out as lead jammer for the IC Bruisers. Speeding around. Yep, I saw that one coming on 1 foot going around turn 1. I thought it might be an apex jump, but didn't need to. Was able to just get right through. St. Louis preparing for Voltar coming through, already having scored 4 points, is through the pack for another 4, bringing that total to 12 on that jam. St. Louis jammer is stuck in the pack, getting pulled back, having to recycle as Voltar comes through with another scoring pass, bringing that total up to 12 points in this jam. Martin Malter is the jammer for St. Louis, has pushed the pack all the way to turn 3, but is having a hard time getting through and figuring out what to do. Voltar with an apex jump on the inside, gets through, takes a little tumble, but is able to get back up and recover, but also gets a penalty. Ooh, I don't know what that penalty was for. We're about to find out. Looks like that was a track cut. I wonder, where did that track cut happen, Sirius? It must happen before the, it was probably that jump. I don't know, yeah, okay. We'll just keep moving. So this is now a power jam for Martin Malter and the St. Louis Hellbenders. Martin is still on her initial pass and is needing to get through before they are eligible to score points. Martin Mulder takes a hit to the inside. Voltar is out of the box and no longer is lead jammer, so this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes, which is only like 10 more seconds. But beautiful little circle around Jack Rabbit to get through with another. We're at 24 points, which was the highest scoring jam in the last game. And being in jam 2, we've already beat that, or matched that number. Woo! This is fast. Serious. This is going to be real fast. All right, we've got Zag for Iowa City, number 256, and number 72 for St. Louis, which is Scorpion. I feel like I need a breather. It's going so. These skaters are very quick. The penalty box is empty, Sirius. Last game, I know we did not see an empty penalty box really ever. Zag finding space on the outside line and getting through as lead jammer. Scorpion trying to find space also on the outside. That pack is moving forward, takes a huge hit from the pivot. Number 612 on Iowa City, that is Diamond. And as you know, if you watch Derby Date Night, we have our own Diamond who does some pretty big hits just like that one. So this is a little Diamond. Scorpion takes a hit, looks like a little bit of a helmet hit maybe on the ground there. Hope they're okay, but maybe it was just my angle. They're still going, everybody's doing good. Zag is approaching the pack on another scoring pass. Scorpion is in and just slides right through. Scorpion taking a hit to the outside. A banana jam happening there with everybody on the ground. Scorpion getting sent to the box, so this is now a power jam for Zag and the IC Bruisers Misfits. Oh, great offense being done there by Diamond to help out Zag and clear a path during this power jam while Scorpion waits in the penalty box. Again, offense by Diamond there to just clear that space out to get Zag another 4 points, bringing that total to 20. So Zag with a 20-point jam, and who was that with the 24-point jam? Voltar. I like that name. That's great. What is it? That's from a show, right? Voltar? No. Voltar is like a bad guy in something, I think. Like maybe Transformers? I don't know. Scorpion is jamming again against Corn Dog. That is a great name. I love it. I have a dog named Tater Tot, so I think Tater Tot and Corn Dog would get along very well. Corn Dog is your lead jammer for Iowa City. Scorpion, who started in the box, is out of the box and being pulled all the way to the back by Pancake. Pancake and Corn Dog are skating together. I want everyone on a team. I want a team where everybody's name is a food. That should be a team at RollerCon. It should be like sweets versus savory. Pancake, I think, would be on sweets, and Corn Dog would be on savory. Okay, Derby's happening. Corn Dog is scored 8 points and just got through the pack for another 4. Scorpion, in the meantime, is trying to get through. The pivot has just, I think, come out of the box. Faloof on St. Louis was trying to do some offense there to help Scorpion out. Scorpion had an attempted apex jump there, but was foiled as Corn Dog has gone through for 16 points and is about to get 20. Potentially. Got a few skaters to get past. Scorpion, where's Scorpion? Oh, Scorpion still has, I'm surprised that Scorpion still has the star on, as the pivot is there and looks ready, but no star pass has been made. Oh, I would be tired too if I was Scorpion. Scorpion looks pretty tired. This has been a lot. I mean, that was 2 jams in a row for Scorpion because of that penalty at the end of the other jam. So that's a lot to handle there. Yeah, this will be interesting because this is the first game of a full weekend of Derby. All of these teams will be playing 3 games each. I'm curious to know if they're going to keep up this pace as we go into the weekend. So that was another 20-point jam for the Icy Bruisers from Corn Dog. And now we have got Italian Stallion, that's another great name, from the Icy Bruisers, is lead jammer and is jamming against Ruthless, oh, that's another great name, from the Hellbenders, the St. Louis Hellbenders. And Italian Stallion is through, but so is Ruthless. Oh no, Italian Stallion was not lead jammer and just got a penalty. So lead jammer is actually going to go to Ruthless. And Ruthless is on a scoring pass with a power jam for St. Louis. So they are going to put some points on the board. Big hit there on Ruthless. Oh, these juniors, their hits are so hard. Like, I am like, oh. Some great offense and defense done by 15 on St. Louis. Who is that? Savage Patch Kid. I mean, this is going to be a not only fast game, but also physical. Ooh. There's no penalty there? It looked like a low. Okay. Anyway, I'm not a ref. Italian Stallion is I think he's eligible to score points now. Where did Ruthless is skating, talking to the refs, trying maybe to call off the jam, getting some offensive help from Beeswax. That's a cute name too. I just like all these names. Oh. Hellbenders on the board. Ruthless with 4 points. To Icy Bruisers, 4 points in that jam. So that was one of the hardest hitting, fastest, craziest jams, and each team only scored 4 points. Official timeout. Looks like something's going to be discussed between the officials. While that happens, I can finally finish my announcements that I was starting before this game. Boom. If you are just joining us for the first time, we are so excited to have you here. We'd love to interact with our community, all of you here in the chat. We affectionately call y'all our third wheels, and we would love to have you along for the ride. Sirius and I love our Derby date nights and want to keep bringing you all the best Derby action. If you want to help bring us to the next level, there are many ways you can support us. Like and subscribe, as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, derbydatenight.com. If you want to be an even bigger part of our Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. You can see that QR code up on the screen right now. If you just kind of scan that QR code, you can find out more about all of our member perks, like bonus content, shout-outs, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at our upcoming schedule. So we would absolutely love it if you wanted to join us as a member. Or if you just want to support not only us, but also the skaters out there. I've got a goal right now for super chats. So if we can get 10 super chats, then we are going to pull out the emergency box of good jokes, because these racing jokes have been horrible. Sirius is yelling at me and saying that I need to focus more on the Derby. And I said, oh, Sneaky just snuck through for 4 points for IC Bruisers, but is getting chased down by Slice. These jammers are racing to the pack. They were stopped at the apex, and an apex jump did happen there by Sneaky. I think he was able to grab 4 points there. Michael, you're here. Hi, it's good to see you. We've only done one game so far. The first game was between IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass out of Kentucky. And this is our second game of the tournament. We're doing 5 games today, 5 games tomorrow. So we will be live all day long. You get to have all the Derby, and I am literally falling in love with Juniors Roller Derby right now. This is so fabulous, so fun to watch. Corn Dog is up again. I am obsessed with Corn Dog's name. Oh, a big banana jam there with everybody falling down. Martin Malter is on the jammer line for St. Louis Hellbenders. Corn Dog gets through and gets lead jammer. Martin Malter, in the meantime, has the star on, is headed to the box for a penalty. Okay, I saw there was confusion there, so that's why. Oh my gosh, did you get that on? Oh my, that was, who did that hit? I think he's headed to the penalty box, but it was a great hit. Sometimes, what did we used to say? Worth it. Hi, I Eat Bread. You are correct. Only one happened before this. So IJRD did win that game, so they are currently in first place in the tournament, but 3 teams are still to play. So we've got Pittsburgh is coming up in the next game, and this game, obviously, is Iowa City and St. Louis Hellbenders. 3 more after this. So we will have 3 more games at, let's see, 10:45, 1 o'clock, 3:15, and 5:30. And during all of our half times and in between games, we've got some graphics that are going to explain to you this, not only the standings, but also the schedule for today and tomorrow. And that is an official timeout. Let's see, did I say all the things I need to say, Sirius? I feel like I can't even take a breath right now. We've had, so far Iowa City has had 2 20-point jams and a 24-point jam. The Hellbenders, Ruthless got them on the board with 4 points. I believe this St. Louis team, this is their first tournament, and it might even be like they are a new team. So I think they're associated with arch rival. Hopefully somebody in the chat is watching and can kind of help me with a little bit of the history of their team. But they are a newer Derby team and excited to be here for this tournament. And we are excited to have them. And I thought they came from like forever, like away. And they told me it was only like 3 or 4 hours to drive here from St. Louis. Did you know St. Louis is that close to Indiana? Neither did I. I mean, I kind of did, but we're on the north part of Indiana, so we think of it as farther. The northeast part, okay, maybe east central. Oh yeah, we are called East Central Indiana. I guess we're not north. Sirius, we know I don't know my geography. We're on the west side right now? Oh. We're in Danville, Indiana. You can look at a map and you can understand better where we are than anything I try to explain to you. Oh, we got another super chat. We have 3 super chats. Roller Derby 24/7 Coach Eric from IJRD sending us a little love. IJRD loves Derby Date Night and all the third wheels. Okay, so far we've had 3 super chats. 1 super chat for the Zebras, 1 super chat for, oh no, I didn't write it down. Discord, thank you. Oh, here it is. And 1 super chat for Derby Date Night. And the third wheels. So we're going to see who wins with the most super chats. So I'm writing it all down for the weekend to see how we're doing with all these super chats. And if you do send a super chat and you want your skater to see you say something really nice to them, like, "Hi, Mom loves you," we will put it up on the screen, and your skater can see it later when they are watching this back, and hopefully be a little bit embarrassed of the corniness of everything that we say. We like to have a lot of fun here at Derby Date Night. Clearly, since we didn't start this stream correctly because I was eating and you went live. I said I was ready, but you should always look at me. I had a mouth full of food. We have, again, like the hosts of this tournament, IJRD, has spoiled us. We have a giant spread of all these foods. We've got food that's homemade from a bakery in town. We've got crackers and cheese and meat and fruit and muffins and all the most amazing things. And we are so grateful to be here and to be hosted by the wonderful team of Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. I don't know what this official timeout is for, so I should probably tell some jokes since they're clearly still talking. So those of you who watched the last game, I apologize. Those jokes were the worst jokes ever. Like, I don't know how I got jokes that were that bad, but I've got some better jokes this time. And these are all racing jokes because this is the Speedway Smackdown. And so we're doing racing jokes or things that go fast. So let's see, what do I got? Why do motorsport drivers have expert relationship advice? They're trained to look for red flags. Serious just goes, okay, fine. This one's, I keep trying to watch racing on my computer, but every time I press the F1 key, it just goes to a help window. I like that one. F1. Shouldn't F1. F1 is happening, and I know some of you also watch F1 just like Sirius and I, but we're trying to not get spoiled so that later tonight we can find out how qualifying went. And for those of you that enjoy F1 racing. Although Derby and racing don't usually, like, what's the word, commingle together? Turn left. Yeah, well, cars turn left and right. In Derby, we only turn left. I guess with the Indy 500, though, they only turn left. So they both have a circle. They both go left. These kids clearly have some sort of engines in them because they're going so flipping fast. It's crazy. Oh, during this official review, we've got, I don't know if you can get a camera on this, but the announcer is interviewing the jammer Stallion, just asking him how things are going, how he's doing. They're just having a chat. Oh, I get to find out what this was about. Yay. Oh, no. Yeah, it happens. Okay. They're having technical difficulties with the EPLT. So as much as we enjoyed last game having access to all of the penalties and what they were and all that good stuff. Oh, get him on camera. Get him on camera. Oh, we're talking about what they're talking about. So, lovely interview. But we are no longer going to have EPLT, which means I won't be able to call these skaters out for their penalties. This is what they have right now, but we won't see the rest. So I will try to check at halftime and find out where we're at with penalties. But this is, oh, that's what they already have? Only 7 jams in? Oy, oy, oy. These junior games seem to be a little bit higher on penalties so far. Yep, it's a thing. Where are you all watching from? Oh, Michael said something. The fun thing about high-level juniors, apart from the amazing skills, yeah, as the kids say, skills with a Z, is watching juniors who are bigger than the officials. Yeah, these juniors, they are full-grown. Speaking of, Stallion, who is very tall, is lead jammer for Iowa City. Martin Malter is almost through. Oh, beautiful, beautiful offense done there. That offense, they hit so hard. What? Did you know that hellbenders are actually a cool name for a lizard from St. Louis? Really? I gotta learn the hands. I know, Michael. I need to learn the hand signals. I have my laminated penalty sheet, so I'll try. I was able to identify high blocks last time, and I definitely know track cut. That one's the easy one because it's just an X with your hands. I know. I've got the penalties right here. You might have to make me a new one. I think they were updating them. You might have the updated one. Not sure. Anyway. Jack Rabbit jamming for the Hellbenders and Phoenix for the IC Bruisers Misfits. Jack Rabbit getting hit to the outside and forced to recycle. Phoenix finding some space on the outside line is through as lead jammer for the IC Bruisers. Jack Rabbit getting hit to the outside and then kind of guided to the inside by 404 from IC Bruisers, and that is a penalty. Sorry, Michael, I didn't see the hand signal. Phoenix is getting hit to the inside, but on a scoring pass right now. Oh, almost out was Jack Rabbit up at the front of the pack, but took a hit to the outside. Phoenix is through for 4 points for the IC Bruisers. They are now above, well, they already were, but they're now above 100. For those who are just joining us, we had 3 20-plus point jams in the beginning of this game from Corndog, Zag, and Voltar, who have, and we, okay, there goes Phoenix. F, forearm. Thanks, Michael. Well, that's what I said. I said they were guiding them to the inside, so they were guiding them with their forearm, which you're not allowed to do in Derby. Phoenix finding a beautiful, oh, that was great offense there by the IC Bruisers to kind of just push the other team over to the outside, clearing out that inside line so Phoenix could grab 4 more points and call the jam, bringing the IC Bruisers to 114. Mr. Ben says this coverage is excellent, Sirius. I give my better half, seriously, all the credit for the great coverage. I just show up and talk and tell jokes, and then he tells me to focus. That's right? That's how this goes. For those who haven't liked and subscribed, please do so. We try to bring you some of the best roller derby and worst jokes in the Midwest, and maybe someday beyond. And we are here for 2 days, 5 games a day for this Speedway Smackdown tournament. Oh, these hits are so hard. Slice is your lead jammer for the Hellbenders. St. Louis has not had a lot of lead jammers, so this is a great turnaround right now for them. Sneaky is chasing Slice down. Both jammers currently in the pack. Slice getting through to grab all 4 points, but Sneaky was able to sneak 2 points. Get it? Serious? Are you breathing hard because they're going so fast? Oh, because you're trying to switch cameras. Oh, and you're opping a camera. You do not have to keep me in line. That you could just focus on your cameras. Just leave me to my own devices, please. All right, we've got Slice for Hellbender. Wait, Slice again? Is Slice in the box? Nope. Slice is just jamming again. Slice for the Hellbenders. And Italian Stallion is going to be your lead jammer for IC Bruisers. Yes, points for St. Louis. 8 points. Very hard-earned points. Italian Stallion getting 4 points for the IC Bruisers. Scorpion has that star off, might be looking for Smash Bandicoot, as Italian Stallion does a little hop over that apex to grab another 4 points for the IC Bruisers. Scorpion still looking for that pivot. That pivot is very well positioned to take that star pass, but Scorpion is having a hard time getting close enough to make a legal star pass as Stallion has come around to grab another 4 points and is engaging the pack again on another scoring pass, juking to the outside and getting slowed down by a tripod and a pivot, but still able to get through for another 4 points for the IC Bruisers. Stallion coming in. Takes a hit from the pivot, but is able to stay in bounds as Scorpion is getting recycled back. IC Bruisers doing a great job on the recycling. And there's that star pass. And a little bit of a tumble, and Icy Bruisers take. Oh, they knew they were out of play there, because you can't block people when you are too far away from the pack. So Smash Bandicoot was able to get out of the pack, but was not able to score any points as that jam was called. I can already tell this game is going to make me tired. Like, I am having to. You guys let me know if I'm talking too fast, because I'm trying to keep up with everything happening. So I'll slow it down if I need to, but I like to have you guys hear everything. How long can I keep this pace? How long can they keep this pace? Yeah. Who's going to crash first, me or them? Probably me. They're kids. They have energy for days. IJRD, last time we played the Bruisers, 73 to 379. Was that, are you a St. Louis skater? I'll let you take a guess who won. I think it was St. Louis. I'm going to root for the underdog here. I mean, the Icy, have they been around for a long time? Like, they seem to just know what they are doing. I'm actually kind of excited. Okay, the coaches were telling Jaws to keep going. Jaws thought that they might need to go back, but they were legally allowed to keep continuing. So they are now in a scoring position. Chicken Little took a star pass. I love these names. And is now the jammer for St. Louis, trying to get past a very strong tripod, but able to break it apart. Oh no, not able to break it apart because that pivot Corndog was pulling them back, but they got a track cut and will be sitting in the penalty box for 30 seconds. Michael Kwan says, serious, 2 more Red Bulls for Aria. I already had one this morning. I have had an energy drink and a coffee. I've now switched to water for a second. Then I'll go back to caffeine again. I'm really curious to see how my energy is going to be by the time we get to Game 5 later, or even Game 5 of tomorrow. I'll be a little loopy, I'm sure. All right, timeout being called. You are Smasher in the Rye. Smasher in the Rye. Number 106. In the Rye. Well, welcome. Welcome to the chat. We're so excited to have you here. Looks like Sneaky is lined up to potentially be the next jammer. As I said before, Chicken Little is in the penalty box, so we'll be starting this next jam as jammer, but in the box, which means this is a power jam for the Icy Bruisers and Sneaky. As you can see, the way they're lined up, they're going to get a no pack immediately because they're too far apart from each other, so somebody's either going to have to go forward or back. Okay, they'll get together. Sneaky finding that space on the inside, pushing his way through to grab lead jammer for the Icy Bruisers. So Smasher, how long have you guys been a team, the St. Louis? Because I heard that you are a newer team. Sneaky needing to get, oh, beautiful defense there by number 15, Savage Patch Kid, to slow down Sneaky, but Sneaky was able to get through and score 4 more points for Icy Bruisers. Chicken Little out of the box and through the pack. Very nice. Is that Chicken Little? Yeah. I think I keep switching. I keep switching Chicken Little with someone else. That was really nice. Getting out of the box, getting through the pack, and getting that called off. That is what St. Louis really needs to focus on. They have a big deficit already with only 8.5 minutes left in this first half, and so their focus has got to be on getting those jammers out of the pack. I would say, you know, if I was coaching, I would be thinking about how are you going to utilize that pivot? How are you going to just get out and get it called off? And then if you get lead, hopefully you can also grab some points. Speaking of St. Louis getting lead, there you go with Slice as your lead jammer for St. Louis. Bug Bite chasing Slice down about a quarter track behind. Slice approaching the pack. Beautiful apex jump, and Slice is through for 4 points. Beautiful form there too. Bug Bite also able to get through, just moving those hips a little to get around a skater. Slice approaching the pack again. Penalty being called on someone. Is that person's name Air and their number is 404? Okay, they started before COVID. I don't know exactly how long. I started sometime in April last year. Oh, congratulations. I hope that we get to see you skate during this tournament. I'm excited to see you skate. Michael, I do not believe there are any junior officials working today. Most of the officials are the officials that we see a lot. And as you know, I like to feature the officials. So after this jam, and after Slice gets another few points here, we're at 16. Oh, Slice has got a 20-point jam, joining the 20-plus point jam club, along with Corn Dog, Zag, and Voltar. Wait, Slice is on the St. Louis team. They should put Slice out more as a jammer here. Voltar has taken a star pass for the IC Bruisers and is now the jammer and manages to get the call off, but not before Slice can score 23 points, almost tying the largest jam of the game so far, which was a 24-pointer. Oh, it's 26. Oh, Slice is in the lead with the biggest jam of the game so far. Voltar had 24. So these are big jams. Like, this does not usually happen in adult derby. Yeah, that was really, really good for the Hellbenders. I would love to see more jamming from Slice on the Hellbenders. Stallion jamming for IC Bruisers, but lead jammer going to Floof from the Hellbenders. Floof is through, but Italian Stallion is chasing Floof down. These jammers are speeding up, but the pack is slowing down, getting ready for them to approach. Floof hitting the pack, doing a spin, and calling that jam off. No points were able to be gained. Oh, you will be playing the next time we play today and both times tomorrow. Wonderful. Oh, I love that somebody's name is Error 404. All right, Jack Rabbit on the line for St. Louis and Zag for IC. I don't think Jack Rabbit has jammed yet. St. Louis changing it up with a few new jammers with 5 minutes left in this first half. These games are so fun to watch. The adults could take some notes. This is great. Zag is your lead jammer for IC Bruisers, but Jack Rabbit is not going to let Zag just run away with this one. About quarter track behind. Oh, I see that apex. Ooh, a little bit of a tangle up between Zag and Chicken Little, but Zag was able to grab 4 points and call the jam. St. Louis doing a good job forcing that call off. IC Bruisers at 171 and Hellbenders at 35. I am talking so fast with this game.
I'm ready for halftime.
You're ready for halftime. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Sneaky on the line for IC Bruisers and Martin Mahler for St. Louis. Lead jammer going to Sneaky. Martin Mahler is trying to get that pack to speed up and stretch out, has 2 blockers to get past, gets pushed a little bit to the outside by Floof and is forced to go to the back of the pack. Sneaky, meanwhile, taking a hit and finding the ground on the inside line and having to recycle as well. So both jammers a little bit stuck up in the pack. Sneaky taking a little bit of a slide. Mahler has passed the star to Slice, who will now be the jammer of record for St. Louis Hellbenders. And that jam will be called. Welcome to those of you who don't know us. We are Derby Date Night. I am Aria Kidding Me here with Sirius Lee. And we are filming. We are broadcasting the, what is this called? The Speedway Smackdown. I'm used to doing the Small Town Smackdown for Corn-Fed, which is in June, but this is the Speedway Smackdown because we are in Indianapolis, home of the Indy 500, and we give you good roller derby and bad jokes. Zag is your lead jammer for IC Bruisers. Floof is jamming for the Hellbenders and trying to stretch that pack apart at turn 2. Zag in the pack, finding some space on the inside, able to get through. Floof taking a hit to the outside and is getting pulled all the way back. Zag is in the pack again, takes a hit to the inside. Floof getting a penalty, track cut, so this will be a power jam for Zag and the IC Bruisers. My Apple Watch just told me that it's a loud environment. I think I'm talking too loud. Oh yeah, the IC Bruisers bench is very loud. They are so excited and so into it. Like, this is the passion from the coaches is wonderful to see. I just love it. So, and the crowd is, I mean, surprisingly, it's 11:30 in the morning, and we've got a huge crowd here supporting both of these teams. I noticed that there are parents from both, I mean, Iowa and Missouri are playing right now here in Indiana, so quite fun. Zag is through, 16 points so far on this jam. Trying to negate that 26-point jam from Slice that we just had. Zag gets 20 total points and calls the jam off. That is Zag's second 20-point jam. 20, what? Oh, you're telling me there's less than 2 minutes left in the first half. Italian Stallion is up on the line against Slice. Let's see if Slice can do, yeah, that's what I would have done too at this point, because this might be the last jam of the first half. All right, Slice is trying to find space. Is at the back of the pack. Italian Stallion at the front, taking a hit to the outside and getting pulled back there by Savage Patch Kid, while Slice finds some space and becomes lead jammer for St. Louis. Italian Stallion almost out, is getting stuck on the inside line, but a penalty getting called on, is that Floof or is that Chicken Little? Wait, I know that penalty, it's this one. Illegal contact. And we are gonna take a small break right now for an injury. We will be right back. We are back. That injury timeout was a short injury timeout, which then turned into an official timeout, and all of the zebras, our dazzle of zebras that you can see on screen right now, have been discussing some things. I was told there's some discussion of a high block potentially being assessed. There was a collision there, I think, between Slice and Italian Stallion, maybe. And I don't know who you guys might have seen it better, but somebody was potentially being assessed a high block, but I don't think it is being assessed. So all good. Let's play some derby. 39 seconds left in the first half. But then we got a whole second half. And guess what? I got a chance to breathe, so I'm ready to go. Jackrabbit for St. Louis jamming against Phoenix for the IC Bruisers. Phoenix grabbing lead jammer status. Has Phoenix jammed yet? I don't know. Jackrabbit taking a hit to the inside. And forced to the back. Getting a little bit slippery out there, it looks like, as Phoenix has come through for 4 points and coming around for another score. As we are going into halftime, please consider supporting Derby Date Night, either through a super chat. You can send a chat to somebody that you love or somebody that you just support, and we will read it out loud and feature it, and it also helps support our channel. Or if you want to be an even more of a supporter, you can become a member and get a third wheel next to your name. You can do that by clicking on the little dollar sign down there at the bottom by the chat. Well, we are at intermission. IC Bruisers just getting over that 200 mark at 2:01. St. Louis 38, and we will be back in 15 minutes. welcome back to the second half of our second game in the Speedway Smackdown Juniors Tournament. You are joining us for the second half of St. Louis Hellbenders versus the Iowa City Bruisers Misfits. I was able to get my breath during halftime because this has been a very fast game and so physical, and I can't believe these skaters are going to play at this level all weekend long. We were talking during halftime about whether or not they have the energy and endurance, and we were like, they're kids. Kids have a lot of energy and endurance. So we'll see how tomorrow goes, but they all seem very ready to go and very excited. So Eggs says, shout out to the Fantastic Zoo crew. We love the zebras. We love our NSOs and our refs, and we appreciate them all so much. So many of our favorite people are refs and NSOs, and we just adore them. So thank you all so much for being so wonderful all the time. These things do not happen without volunteers. There are so many volunteers here at this tournament that are helping with all sorts of different things at the door, with security. We've got some people helping us with the cameras. We've got one of our favorite camera operators, Smooth, helping us out. She is a IJRD skater, and she enjoys being on our cameras, and so she's helping us out, as well as we've got some parents helping us out as well, and we just appreciate that so much. Okay, so coming back into this, the IC Bruisers are ahead 201-38. I did find out some things about penalties. So on Iowa City, the highest penalty count is at Diamond is at 5 right now. So, but other than that, everybody else is at 3 and under for the IC Bruisers. For St. Louis, Savage Patch Kid is at 4, Chicken Little is at 4, and the rest of the skaters are all like 1, 2 type of thing like that. So those are the only ones we're really watching. As I've said before, you get 6 penalties for free. When you get the 7th one, you have to go sit down. So skaters going into the second half with 4 or more penalties usually gotta watch it a little, because you don't have as many penalties left. So, and you have to leave your team for a whole 30 seconds. It's never fun. All right, Floof is jamming for IC Bruisers, and Zag. Nope, Floof is for the St. Louis Hellbenders, and Zag for the IC Bruisers Misfits. Zag is almost through, takes a hit from the pivot, but is able to stay inbounds with a spin and get out of the pack and grab lead jammer. Floof also out of the pack, chasing down Zag, and Zag calls off the jam, but not before scoring 3 points for the IC Bruisers. All right, as I said before, our goal is to get up to 10 super chats today to get more jokes and better jokes from the emergency joke. Oh, pretty Voltar just squeaking around the outside there and grabbing lead jammer for IC Bruisers. Beeswax jamming for the first time for St. Louis Hellbenders. Haven't seen Beeswax before. Oh, almost out. Gets a little tangled up with Corn Dog. Pancake gets a penalty for being out of play. That pack was really stretched out, but Beeswax was able to get through. Boltar doing an apex jump on the inside line and calling the jam, grabbing all 4 points. Juniors like to apex jump. I like to watch junior. Whenever I see that apex jump, I'm like, these juniors are going to take it. Adults, it's like we know our bodies are breakable. a little bit more brittle than the juniors. Yeah, we're thinking about tomorrow. They're thinking about jump. Jumping is fun. But anyway, what I was saying about the super chats, when you super chat somebody, we will feature your super chat on screen, so you can say something nice to one of the skaters that you're watching, or you can just give them some words of encouragement, and we'll put it up on the screen there. And you're also helping us out to keep continuing bringing you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. Italian Stallion, not lead jammer. That honor is going to Slice. The holder of the highest jam points in one jam at 26, which is the biggest jam so far in this game. Slice is through, but gets a penalty. So this will be a 2-minute jam. Slice is headed to the penalty box. Italian Stallion still on his initial trying to stretch that pack out. Well, that pack is stretching. Penalty getting called on Chicken Little. So that makes 5 for Chicken Little. I think Chicken Little was holding, might have been a directional. No, that was a directional. Ooh, Michael Kwan, if you're still there, I did good. I did the signal, and I was like, oh, I know what that is. All right, Italian Stallion was able to get out and is now on a scoring pass and through for 4 points. I feel like Italian Stallion, a lot of these skaters, if you let them get that momentum, they're just gonna weave their way through. They're gonna find that space. You gotta slow them down and not let them get to that momentum. Slice is out of the penalty box and back in the pack, but at the back of the pack, getting slowed down by the IC Bruisers blockers. Pancake with a great hit, almost getting Slice out of bounds, but not quite. Stallion has scored 8 points now and is coming into the box. Again, Diamond getting another penalty. That is going to bring Diamond to 6. So Diamond's going to have to watch those penalties. Slice is through again for the first 4 points. Stallion is headed to the penalty box, it looks like. Or maybe just skated out of bounds. Let's see. Let's see if Slice sits down in the or Italian Stallion sits in the penalty box. Or yep. We will start the next jam with a power jam for St. Louis Hellbenders. And we've got not very many blockers out on the track. We got 2 IC Bruisers blockers in the box and 1 St. Louis. So this is an advantage, a pack advantage for St. Louis, but St. Louis has just tumbled over each other, unfortunately, and Martin Malter is going to have to try to find her way out as this pack is stretching apart. Martin takes a hit from Corn Dog, who's going to pull Martin back. Martin goes in, realizes that that was going to be a cut, and smartly, the ref had his whistle in his mouth and was getting ready to blow it, and then kind of went, when she decided to yield. I think that ref wanted to blow that whistle, but she was like, I'm yielding. So she is now stuck in a literal straight line of 3 blockers. The pivot coming up to say, I'll take it. I think that's Beeswax. Mahler is trying to pass it. Stallion coming out of the box and getting lead jammer, as Martin had not gotten that established yet. Martin has the star off and is pushing as Stallion comes through to grab 4 points for the IC Bruisers. Martin continuing to try and pass the pivot, but the pivot is headed to the penalty box, so it's going to be kind of hard to pass that. Martin putting the star on. Not able to get much help from the blockers as they have to focus on blocking. 49 trying to help out Martin there. Stallion coming around, weaving through the pack, taking a hit to the outside. So slowing Stallion down. Everybody's getting all tangled up. 4 more points for Italian Stallion. Here comes that pivot for Martin. But the pivot's going to have to go. Ooh, Italian Stallion coming through again. Did the pivot take the start? Yes. But that jam is going to be over. IC Bruisers 239, Hellbenders 42. We are 7 minutes into this last half of the game. And we have more games coming up. We got 3 more games today, so stick around. We're going to be live all day long, and I'm probably going to get progressively loopy, potentially. Sneaky on the line for IC Bruisers and Scorpion for St. Louis Roller Derby. Timeout being called, which means it's time for some more racing jokes. I got better ones. The first game was horrible, but I got better ones. Why should Microsoft, Intel, and NVIDIA get into the motorsport business? They already have the best drivers. I snorted, I'm sorry. Motorsport drivers do not eat before a race. Do you know why?
Indigestion?
Yes, you're right. Indigestion. Oh, that was... Dan. Oh, yeah, Dan already did that one. Well, but anybody new didn't hear it yet, and it's still funny. Why do DJs make terrible drivers? Oh, look at those cute juniors. They're so adorable. Let's feature. Oh, look. Did one of them just do mewing?
I don't know.
You don't know what mewing is, do you? You got to get with the times. Okay, why do DJs make terrible drivers? They keep changing tracks. Why are you rolling your eyes?
Painful.
Yeah, these are better, right, than earlier? They're just groan worthy. All right, who is doing this timeout? This is an official timeout, not a team timeout. So those can go who knows how long. Team timeouts have a specific one. I Eat Bread and Google account having a conversation in the chat. Is your username really Google account? Did you choose that or did Google choose it for you? That's really funny if you chose it. I'm talking to Google. No, I'm talking to the Google account.
Good Lord, help us.
Okay, officials still discussing in a dazzle. Skaters waiting patiently. One of them spinning in circles. For those who do not know, a group of zebras is called a dazzle. So we are looking at a group of zebras in the wild. Watch them as they consider their lives. And derby. And no one is going to tell me what that official review is about, are they? Oh. I guess I don't get to find out. I don't see anybody going to the box, so I guess we're just getting started. Although the box must be full because there's not very many skaters out there. All righty. We got Sneaky as your lead jammer. And Scorpion getting pulled back by Phoenix. Oh, Sneaky breaking apart the pack. Oh, no. Everybody falling. Yeah, that was an unintentional low block penalty on 88 just because they happened to be on the ground and Sneaky kind of tripped over them. And sometimes that happens. You get low blocks for that kind of stuff. Sneaky making it through, getting past the pivot of the Hellbenders. Scorpion at the back of the pack. Gonna have to try and get past Pancakes. Pancakes with a big hit. Sneaky coming around on another scoring pass. Jukes around, gets pushed to the outside and slowed down there by Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit got that cut, I think, on Sneaky. Sneaky did not notice that Jackrabbit was ahead of him when he got pushed out of bounds, and he thought he could go in behind the skater who hit him, but Jackrabbit was really smart to run back and not be seen by Sneaky. Sneaky wasn't so sneaky that time. Aw, maybe next time. Anyway, Jackrabbit took a star pass and is now the jammer for the St. Louis Hellbenders. Looks to the bench to ask. I see a C on Jackrabbit, so Jackrabbit is the captain. I always like to point out who the captain is because they do a lot of things that you don't necessarily see. As a former captain myself, I know that we try to keep spirits up and be a good leader. So good job for Jackrabbit being the captain. I don't know who the captain is of the Icy Bruisers for this game. I'll look for a C. Sneaky back in and through. Wait, another penalty? What's this one? A high block. No, that's not a high block. No, it's a low block. And we are going to take a quick break for injury. We will be right back. Hello, we are back. That skater is headed off to sit with the medics for a minute and take a second, but we always like to see skaters skate over to the medics. So we really appreciate our medics always being nearby, right track side for us to be able to help keep our skaters doing okay. All right, an official review is happening. Oh, okay, so the captain of IC Bruisers is 612. Diamond. Oh. Diamond can't get one more penalty. Otherwise, Diamond has to give captain to someone else. Because Diamond's at 6 penalties. There's a lot of diamonds in the roller derby world. There's Diamond on Black Diaspora, which Diamond that we know from Circle City also skates on Black Diaspora sometimes. And then there's this Diamond. Yeah, the Diamond is the founder of Black Diaspora. They came to Small Town Smackdown with a little tiny dog. Yeah. So there's that Diamond. There's Diamond from Circle City and Race City and the USA Roller Derby team. And now there's this Diamond. And I bet you someone in the chat knows at least one more Diamond. We'll see. I'm not sure what's being official reviewed, but they're talking very seriously about it. So when an official review happens, both captains go and both coaches go, and they discuss. You know what I really like to see here that I don't see happening in adult roller derby very often? During the official review, the two teams are talking to each other and being friendly, and the captains are talking to each other. And I really like that because what I usually see is the team, they go back to their respective benches, or they wait just the captain and the coach with each other, but they're talking with each other, and that just shows a respect and camaraderie that I'm definitely noticing across. Oh, look at that fist bump. Did you see that? That I'm definitely noticing across teams. Even as we were coming back from halftime, one team was going past the other team, and they were all saying, "Good job, you're doing a great job." Or, you know, like you can just tell that they have the healthy respect for each other, and it's great. And they're dancing, of course. Michael says Bona has her serious official face on today. Yes, Bona is head. What is it called? Crew ref head. Okay, Richie, who's in a suit, which you got to see. I got to get him on screen sometime because Richie is in an amazing suit. Richie is our tournament head official. And then Bona is one of our head refs, and Tough Tone is the other one for the cruise, whatever that's called.
Blue was looking for them to take away the penalty on Blue 8 for a low block because they felt like they were down already.
Okay.
Derby play, and White 9-9, which was the jammer, is actually going to get the penalty as illegal contact with the
On a down skater. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Oh, they were doing the chicken dance, I eat bread says. And they retain. Okay, so Blue was asking for the low block that happened over in between turn 1 and turn 2. They felt that wasn't a low block because the skater was already down. Remember how I talked about that? Oh, there's Richie's suit. Thank you for showing Richie's suit. I thought Michael Kwan would appreciate Richie's suit. It also has a vest that matches. It's amazing. Thank you, Michael. Crew head referee. I said the right words, but in the wrong order. I got it. Yep, they told me. Thank you. Okay, so since the skater in blue was already down, actually what happened was they took the low block away. They did agree that skater was already down. So now White 9-9, the jammer, will be assessed a illegal contact penalty for tangling up with a skater who was down. So we are going to have to take a power jam. We're going to have a power jam with Blue after this, and they are going to they retain their official reviews. That was a really good use of an official review by Blue to not only get that penalty taken away, but to give a penalty. Yes, St. Louis is Blue. I just use the same. When the officials talk to me, I start calling them Blue and White. So I should probably. I'm speaking in their language. Michael says I'm going to have to take his officiating classes at RollerCon, learn more about how all the moving parts work. Michael, do you know how many times I have learned these things? I will. I will come take your classes, and I will nod, and I will take notes, and I will learn all the things, and then I will promptly forget them anytime I'm on air. That's why I have my cheat sheets, and that's why I have you in the chat. Okay, I'll see you later, Michael. Thank you for being here. I hope somebody else can help while you're gone. Don't laugh, serious. You're not much help over there. You also never played derby. You didn't do all the derby things that I have done. That yes, you make the cameras go. Oh, did you just see Mel? The NSO, Mel and Bona were both running to the middle, and it was very cute. All right. This whistle does not start the jam. That means we have got 30 seconds for them to get out there and for St. Louis to hopefully take advantage of this power jam. Score is St. Louis 44, IC Bruisers 250. And who are we going to have for our jammer for St. Louis? That is Slice. Smart move on St. Louis there. Slice is the highest scoring jammer so far of St. Louis, and so that is probably a decision I would make too if I was coaching. And Slice did get lead jammer, it looks like, but got a little swallowed up in the pack. Oh, with a little jump over a skater, cleanly gets that lead jammer status and is out of the pack. And another, oh, that was like a straight pecs jump. That was beautiful by Slice to grab 4 points. Slice is coming around as Pancake is waiting in the penalty box, or Pancake is in the penalty box, as is the jammer, who is Sneaky. Those two are about to come out of the penalty box. Slice has scored 4 points so far, is on her second pass. Unfortunately, Google account, we cannot blast any music for motivation because we would get a copyright strike. Best I can do is go do 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 do. I don't think I'm going to get a copyright strike for doing that. Sneaky is out of the box and in the pack and trying to get out of the pack. Takes a hit to the outside, and Floof is going to pull Sneaky all the way to the very back. Sneaky holding. Oh, Floof was pretty sure he had the penalty there, but did not get called, and refs can't call penalties they don't see. Slice coming in, and another apex jump, but takes a little tumble and calls the jam. That was pretty. Was that like three apex jumps? Oh, Google account gave me sad face. I'm sorry, I can't play trap song, Trap Queen. I don't know what these things are. I'm old. Okay, Ruthless on the line, up against somebody whose number I can't see. So we'll find out in a minute. Voltar. Oh, the one that I still don't know if Voltar is a transformer or if Voltar is, where is Voltar from? I recognize that name, I just don't know where from. Voltar is out and is your lead jammer. Floof is headed to the penalty box. No, that's not Floof. That's Beeswax. I don't know. Anyway. Voltar's coming around. That pack is speeding up. Ruthless was thinking about taking that star off. Has got all 4 blockers to contend with. Floof getting through for 4 points for the IC Bruisers. Yeah, that was Beeswax who had that penalty. All right, Voltar through again. Voltar in the pack again, having scored 12 points, is eligible to score up to 16 on this pass. But oh, what a beautiful move there. That was Chicken Little, who slowed down Voltar and forced the call off there. Phoenix is jamming for IC Bruisers, and it looks like this is going to be a power jam as somehow Slice went to the box. I don't think I saw it, so I'm not sure what happened there, but Slice is going to wait in the box for up to 30 seconds. So this is an opportunity for the IC Bruisers. They're going to try and clear out that middle or the inside line. Unfortunately, Who was that with that beautiful pullback there? Savage Patch Kid was on to them and was able to slow things down. So Phoenix was not able to grab that lead jammer yet because Savage Patch Kid is, oh, another one. But this time Phoenix was able to stay inbounds and grab lead jammer status. Ruthless is out of the box and rejoining the pack, but still on her initial. So she will not be able to score points until she goes through the pack once. Phoenix currently is on a scoring pass and eligible to score points, getting some nice offense there, clearing out the inside line for him. That was beautiful offense by Jaws from IC Bruisers to help Phoenix get through. Another power jam? Oh no, Ruthless is headed to the box again, so this is gonna be a double power jam. Nope, this is gonna be a Shanana jam as Phoenix is gonna go to the box for a back block, and Phoenix is gonna now sit in the box. Ruthless is gonna stand, and then Phoenix is only gonna sit for as long as Ruthless sat. So that's what happens when two jammers go to the box at roughly the same time, and everybody on the track got to breathe for like 2 seconds. Phoenix is at the back of the pack. Ruthless is working her way to the front of the pack, getting slowed down. Oh, these juniors hit so hard. It looks, well, speaking of, I just saw a whole bunch of hard hits happening. So we are going to take a quick break for an injury timeout. I was noticing some hard hits happening there, and so we're going to take just a second and let the medics kind of help out the skater. We'll be right back. Crowd applauds as the skater is skating over to the medics area. Looks like it might have been a shoulder injury or some sort of a hit that happened to the shoulder, so the medics are going to take care of that skater, and we are going to get back to Derby. We're about halfway through this second half, and I checked on the kids during that little break, and they said that there's only one child that has been answering my texts all day, so I asked if the second one was around, and all I got was he's awake and the other one is fine. So I guess the kids are good. They're in charge of the dogs this weekend and so far are doing very well. We left them with lots of freezer meals and ramen. And some bread. We gave them some bread and a bunch of Gatorade. All right, anyway, our kids are doing fine. Sneaky is also doing fine because Sneaky is your lead jammer for the IC Bruisers. Martin Malter is jamming for the Hellbenders, but past the star. Very nicely done to get out, and Beeswax is now your jammer. And Beeswax is approaching the pack. Sneaky looks like not gonna call it. Finds a way through, gets all 4 points, and then calls it. Beeswax hoping he was able to steal a few points there. Looks like he got 2. So that brings the Hellbenders to 56 and the IC Bruisers to 279. Smasher, or I Eat Bread, told us the last time the Bruisers and the Hellbenders played, it was 73 to 379. So Hellbenders are getting, you know, it looks like the Hellbenders are likely doing a little bit better than they did last time they played IC Bruisers. Because IC Bruisers had, I don't know, can they get 100 points in 15 minutes? I think they got 100 points in the first, 5 minutes of the game. So I think the answer is yes. Juniors jumping on their toe stops. They're so rubber. I love it. They're great. All right. Is this still the injury timeout that we're? It turned into an official review now?
Your brain
My brain skipped some stuff. Oh, I skipped a whole jam, didn't I? This is only the second game of 5 today. I got this. My brain's going to work all the way. All the way till, what, like 7 or 8 o'clock? All right, we got, I think that's Floof on the line for St. Louis and Voltar for IC Bruisers. Slice? Oh, it's Slice. I just saw hair and I thought it was Floof, but just hair, because Floof has all the hair. Oh, Floof is out. Floof's hair is green. I should have noticed. Okay, Slice is your lead jammer and currently scoring points. Oh, everybody falling down a little bit. Slice is gotten 4 points and is headed around. Voltar is in the box. This is a power jam for St. Louis, but hardly anybody's out on the track. Everybody wants to take a little break in the penalty box. Slice needs to get, oh, that was beautiful. Ducked under the pivot. Who is that? 16. Corn Dog to get through and grab 4 more points, bringing the total to 8. Voltar is now out of the box and through on his initial, and Slice decides to call that jam after getting 4 more points, bringing Hellbender's total to 68. If you have not yet liked and subscribed, we would love to have more subscribers. We are doing Derby practically every weekend over the next 3 months. So we have lots of Derby to come. We've already published our April schedule. We'll be publishing our May schedule whenever he's in charge. I don't know. Whenever Sirius posts it. But if you're a member, you get to see it like a week before the non-members. 2 weeks? Oh, you're going to go real early with the members. 2 whole weeks? Ooh. As soon as you know what our schedule is for, I think we're close to having our May schedule finalized, I think. So we're going to be a few places at the rest of April, and we're going to be very busy. We've got a few tournaments on the books, so I think we have a tournament every month for the next few months. We do, serious. Don't worry, we'll take them one at a time. But today we are here at the Speedway Smackdown. Once we have our next game, that will be our last team to have their first game. So Pittsburgh is the only team that has not played yet, so they will play in the next game against IJRD, who won their game this morning against Black-N-Bluegrass. So once Pittsburgh has played, we'll be able to have our first initial set of rankings and be able to see kind of where things are kind of shaken out with this tournament. We appreciate our camera people who are helping us out, being on camera and making sure we get all those good angles of all the skaters and being able to see them. And, oh, do I have any more jokes? Of course I do. Of course I do. Let's see. Remember, this weekend we are doing racing jokes because this is the Speedway Smackdown. So these are racing. And why are there no snowmen racing in F1? Because they never make it through the warm-up. Because they melt. I know it's horrible, but it's good. It's good horrible. Why do electric cars finish the race early? Because they're racing on a short circuit. These are good puns. Come on, serious. You gotta admit it. Okay, I'll do one more. What do you call a speedster made of French bread? Baguette. Oh, a Bugatti. That makes more sense. I was thinking like a baguette. Bugatti. That makes... Bugatti. It rhymes with spaghetti. Okay, fine. I'll give you one more. Why are snail speedsters painted with a big S on the hood. Because fans get to shout, "Look at that S-car go." That one literally made you yell, "Oh my God."
So bad.
It's so good, not so bad. It's so good. It's so something. I don't know. All right. This has been going for 3.5 minutes this time out as the Dazzles discuss whatever it is they're discussing. Jammers keeping themselves warm. And we have lots of games to play. 3 more today, and then 5 tomorrow. And that schedule will show up during all the half times and in between games. We've also got the roster, so you can see who all we're watching during this tournament and all sorts of other fun little things that we've got. The chat is enjoying the jokes, serious. Just so you know. Be glad you didn't hear the jokes from the first game. Those ones didn't even make sense. I had to pull out I have an emergency pack of dad jokes, just in case there's an emergency. And we are about to get back to the Derby. Woohoo! All right, Stallion is going to be jamming against Beeswax. Air 404 just literally looked at Beeswax and pointed towards the wall and said, "Look over there," which I think is a great defensive move. You know, if you just say, "Look over there," maybe the jammer will look over there and forget that they are playing a game. Stallion is your lead jammer, and coming into the pack on a scoring pass, finding some space on the inside to grab 4 points. Beeswax has to get past 404, was almost out, took a little tumble, and then got called on a track cut. Thought they were okay, but ended up having a track cut, and so this is going to be a power jam for IC Bruisers out of Iowa. All right, pack is slowing down, which usually happens with a power jam. Stallion getting some help from their blockers, who are trying to create some space on the inside line, and they are able to do so, and Stallion gets through for 4 more points. We got 12 minutes left in this game, but don't worry, there's lots more Derby coming. If you're enjoying the jokes and you're enjoying the Derby, you can always become a member, or you can also send a super chat if you just want to support what we're doing, or support one of the skaters and you want to shout out somebody. You can send a super chat and we will put it up on the screen for everybody to see, as long as it's, you know, clean and appropriate and all that good stuff. We'll put it up, and then when the skaters are watching this back later, they will see your super chat that you sent, and you can also feel happy because you helped support a small business that is trying to bring Derby to the world. Sneaky on the line for IC Bruisers, and will be jamming against, Jaws, who nope, not Jaws. Martin Mahler. I was going to say Jaws hasn't jammed. Yep, that's right, Aria, because you were looking at the wrong sheet. There are 2 number 4s. All right, Martin Mahler, who we have seen jam, is going to be jamming for St. Louis. Lead jammer status is going to go to Sneaky. Martin Mahler is still in the pack. Sneaky is through on a first scoring pass, grabbing 4 points. Martin Mahler is stuck back there against Jaws, 4 versus 4. Jaws is doing great one-on-one blocking there against Martin Mahler to hold Martin back. Sneaky through for another 4 points. .59 from St. Louis, doing some good offense to try and help Martin Mahler through. That's, I don't know how, Viperidae? I'm going to go with that. Ellie, I know you love Marley Schwartz. Okay, that's what I was going to ask. I was like, who's Marley Schwartz? But it's Martine Mahler, who we've been watching jam. So that's who you're excited to see. Okay. I was like, I don't see a Marley Schwartz on the list. But that's because I only have Derby names written down, not real names. Okay, Sneaky is through for another 4 points. We are at 20. Remember, the highest scoring jam so far in this game has been 26 by Slice from St. Louis. This is going to be Sneaky's first jam over 20 points. Sneaky currently at 24. Martin Mahler still, did pass the star to Cherry Bomb, who is out of the pack and is now the jammer for St. Louis. Sneaky decides to call the jam, but not before scoring 28 points, taking the crown away from Slice. This is the highest scoring jam of this game. Sneaky holding that honor. What are you pointing at, Sirius? You're just pointing at skaters. I don't know. The fact that they're there? Oh, she's the best person alive. Oh, wow. That's high praise, Ellie. But then Google Cat says you haven't met my goat. You guys are funny. All right, Jackrabbit pulling Voltar back, which allows Slice to get lead jammer. Maybe Slice wants the highest jam points back since it just got stolen by Sneaky. Okay, Slice is through for 4 points for St. Louis. Voltar is through for 4 points for IC Bruisers. Slice, beautiful offense there to break through those 2 front blockers for IC Bruisers to grab 4 more points. And we are going to continue to run it. Voltar also through, so we are 8-8 in terms of points for this jam. Slice has 1 skater to get past. Did a little bit of a step out, but was able to get back in. And is through for 12. Voltar also through for 12. They are just meeting each other point for point here. Oh! Voltar taking a trajectory hit. That was physics. Made him fly. Hellbenders, guess what? Hellbenders, you have now officially scored more points in this game than you did in the last game against IC Bruisers, in which you scored 73 points. You are now at 80 to IC Bruisers 335 with 7 minutes left. So you can give yourselves a pat on the back, regardless of how this game ends, to say you know you did better this time than you did last time. So every time trying to do a little bit better when you play these teams. How close are Iowa and Missouri? I bet they play each other a lot. Are those states next to each other? I should know this. I haven't done like American geography in a long time. I think Iowa's near Missouri. Iowa's higher. Missouri's down lower. They might not be that. Okay, I'm gonna focus on Derby. All right. Oh. Floof getting a back block and headed to the box. Beeswax jamming for the Hellbenders. Italian Stallion in the box and standing for IC Bruisers. Beeswax is through as lead jammer and eligible to score. Stallion is released from the box and will now be on their, I believe, still on their initial, so not eligible to score points yet. And that jam will be called. Did the Hellbenders get any points there? No points scored by either team. 5 minutes left in this game, and then we will be back for another game, which starts at game 3, 1 o'clock. That's 30 minutes away. It might not start at 1 o'clock. What do you think? Serious? You think it's going to be close?
It will not be.
I don't know. You don't think it's going to be 1 o'clock? Probably not. They have to do awards and things like that. Fun things. Ruthless jamming against Sneaky. Sneaky sneaking his way through to get lead jammer for the IC Bruisers. Ruthless trying to find some space on the inside. Takes a hit from the pivot and is forced back. Meanwhile, Sneaky able to get through the pack for 4 points for the IC Bruisers. Oh, Sneaky taking a hit to the outside and forced to recycle. What penalty is that that's being called? And we also had a little bit of a tumble there. I think we might be calling this jam for an injury. So we will be back in just a moment. All right, we are back. That skater is being walked over to the medic's tent and is going to be given a look over to make sure that they're doing okay. And we are going to get back to the last 5 minutes of this game, and then we'll take a short break before our next game. There's a lot of food here too, so we could maybe even go on the hunt for food. But we have food here that was given to us as well, so they're taking such good care of us here. It's wonderful. All right, we're going to get started. It looks like we have a power jam. So Slice is going to be jamming for St. Louis, and Sneaky is starting to jam in the box. So Slice coming out with lead jammer for St. Louis, while Sneaky waits. Icy Bruisers moving to the front to get ready to try and block Slice, who's trying to get some help from... Yep, that was very smart of St. Louis there. They forced a no-pack, and Slice was able to pull the front blockers apart. Sneaky is now out of the box and able to do a spin and stay inbounds to avoid a hit and get out of the pack, as Slice is currently on her second scoring pass. Sneaky is going to try to sneak some points here before Slice calls it. Slice doesn't look like she's planning on calling it, though. Oh, nope, they both got those 4 points, and that will be the end of the jam. We're probably going to have 1 or 2 more jams in this game. I'm very proud of St. Louis Hellbenders, who, as I told you before, the last game they played, it was a 379-73, and we are 3 minutes left, looking at a 343-88. So definitely putting some chips in as they chip away at the what is the thing called? Between two teams, the spread. Chipping away at the spread. Okay, Voltar is out, and your lead jammer for IC Bruisers, as Martin Mahler is trying to get through a tough tripod and takes a hit to the outside and is going to be forced all the way back. Voltar coming in on a second scoring pass, does a little apex hop, and is able to get through. I heard somebody saying the best way to avoid an apex jump is to not stop on the apex. And there's another one to demonstrate. They're still on the apex, so Voltar is going to continue to jump it. Now they are not, but what if they end up stuck on the other apex? That's a whole nother problem. Martin Malter is, past the star, I think. Voltar is through, got slowed down a little bit by Smash. Cherry Bomb is now the jammer for St. Louis. Voltar through. That brings Voltar to 20 points in this jam. Voltar has scored 24 points in a jam earlier in this game, but Voltar is going to go to the penalty box. So 20 is all that Voltar is going to end at because, well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So Cherry Bomb now has a power jam. It takes a hit to the outside, but the person who hit her out is getting a high block. Trying to do a little truck and trailer there to follow one of her blockers to get her out. Now that we're trying to pull those blockers out of play, Cherry Bomb gets pushed a little bit to the outside, but is just trying to pull those blockers forward. Voltar comes out of the box and grabs another few points, bringing Voltar to 24, tying Voltar's last large jam. So he's had two 24-point jams in this game. That brings the IC Bruisers to 367. With 56 seconds remaining, we are going to have one more jam in this game, and then we'll take a short break before our next game. If you have not a timeout being taken by someone, official timeout. Just an official timeout. We're just taking a little second here. And we're going to get going again. Sneaky up against Jackrabbit for this likely last jam of the game. Jackrabbit and Sneaky both out. Sneaky is getting called on a track cut. Jackrabbit excited to have a power jam for St. Louis, as Sneaky is going to wait in the penalty box. Jackrabbit's hoping to score some points here. Going to come up against Diamond, who is going to get, beautiful holding there by Slice. Holding Diamond to open some space for Jackrabbit to get through to grab those 4 points. Sneaky is standing in the penalty box. Period clock is about to run out, so this will for sure be the last jam of this game. Jackrabbit is the lead jammer, so she gets to decide when this game is over, either by letting the clock run out or by hitting her hips. Sneaky is in the pack and just bouncing all around, trying to get through at the back of this pack, as Jackrabbit has been slowed down at the front of this pack and decides to call the jam, but not before bringing the Hellbenders to 92 points. Nope, 94 points. Very great job, Hellbenders. So St. Louis finishing that game with an unofficial score of 94 to the IC Bruisers 367. Great job to both teams. We will be taking a short break, and then we will be back with our last team that we haven't seen yet in this tournament. We're going to have Pittsburgh playing against the home team of the Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. Tune in then and go grab your snacks and come on back for more roller derby. See you in a few. Good afternoon and welcome to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at the Hendricks County Fairgrounds in Danville, Indiana, where we are enjoying a delightful day of roller derby action. We are following 5 amazing teams over the course of this weekend as they battle to become the champion of the Speedway. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass, Bruisers, St. Louis Roller Derby, and Pittsburgh Roller Derby. The game that we are about to watch is our third game of 5 games today, and we are going to be seeing IJRD play Pittsburgh. This morning, IJRD was victorious in their game against Black-N-Bluegrass, and they will be playing Pittsburgh, who we have not seen yet today. So should be an exciting matchup. And after this game, we will have our first initial set of wins versus losses, and we'll be able to start seeing how things are shaping up with this tournament. We've been having a great time telling all sorts of fun jokes. Of course, our jokes this time are speed-based. They are racing-based and tons of fun. And we've been having fun talking with all of you here in the chat. So if you are just joining us for the first time, go ahead and say hello and tell us where you are cheering from. And we are getting ready to get started here with this next game. We are Derby Date Night. I am Aria Kidding Me on the mic, and I've got my forever Derby date, Sirius Lee, behind the scenes, doing all the technical cool things and really making this whole thing happen. I just show up and talk. So we're going to watch some Derby and have some fun and learn some things. Right? Sirius? Sirius is nodding. Yep. Derby Date Night, we do live streaming all over the Midwest. We are live almost every weekend for the next 3 months. This is the beginning of our huge season of Derby. So if you want to see more roller derby streaming, be sure to like and subscribe. You can find us on YouTube, you can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and we have a website, derbydatenight.com, where you can find us as well. And I will tell you in a little bit about our membership program. We also accept super chats. If that is something that you want to shout out a skater and support them, you can always send us a super chat, and all proceeds will help Derby Date Night continue to bring what we think is some of the best roller derby in the Midwest and beyond. Not really beyond. We haven't made it that far yet. But maybe someday. We have made it just barely out of Indiana. So we're continuing to evolve. All right, we are getting ready to get started. I think we are waiting on potentially some refs. I don't think we have a full crew right now. We've got some wonderful refs working this tournament. They have 2 crews, so they are taking turns. So the refs will do one game, then take a break for a game, and then do another game. And that's really nice for them to get breaks. We are also, this tournament is sponsored by, one of the sponsors is Culver's, and I was able to go during the break and grab some burgers from Culver's, so that was really nice to be able to get some snacks and be able to nosh a little bit. What do you think we're waiting for, Sirius? You don't know? Standings, something. We could look at standings. Do you have standings? Oh, they're introducing people. Do you have the rosters? Or am I asking too much? Oh, do we have EPLT? We don't even know if we have EPLT working. We'll find out. Oh, there we go. There's your rosters for the IJRD All-Stars out of Pittsburgh. I love that title, IJRD. And we've got Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby as well.
Are the X's for the ones not participating?
All right, well, we're excited to see these skaters and see how this matchup goes. And we are 30 seconds away from getting started. We have got Evil C on the line for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. And we've got Bigfoot 55 on the line for Pittsburgh. Both jammers hitting the pack. A little bit of a tumble, everybody falling down. Evil C managing to stay on his feet and find some space on the outside line. Evil C is your lead jammer. However, Bigfoot has gotten out as well and is in front of Evil C and is going to force Evil C to call off the jam and gives a fist bump to the other jammer. I love the camaraderie between these teams. I've been noticing it all day, and it is lovely to see. Just really enjoying seeing that. Ref Biz was checking out the floor. I think there was something on the floor. Biz is making sure it's okay. And we have got Punky Bruiser is up against Sirius. I love the fact that there's a skater named Sirius because you're Sirius and now there's a Sirius. Love it. Punky Bruiser getting pulled back by a blocker from Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Sirius trying to pull that pack to the front up on toe stops with a little bit of a spin is out and will be your lead jammer for this jam. Soul Crusher sees Sirius coming. Sirius jukes around Soul Crusher on a scoring pass. Punky Bruiser is out of the pack and will be eligible to score when Punky comes around. Sirius is through for 4 points, sees that Punky is out, and calls the jam. And timeout is being called. Official timeout, looks like. So we'll take a small little break. It's so quiet. The whole place just like went completely silent. It's not just because I'm not talking. The whole place is quiet. Right? Yeah? Okay. I'm supposed to fill the void?
Yeah.
Well, I want to, but then they might start again. So really, I have to have only 30 seconds of content at a time.
This is your choice for content.
This is my choice. This is not a good choice of content.
No.
We've stopped a lot in the past 5 minutes. I've been doing a lot of good filling. And if it goes too much longer, I might just start telling jokes. We all know that's what I always go to. And everybody loves the bad jokes. We have good roller derby, bad jokes. That's what we are known for. I think the jokes are good. Some of them, though, I would agree. Not so much. There we go. 30 seconds until we get started. Mighty Mouse on the line for IJRD, and I think that's Bigfoot again for Pittsburgh. Bigfoot juking to the inside. Mighty Mouse trying to find space on the outside. And Bigfoot is out as your lead jammer, but Mighty Mouse is going to be right on Bigfoot's tail, and these two jammers are going to race to the pack. The pack is also speeding up. Slowing down a little bit on the apex. Bigfoot jukes to the outside and hits his hips, indicating the jam is ending. Mighty Mouse was not able to score any points, and Bigfoot was able to grab 1 point from Pittsburgh. Julie says, that's my goat. Who's your goat? Now, the last chat was talking about a goat, but I think they were talking about a real goat. Are you talking about a greatest of all time goat? I don't know. Vic says the live is perfect. Thank you, Vic. Sirius works really hard to put all of this together, and I just try to talk about things. Evil C is jamming for IJRD, and Sirius for the Yinzer All-Stars. Sirius at the back of the pack, while Evil C pulls to the front and becomes lead jammer for Indianapolis. Sirius is out about half a track behind Evil C. Evil C approaching the pack. Swinging to the outside, deciding to bust through the pack, grabbing all 4 points and calling the jam, keeping Pittsburgh scoreless. This is a 1-point game. Bigfoot on the line again. They're just, I mean, it's just, I wonder if this game is just going to be Bigfoot, Sirius, Bigfoot, Sirius. We'll see. And Punky Bruiser for IJRD. Punky getting stuck in a tripod. Lilyhammer trying to do some offense. Bigfoot juking to the inside, to the outside, and to the inside to get lead jammer status for Pittsburgh. Punky took a tumble. Bunch of people on the ground, but is able to find some space and gets out. Meanwhile, Bigfoot has grabbed all 4 points, but unfortunately gets a track cut, and this will be a power jam for Punky Bruiser and IJRD. As Bigfoot sits in the penalty box, this is an opportunity. Punky is on a scoring pass right now. Punky trying to find some space, looking for some offensive help. IJRD tries to clear out that inside line, is unsuccessful. Punky going to the outside, takes a hit. Is able to come back in bounds. Trying to get through a tripod of blockers. As Bigfoot is standing in the penalty box, will be released shortly. Punky is not, oh, there it is. Punky has scored 4 points. Bigfoot has been released from the box. IJRD has taken the lead, except I think it's about to be taken back as Bigfoot, ooh, big hit, gets 4 points of his own for Pittsburgh. Punky is trying to respond with some point. Yep, there it is, 4 points for Punky. This jam is going to go for 30 more seconds because there is no lead jammer. And no one is eligible to be lead jammer. Ooh, Bigfoot avoiding some great hits from IJRD, managing to stay upright and in bounds, getting all 4 points. Punky needing to pass one blocker and is able to do so for 4 points. They are just like Bigfoot sees some space on the inside line and takes it, grabbing 4 points of his own. The pack is speeding up. They're probably tired of being passed by the jammers. Both jammers scoring 12 points in that jam. We still have a 1 point game. This is going to be fun. Okay, chat, does anybody know, have these two teams played each other before? Because I know Iowa City, who just played in the last game, they were letting me know that the last time they played Pittsburgh, they lost to Pittsburgh. So they were hoping for some redemption because those two are going to be playing each other again later. But I don't know about IJRD and Pittsburgh and whether or not they have played each other before and what that outcome was like. All right, Mighty Mouse jamming for the All-Stars, getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack. Sirius, meanwhile, is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse getting pulled to the back by Rubinator. Mighty Mouse finding a tripod and getting pushed again and pulled to the back as Sirius has scored 4 points and is coming into the pack on a second scoring pass. I think might have just gotten a back block. Oh, a forearm? No, somebody else has a forearm. Okay, it's a power jam for IJRD and Mighty Mouse. Since Sirius was, ooh, a big hit from the pivot on the Pittsburgh team. That I think is a penalty of some sort. Oh, we have EPLT. They took it away last game, so. Oh, they haven't, Julie? They've never played each other? Ooh, this is fun. All right, so we got a bunch of Pittsburgh skaters in the box right now. What is an E? A leg block. We've got a leg block, a back block, and a forearm. We're covering all of the parts of the body with the penalties right now. 263 from IJRD headed to the penalty box on a high block. Mighty Mouse is out of the pack and has scored 4 points. Both skaters have scored 4 points. This jam is going to go for 30 more seconds. Both jammers approaching the pack. Mighty Mouse juking around one blocker, has one more to get through. And Sirius sneaks through and grabs both skaters grabbing 4 points there. Yinzer Dead All-Stars have outscored IJRD by 4 points so far in this jam. Another 4 points for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse is also through for 4 points of her own. Sirius trying to score some points before that jam timer runs to an end, and he was able to grab 2 more, extending that lead to 7 points, having scored 18 points in that jam to Mighty Mouse's 12. The highest scoring jam we've seen this tournament so far was 28, right? Sirius? I think there was a 28 in the last game. So Sirius just got an 18. Timeout being called by Pittsburgh. One of my favorite things is when teams call a timeout early, because a lot of times when you get to like the 5th or 6th jam, things are starting to kind of get a little like, oh, things are happening. Like you just kind of get swallowed up in the game of Derby, and it's kind of nice to take a minute and go, okay, let's settle, let's think, let's figure out what our strategy is, let's make sure we're staying with it. So this is probably a good break right now for both teams. while I find Sirius, and I'm just writing down that he had 18 points. Keeping track of who has the biggest jams here. That's nice, Julie. She says, unless it was a super long time ago. Vic saying, one pack, one team, keep it together. It's going to be a great fun game. Those of you who don't know Derby Date Night, we are a husband and wife team who love roller derby. I used to play. He's always watched and used to videotape me and our team, just us, just with one single camera, and does this for his real job, and said, when I retired, said, you know what, I think we should do this, like, we should travel and live stream, and it would be fun, and more people could see roller derby, and I want you to announce. And I said, I don't know about that, and now look at where we are. Quite fun. Great derby happening there between Bigfoot and Evil C, who have both gotten out of the pack. Bigfoot just ahead of Evil C with lead jammer status. The pack is racing. Bigfoot ducks around Lilyhammer and hits his hips, and Evil C was able to sneak 1 point there while Bigfoot grabbed 2. If you have not liked and subscribed, please do so. We are always looking to grow our channel and grow our supporters. And if you like what we're doing and you want to support us, you can always join as a member, and you'll get a really cool little wheel next to your name, along with some other cool bonus things that you get when you are a member, along with just knowing that you're supporting our little venture here. Or you can even send a super chat to support one of your skaters that is out there skating. I'm keeping track of who is getting super chats and who's going to be getting the most. So if you want to send somebody a super chat, we will feature it up on the big screen. Punky Bruiser is your lead jammer for IJRD. Sirius is about half a track behind. Punky is hitting the pack and weaving through, trying to find some space, and decides to call the jam, hoping that Pittsburgh wasn't able to sneak any points. And it looks like they were. Pittsburgh with 3 and IJRD with 3. Continuing to have a point spread of 8 points. Mighty Mouse on the line for IJRD, and Bigfoot again for Pittsburgh. Have we seen anybody except Bigfoot and Sirius jamming? I don't think so. I think it's just they've just been going every other. These juniors amaze me how much endurance they have. Bigfoot is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse is trying to get some offensive help to get out of the pack, find some space on the outside, has one more blocker to get through. Bigfoot getting a penalty and headed to the box. So this will be another power jam for IJRD. These penalties are killing Pittsburgh. These jammers, Pittsburgh has had lead jam. Oh, he was released. I don't think it was a penalty. So, but still, the penalties are really difficult for Pittsburgh right now, especially these jammer penalties, because I think that the score would be a lot more spread apart if those jammers had not gone to the box. So Pittsburgh really working on keeping those penalties down would be very beneficial to them, because IJRD has really been able to capitalize off of those penalties that have happened. Mighty Mouse able to grab some points there. Pittsburgh outscoring the All-Stars. The IJRD All-Stars outscoring Pittsburgh there 7-6. Can we see the penalties, please? Bigfoot with 2. Sirius with 1. Okay, I mean, they're spreading them out. We've had 9 jams, and so 3 of them we've had jammers have penalties. That's a third. So I would say, you want to be careful. Soul Crusher and Lilyhammer, two of the main blockers for IJRD, with a couple penalties each. You get 6 for free, but once you get 7, oh wow, that is a banana jam if I ever saw one, with everybody just falling down. Both jammers coming out of that pack, and we have a new Pittsburgh jammer who we have not seen before, Punch Buggy, who called the jam since Evil C got out at pretty much the same time. Threw in a new jammer who gets lead jam. I always like that when they get used to the rhythm of the jammers, and so sometimes people will start putting out a specific pack because they're like, well, this pack did better against this jammer, so they get the pack ready, and then the other team all of a sudden is like, hey, here's a jammer you've never seen before. That's a really good way to kind of get people like, wait a second, no, I was used to the other jammer, and it's a very mental game as well as physical derby. Lots of strategy involved. And Bigfoot is your lead jammer up against Punky Bruiser, who was just recycled to the back, trying to find some space on the inside, getting pulled to the back there by El Diablo. Punky trying to recover as Bigfoot has come through to grab 4 points. For Pittsburgh, Punky is out of the pack now. Bigfoot might be thinking about getting a few more points before calling the jam. As Punky is coming around eligible to score, Bigfoot does decide to call the jam. 54-39. We are, oh my gosh, we're halfway through the first period already? They're cruising. Yeah, this is going real fast. I feel like this game, though, isn't as quick, like speed-wise, as the last game. Or maybe I'm just getting used to the pace. They're not going as, yeah, they were going in circles and circles and circles. I feel like these two teams are slowing it down a little bit more, and maybe even just waiting for the jammers as opposed to the racing that was happening in the last game. Sirius is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. We've got Mighty Mouse jamming for IJRD. Oh my gosh, did you see how high that apex jump was? Oh dear, everybody is falling down. Sirius has one blocker to get past. He was able to stay in bounds. Mighty Mouse is out of the pack now and will be eligible to score points if Sirius does not call the jam. Looks like Sirius is gonna run it. Mighty Mouse is through for 4 points, as is Sirius. Oh no, Sirius got a penalty. I forgot to talk, I was just watching. Okay, so this another power jam for IJRD. So Mighty Mouse has scored 8 points and Sirius unfortunately just has to watch and wait and hope that the blockers from Pittsburgh can hold Mighty Mouse as long as they can. Mighty Mouse is struggling against this tripod, which became a duo, and everybody's kind of breaking apart here. I'm hearing penalty whistles. Sirius has been released, so Pittsburgh did a great job of holding Mighty Mouse, and Mighty Mouse has gotten called on a low block, and this will be a shenana jam with both jammers going to the box in one jam, which means no lead jammer, but we only have 15 seconds left. So Sirius is going to try to outscore Mighty Mouse. With 8 seconds left in this jam, Sirius gets through for 4 more points, bringing that to a total of 12. Mighty Mouse still in the box, but standing, so less than 10 seconds left in this penalty. Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh. Gonna be trying to grab lead jammer before Mighty Mouse can get out of the box. Score is 66-49. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, Bigfoot was able to get through on that inside line. Some nice offense being done there by the Pittsburgh team. Mighty Mouse now out of the box, is not eligible to get lead jammer since Bigfoot was able to grab that. Bigfoot trying to draw out that IJRD pack so that he can get through and grab all the points. Takes a hit out to the outside and is forced all the way back by Death Pixie. Nice apex jump with a little bit of a tumble at the end, but he's able to recover and get out with 4 points for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse is taking that star off, having been unsuccessful getting out of the pack, so might be looking to give that star to the pivot as Bigfoot gets through for another 4 points for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse looking for, I can't see who is the pivot. Oh. Sirius is telling me to look at my screen that he gave me since they're far away. Bigfoot has scored 4 more points. Mighty Mouse still has the star in hand. I think Death Pixie is the one with the star on. Bigfoot through for another 4 points, bringing the total to 16 for this jam. Mighty Mouse looking tired, which I would be too, because Mighty Mouse jammed in the last jam too, and is currently jamming. Death Pixie looks ready and poised to try and take that star, but the offense or defense from Pittsburgh seems very aware that a pass might happen, and so they are ready to block Death Pixie as well. Bigfoot, meanwhile, coming through for another 4 points. Mighty Mouse, oh, did you, how do they do that? They're so high up in the air when they do these apex jumps, just beautiful, beautiful, getting so much height. It's just crazy. There was a successful pass to Death Pixie, and the jam time ran out. That was a 28-point jam, tying the highest point jam from the last game. I think we might even, this tournament, see some 30, 32-point jams. A timeout has been called as everybody kind of takes a breather, including us. I am going to tell you some jokes because that's what we do during timeouts here at Derby Date Night. And since we are the Speedway Smackdown tournament here in the town of the Indy 500, these are all going to be racing jokes. Why do Matthew McConaughey fans make terrible NASCAR drivers? Actually, this could be why do roller derby players make terrible NASCAR drivers? Nope. Nope, it's Matthew McConaughey fans. Because they go, all right, all right, all right. Right, right, right. So Matthew McConaughey would also, okay, I get it. Matthew McConaughey, why would he be a terrible roller derby player? Because he goes, all right, all right, all right. And derby players only go left. It's the truth. All right, the refs are getting hot, I think. We've got some fans going, and Biz appears to be helping Wishbone get, I love it when the refs are all just kind of taking care of each other, making sure they're all good to go for the next jam. And we, I only got to tell one joke during that timeout. Disappointing. We'll get more jokes later, don't worry. Don't worry, Sirius. I know you're so sad. All right, Punch Buggy on the line again for Pittsburgh up against Punky Bruiser. Punky doing some zigzag, just trying to get them off balance to get out of this pack. Punch Buggy taking a big hit from Soul Crusher, pushing Punch Buggy out, but Punch Buggy able to come back in. Punky Bruiser being pulled back by Lakeinator and being held now by Strawberry Jam. No lead jammer has been established yet. Punch Buggy still trying to find some space, has got to get past these IJRD blockers, is able to do so, and becomes your lead jammer. The star has been passed for IJRD to Soul Crusher, who will now be the jammer for IJRD as Punch Buggy comes in on a scoring pass, finds Lilyhammer and Punky Bruiser, and decides to call the jam, but not before scoring 3 points for Pittsburgh. They're sniffing at that 100 mark, looking for that century score. Bigfoot and Evil C on the line, giving each other a nice fist bump before they jam against each other. And that penalty box is empty, so we have all 4 blockers from both teams on the track. Loving seeing that penalty box empty because it has been so full all day, so it's nice to see it empty. Bigfoot getting through as lead jammer. Evil C is only about a half track behind, and we are racing to protect points, but Bigfoot is able to get through, grab those 4 points, and keep Evil C scoreless, bringing Pittsburgh above that 100 mark to 101. Ooh, a new jammer for Pittsburgh. Richie Teaser, we have not seen yet. So this, see, I like this. They're throwing in, they're changing it up just a little bit. Punky Bruiser on the line for IJRD. Penalty box continues to be empty. Like to see that. Richie Teaser able to avoid a hit from Soul Crusher to get out on the outside line and become lead jammer. Punky Bruiser, meanwhile, getting pulled back by Lakeinator. Great one-on-one blocking being done there by Lakeinator. to hold Punky while Richie Teaser comes through and gets 4 points for Pittsburgh. Punky has that star off, might be looking to pass it to Soul Crusher. Sees a space, trying to get around that pivot. Ooh, Pittsburgh doing a beautiful job of reforming around Punky to keep their tripod together while Richie Teaser comes through with another 4 points and is entering the pack again as, again, Punky is getting pulled all the way to the back. Richie Teaser up on toe stops but not able to stay in bounds against Soul Crusher. So Richie Teaser getting pulled back. That star has been passed to Soul Crusher, who will now be the jammer for IJRD. Richie Teaser sees that Soul Crusher is now the jammer, and it looks like we're gonna run this jam. Richie does not appear to be planning on calling it. Soul Crusher engages the pack and gets stuck behind a tripod of blockers for Pittsburgh, is trying to pull them apart, gets pushed out of bounds, and pulled back by Lakeinator. Lakeinator has got that, the thing that I used to love to do, push them out, pull them back. Like, just real quick turnaround and pull them back as far as you can. Soul Crusher has got all 4 blockers to deal with. One more round of points for Yinzer Dead All-Stars to bring them to 117 with only 7.5 minutes left in this game. This has gone so fast. Half. Sorry, I said game again. Thank you for correcting me. Serious?
Long day.
We've got some people. Oh, wow. A lot of people are rooting for Squid-A. Squidsta, Squid-A. I didn't see a squid. Who's that? What number are they? I don't see a squid on the list. Who's Squid? Bigfoot is your lead jammer, but Evil C is passing Bigfoot. Let's see, is Bigfoot gonna run this or is he gonna call the jam? Bigfoot's thinking about it. Yep, he's gonna call it. Oh, Evil C with a beautiful apex jump though, but just like a hair after that jam ended. It was still pretty. What do I give people? Squid-A is, oh, Richie Teaser. Squid Day. Oh. I'm curious as to why, but maybe. I don't know if you all know. Inside joke, probably. Richie Teaser is Squid-A. It's fun. Mighty Mouse on the line up against Forest Bump. Oh, another new jammer. Forest Bump. That's adorable. I like that. All right, Forest Bump is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse chasing down Forest Bump. Forest, beautiful moves there to stay in bounds and call that jam after grabbing all 4 points. Birthday boy. It's Forest's birthday. Getting some points for your birthday there. Look at that. Love it. 121 to 52 with a little bit over 5 minutes left in this half. See, serious? I remembered. Evil C and Bigfoot on the line against each other again. We've seen these two paired up a few times. Ooh, both of them finding space at the same time, but Evil C just barely getting out in front. Got some jammer on jammer action happening. Oh my gosh, they both have a similar stride. Look at that. They are fast. Whoo, lordy. They are both in that pack, and Evil C is through. Bigfoot getting slowed down. But both are through for 4 points. Evil C now about a half a track ahead of Bigfoot. These skaters, so talented. Uh-oh. Evil C has lost that lead jammer status and is getting a, I think, low block? A high block. A high block, and so this will be a power jam for Pittsburgh and Bigfoot, exactly what IJRD did not want to happen there. As Evil C waits in the penalty box, Bigfoot has an opportunity. Oh, just literally jumps over all of Lilyhammer to get 4 points for Pittsburgh. As this jam will go the full 2 minutes. We have almost a whole minute left, and no one can be lead jammer because Evil C was lead jammer. All right, Bigfoot having scored 16 points so far. Evil C is out of the box now and eligible to score because he's already scored some points. So he is just needing to get through this pack and is through for 4 more points. Bigfoot also through for 4 points. Both skaters through for 4 points each. Bigfoot at 20 points so far. Both through again for 4 more points. 24-16. Both scored big there, but Pittsburgh outscoring Bigfoot, or Bigfoot outscoring Evil C in that one, 24-16. That is the second over 20-point jam that Bigfoot has had in this game. 3 minutes left in this half. Sirius is up against Punky Bruiser. Sirius trying to do a little bit of a straight pecs jump, but is being pulled back by IJRD blockers, and then is able to pull them apart and weave around them to become lead jammer. Punky Bruiser is about a quarter track behind, both skaters racing to a stopped pack at the apex of turn 1. Sirius taking a hit to the outside and getting pulled back by Soul Crusher. Punky Bruiser, meanwhile, did Punky make it through, or did Punky got a penalty? So Punky is headed to the box. This will be a power jam for Sirius and Pittsburgh. Punky got a forearm. And Sirius sails through the pack to grab 4 more points for Pittsburgh. Oh, untouched. Through on the inside line. Great offense being done there by the Pittsburgh blockers. Punky is standing and will be re-entering the game and is back in the game. Both jammers on the track and scoring points. Less than 2 minutes left in this half. Sirius through for another 4 points. Sirius is at 16 points in this jam. Punky almost out, takes a hit from a blocker and is able to stay in bounds to grab 4 points for IJRD. Oh, big hit from Sirius on one of the IJRD blockers. Sirius is through for 4 points and calls the jam, bringing his total to 20 points. That is his second large jam of the first half, having scored 18 points earlier and just now 20. These skaters can just go. These jammers, they just have endurance for days. Coach Eric heading out to the middle to talk to the refs, but no timeout being called. Mighty Mouse is up against Punch Buggy with less than a minute left. This could be the last jam of the first half. Lead jammer is going to go to Punch Buggy. Mighty Mouse, meanwhile, is being pushed to the outside and pulled all the way back behind the jammer line. Punch Buggy, meanwhile, trying to get around the blockers, is able to do so and stay in bounds on the inside line to grab 4 points for Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Mighty Mouse still struggling in the pack, is taking that star off, might be looking for Lilyhammer. Takes a hit to the inside and is going to be pulled back. Punch Buggy just got a penalty, though, so this will be the last jam of the first half, as this is now a power jam for IJRD. And Mighty Mouse, who is still on her initial. Right now, the defense is going to come out and play some offense for Mighty Mouse, opening up that inside line. Mighty Mouse was able to get through, but there was one blocker left. I think that's Lake. Yep, Lakeinator. Lakeinator is a very good blocker, just everywhere. We have got a super chat. Big Rig is cheering for Pittsburgh. Love my team and my pals. So that is in my own competition that I have made up, Pittsburgh now has 1 point. So we have had, let's see, 1 super chat for Pittsburgh, 1 super chat for the Zebras, our refs, one for Discord, a skater, and one for Derby Date Night, and our third wheels. Thanks, Big Rig. And Pittsburgh must be very excited to be having you cheering for them because they are continuing to score points. Lilyhammer has taken a star pass and is now the jammer for IJRD with 1 second left in this half. That is going to be the end of the first half. Lakin is your idol. I know. Lakin is, I think, my idol, too, because I am just enjoying watching her block. So talented, so good. With that being said, we are going to take a small break because I have been talking nonstop because this action has been nonstop. So I'm going to go be quiet for like 15 minutes, and then I'll be back with more jokes and more roller derby. See you in a few. And welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second half of the third game of day one of the Speedway Smackdown Junior Roller Derby Tournament. At the end of the first half, Coach Eric from IJRD was asking for a directional on 8-10 from Pittsburgh Derby Brats, which was Biohazard. And we are about to hear the result of that request. I don't think 8-10 Biohazard is a jammer. So they're trying to get a penalty. They're trying to start the second half with a penalty on 8-10. And we're about to hear. Tough Tone is going to let us know.
Okay, so in the official review, they were asking for a directional on a Pittsburgh walker. On our discussions, we did not have enough evidence for
the referees did not have enough evidence to issue a penalty on Biohazard. So Eric and IJRD will not retain their review from the first half, but they still have a brand new review now that they can use in the second half. So why not just use that official review, because you get a new one at the beginning of each half. So they both have official reviews. Both teams have 2 timeouts left. And we have some familiar faces on the jam line here. Evil C and Bigfoot are going to be jamming against each other in this first jam of... If the score was 71, it would be a palindrome, Sirius. Oh, here we go. Derby has started. Evil C tried to take the outside. Bigfoot took the inside. Bigfoot found the space and became lead jammer. But Evil C is not too far behind, and both these jammers are going to hit the pack at almost the same time. Bigfoot calls the jam, having scored 4 points, but Evil C was able to snag 2 for IJRD. Punky Bruiser on the line for IJRD. And Sirius. It says Sirius Pack on the back of Sirius's shirt. So you are Sirius Lee, but this is Sirius Pack, the jammer. And also, he doesn't look like you. He has long blonde hair, and you have short red hair. And Sirius is your lead jammer. He goes so fast. And Punky is also out, staying in bounds, avoiding a hit on the inside. Sirius is through the pack with 4 points and is not going to let Punky score any points because he has called the jam. And only less than a minute and a half in, and we've already finished 2 jams. This is such a, like, this game is going much faster than the last game. And it's not, like, it's the same amount of time. It just, the time is being, it just feels different because these are like shorter jams and just boom, 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 boom. Mighty Mouse lined up against Bigfoot for this next jam. Bigfoot weaving around from outside to inside to grab lead jammer status for Pittsburgh. Mighty Mouse trying to find some space on the outside. Bigfoot in the pack, has to get past Soul Crusher. Does so. Soul Crusher taking a minute to get up there. Mighty Mouse getting pushed to the outside. Trying to get under some skaters to get through. Has to get past Lakeinator. Oh, Lakeinator, that with the nice hit, booty hit on the outside. But is going to the penalty box. Looks like that might have been out of play. So Mighty Mouse is able to stay in bounds and get out of the pack and be eligible to score points. Has got 2 blockers to get past, but takes a hit to the outside and is getting pulled to the back there by Rubinator. Meanwhile, Bigfoot has scored 16 points, has brought Pittsburgh to 201. And Mighty Mouse has grabbed 4 points. Bigfoot getting through for another 4. Mighty Mouse approaching the pack. 40 seconds left in this jam. Beautiful little spin on the inside, staying inbounds. Mighty Mouse is through for 4 points of her own. Bigfoot responding with 4 points going around the outside. and decides to call the jam. But not before scoring 24 points. That is Bigfoot's third large jam of the game with a 28, a 24, and a 24. I think Bigfoot might score more than 100 points all by himself. Could you imagine? You don't have to because we might see it. Thanks. Right, Mia? That two-wall offense. They did a great job. Evil C up on the outside for lead jammer for IJRD. Sirius is in the back, weaving from side to side, trying to get through. Asked to get past Lilyhammer as Evil C is in the pack on a scoring pass. Sirius was able to get out. Will be eligible to score points if Evil C does not call the jam. Looks like he's not going to. Sirius was able to get through and grab 4 points. Evil C also able to get through up on those toe stops to grab 4 points of his own, outscoring Sirius 8-4 right now. Sirius approaching the pack again. Some offense. They tried to do some offense there, but IJRD kind of quashed it. And now the pack is moving all as one. Ooh, up on 1 foot. Sirius staying inbounds on the outside line to get through. Evil C getting another 4 points as well, bringing that total to 12 for that jam, and Sirius scoring 8, bringing our total 217 to 94 with 25 minutes left. We've got some people rooting for Peanut in the chat. Which team is Peanut on? Okay, wait, is this another one? Do you have like multiple names for, oh wait, there's a Peanut Cutter, number 42, my favorite number. That was my derby number. Peanut Cutter. I was worried there was another one with 2 names, because Richie Teaser you also call something else. Forrest Bump is your lead jammer. Happy birthday, Forrest. Punky Bruiser is about half a track behind. I don't know if it's really their birthday, but somebody said it was, so I'm going with it. Punky is just has to get past Lakeinator, which is not an easy task. Forrest Bump is trying to juke their way around the IJRD blockers, who are doing a great job of rotating to the front, but Forrest Bump was able to get out, as was Punky Bruiser. Carl, you've joined us. This is the 3rd game of 5 games. It is Forrest's birthday. Well, every time Forrest jams, I'm going to say happy birthday, Forrest. And then Forrest can really enjoy watching that tomorrow. Or probably not tomorrow, probably Monday. I don't know. I don't know if juniors watch their own film quickly or if they wait for a while. Well, regardless, for those of you who are just joining us, we are Derby Date Night. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'm here with my husband, partner, technical producer, director, and guy that I annoy all the time, Sirius Lee. And we have fun doing our Derby Date Nights in and around the Midwest, where we go to roller derby games and film them for you to be able to watch more roller derby. Mighty Mouse getting out as lead jammer, but Bigfoot sneaking up just like the real Bigfoot, you know. You don't see him coming, but then he's just right there. I amuse myself. We'll go with that. Well, because Bigfoot is sneaky. He is real. I think there's some sort of a something. Like, maybe there's just a guy who lives in the woods who looks like Bigfoot. Like, he's just covered in camouflage. I don't know. Isn't he supposed to be in Washington somewhere? I don't know. It's 4:10 a.m. on a Sunday, and you have to go to work in a couple hours. Aw, bummer. Well, we're glad you get to join us for just a little bit, all the way from Australia. Evil C is your lead jammer. Richie Teaser is following Evil C real close behind. Carl, something you're going to notice as you're joining us, I know you're usually here, but I am so enjoying watching these juniors. This is fast. It's hard-hitting. It is, what's it called? They don't have fear. So they make these big, huge moves, and it's amazing to watch. We have been having such a fun time, and I have been having to talk faster than ever, because there's just so much happening all at once, and has been a joy to watch. All right. Looks like Pittsburgh outscored All-Stars 3-2 on that one, and we have got Sirius and Punky up on the line against each other. Sirius takes a hit to the outside, but is able to get back in and recover well to grab lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Punky taking a hit and having a little bit of a tumble, but is getting back in the pack. Sirius ducking around a blocker. See, it's the juking from inside to inside. That's really hard when blockers, you know, if you can get a blocker to commit to a certain direction and then you go the other direction, it's just practically impossible to counter. Lilyhammer took a star pass for IJRD and was able to get out of the pack. Sirius looks and sees Lily coming and decides to call the jam. Sirius, I know I didn't tell you about this before, but can we see penalties? IJRD is now above the 100 mark, 101 to 234. Ooh, we've got some penalties here. Everybody except for Peanut has penalties. Good job, Peanut. Peanut gets the no penalty award. And a couple people with 4. IJRD staying real penalty clean, a couple with 3, but not too bad. I've noticed juniors have a lot more penalties than adults, which makes sense, I suppose. Because they're not afraid of anything. And they also skate really fast, so they can get to the penalty box faster than we can. Punch Buggy is your lead jammer for Pittsburgh, and Mighty Mouse is jamming for the All-Stars. Mighty Mouse taking a hit to the outside. And needing, looks like this is going to be a power jam for Mighty Mouse. Punch Buggy is headed to the penalty box with a low block. So this is going to be not only a power jam, but a 2-minute jam, as Punch Buggy was lead jammer when she went to the box. So she loses that status, and nobody can become lead jammer. So we are going to go the full 2 minutes. Mighty Mouse communicating with her pack. Lakeinator and that one-on-one blocking. Oh my goodness. I would not want to go up one-on-one against Lakeinator. Like, oh, beautiful. Like, I can't get over how much more derby these people get to play. I didn't start playing derby until I was over 35 and already had 2 kids. These kids they're in high school. They've got, I mean, imagine how good they're going to be in their like mid-20s, 30s. Like, oh my goodness. It's just amazing to watch and to think about. I'm just glad I'm retired. I don't want to play these guys. They're going to be so good once they age up. And they're already so good. Like, great. Amazing to watch. Punch Buggy coming out of the box and grabbing 4 points. Lakin is playing for Team USA Juniors. Yep. Okay. Yeah. What team is the Pittsburgh, like IJRD, they oftentimes, when they age up, they're going to be going to either Naptown or Circle City, which are the 2 main teams here in Indianapolis, or Race City, which is our MIRDA team. So that's usually, of those 3 teams, that's kind of where most of our skaters age up to. Where does Pittsburgh age up to? What teams are around there that that juniors choose to go to? Evil C against Bigfoot again. I really want to make jokes about Bigfoot and Evil C looking for Bigfoot, but I'm going to change the theme from racing and just make it all about Bigfoot jokes. Evil C is out as your lead jammer. Bigfoot taking a hit to the outside from Death Pixie, slowing him down. Evil C coming around on a scoring pass. Hits that pack, but I think might have gotten a penalty for a back block and is going to be, I came in hot to that pack. Losing lead jammer status, so we are going to go the full 2 minutes as Bigfoot is going to have an opportunity to score some points. Okay, we've got Pittsburgh Roller Derby MIRDA or Steel City WIFTA. Ooh, Steel City's a good one. Yep, nice. Pittsburgh Undead. Oh. Pittsburgh Undead has great streaming. I've seen some of their streams, and they do a very good job with their streaming. Really, really fun to watch. Bigfoot with the juking on the inside line and gets through for 4 points. Bringing that total to 256. Evil C is out of the box and back on track, ready to score points. We've got 1 minute for both of these jammers to try and score as much as they can. Some of Lakin's sisters play for State College. Okay. Bunch of other odd teams around, yeah. Nice. Star was the star passed? What did I see that motion for? Oh, I just saw points. Everybody's scoring points. Oh, we're going to race. It's the Indy 500 on skates. Oh, those poor refs. The refs have to go real fast when the skaters start going real fast. Evil C through for 4. Bigfoot weaving around. Getting slowed down a little bit there. Lilyhammer pulling Bigfoot back. Evil C through for another 4 points. As Bigfoot got a little bit trapped. Good job, IJRD, with the reforming around to slow down Bigfoot there, and that will come to a conclusion with 12 points scored by IJRD and 22 by Bigfoot. 22. So now he has four jams that have been over 20 points. 28, 24, 24, and 22. I don't know if that equals. I don't know what that equals. I don't think it's 100 yet. The floor looks slick. The floor it's slick. Yeah, I think that a lot of them went with softer wheels today. Forrest Bump, happy birthday, is jamming for Pittsburgh, and Punky Bruiser is jamming for IJRD. We are halfway through this second half of this game, but don't you worry, we have 2 more games of roller derby coming up after this. Lead jammer goes to Forrest Bump. Punky Bruiser has the star off. Forrest Bump is through for 4 points. Punky takes a hit to the inside. Forrest Bump is through for another 4 points. Punky trying to get through that tripod. IJRD can't really help because they have to get ready for Forrest to come through and try and stop Forrest as much as they can. Oh, nice offense there by Strawberry Jam to open up a space. See, offense doesn't have to be big and obvious. Offense can be very small, and that was really good offense there by Strawberry Jam to get Forrest through. The star has been passed to Ghost, who I haven't seen skate as jammer yet this season. So Ghost is up on those toe stops and through, and I think is going to get a track cut. Yep. And as we go to time, Ghost is going to go to the penalty box as jammer. So we will start this next jam with a power jam for Pittsburgh, and it will be a full 30 seconds as Ghost had not yet gone into the penalty box. So it will be a 30-second penalty for Strawberry Jam. As we're waiting for the next jam to begin, we have 2 ways that you can help support us here at Derby Date Night. If you want to support us all year round and help us with all sorts of different things, then you can join as a member. There's a lot of cool perks that come with that. You can also just send a super chat to support a skater that you're watching and also support us, and we will put that super chat up on screen for your skater to see what you have to say when they watch this back. So if you want to support what we're doing, we would love it if you threw a few dollars our way. And if not, we just love it if you liked and subscribed. Serious, getting out, getting through, getting 4 points, all in like less than 30 seconds. Like how do they go around the track so fast? Ghost is now out of the box. The power jam is ended, and Sirius has already scored 8 points in this jam. Ghost is still on her initial, so will not be able to score points until she gets through this pack 1 time. Ghost takes a hit to the outside as Sirius goes through for another 4 points. 1 minute left in this jam. Ghost was able to get out. The crowd is very excited about that. Ghost is now eligible to score points. Sirius is looking at the bench to decide what to do. And Sirius decides to call it. Ghost will not have the opportunity to score any points, and Pittsburgh is 1 point away from 300. Hi, Purple Fury. Nice to see you in the chat. Way to go, AOA. That's Angel of Anger. On the line for Pittsburgh is Punch Buggy. Mad Max was like in the pack as jammer, so I did not see who the IJRD jammer was because Mad Max was like already like up against the pack, but still behind the jammer line and not touching anybody, but was just right there. I usually don't see jammers start that close to the pack. That was interesting. Punch Buggy is through as your lead jammer, coming in now on a scoring pass. Mad Max trying to kind of weave back and forth. Punch Buggy through for 4 points. Mad Max getting pulled to the back. This tripod is strong from Pittsburgh. Punch Buggy kind of almost, it feels like hit by shrapnel there. They were doing their own thing with Mad Max trying to get past, and Punch Buggy kind of just came skating in and took a little hit. Looks like something hurt when that hit happened. 11 minutes left in this game, right? Serious game this time? There have been, I think I've only told one joke this entire game because it's been so fast and just the clock just keeps going, and I think they're like, let's keep the clock going so that we can, because we've been behind schedule and now we're back on schedule. Speaking of schedules, our next game is game 4, which should be starting at 3:15 if everything gets on schedule again. So, and that will be St. Louis versus Black-N-Bluegrass. Both teams we have seen already today, so that will be getting into our round of second games. This is the second game for IJRD, but the first game for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh will play again later in our last game. Evil C is lead jammer and has a power jam right now. Bigfoot is waiting in the penalty box while Evil C tries to score as many points as he can. Okay, Julie, I gotta know, who is UNC? Or is it UNC or is it UNC? I love that Pittsburgh has multiple names for all their skaters. It's like not only do they have their real name, they have their derby name, and then they have their nickname. We have a couple skaters like that too, because we've got Wanda, who we call Pickle, you know, just because. Yes, I always have to shout her out at least once, and then I'm going to check and see if she's listening, and if she says something in the chat, and then I can yell at her later to be like, you weren't listening, if she doesn't show up in the chat right now. Somebody better call her. What? Oh, Uncle Bigfoot. Unc. Forrest Bump, happy birthday. It is a great birthday when you can get lead jammer like every time you go out there as jammer, right? Forrest Bump is in the pack and on a scoring pass. Mighty Mouse trying their best to get around these amazing blockers from Pittsburgh. That was Richie Teaser with the pullback there. Forrest Bump getting slowed down a little bit by Soul Crusher. Mighty Mouse able to find some space and get out of the pack. Now going to be eligible to score if Forrest Bump doesn't call. Forrest Bump was able to get out of the pack and call that jam. After scoring, was that only 4 points? I thought that was 8 points. I thought Forrest Bump had 2 scoring passes. Was it only 1? Maybe it was only 1. It felt like 2. Punky Bruiser going to be up against, a new jammer for Pittsburgh, El Diablo. Oh, wait, I think El Diablo jammed once in the first half. El Diablo taking a hit to the outside, getting a penalty for a forearm. So this is a power jam for Punky Bruiser, who finds space at the front of the pack and is your lead jammer for Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. Punky looking at the bench to see what is being asked on this power jam as the pack starts to move forward a little bit to try and give some offensive help. Punky takes a hit to the inside. Punky decides, oh no, Punky tried to call the jam, but then got called on a track cut. So as El Diablo comes out of the pack, or out of the box, Punky is headed to the box, and this will be a 2-minute jam. 7 minutes left in the period. El Diablo is finding that space was right there. Oh, a sad face from Pixie, who was like, "Oh, I didn't get them." Oh, El Diablo found that space on the inside again. Punky is out of the box and back in the pack. El Diablo, oh, all the way to the outside, was able to stay in bounds and upright, which means 4 more points for Pittsburgh. Punky is on a scoring pass and is able to get out and grab 4 points. All right, this jam is almost over and comes to an end, I am sure, to both Punky and El Diablo's relief, because that was a lot of skating that both of those skaters just did.
Currently 325 green, 130 white. Your jammers will be Evil C for IJRD. And it will be Bigfoot, 14 green.
It looks like Bigfoot is on the line for Pittsburgh, and Evil C going up that outside line. But Bigfoot is the one who finds the space and gets out with Evil C right behind him. These two jammers are going to race to the pack. Oh, that was, oh, poor ref. Oh no. Okay. They are going to keep going and keep running this. I appreciate Pittsburgh. He's like, we're going to kill the clock. Like, we're just going to keep going. So I'm not going to get to tell very many more jokes in this game. Hopefully next game I'll get to tell a few. Both jammers through for another 4 points. Now it's going to feel like the Indianapolis 500 if they're just going to keep going around and around and around. I should make car noises, right? Ka-chow! Is ka-chow considered a car noise, or is it just from the movie Cars? Vroom, vroom. And that jam comes to an end, but not before both of those jammers score 12 points. Looks like we're going to have a quick official timeout to check on a skater for an injury. So we will be back in just a few minutes. Well, I guess the game is not over because during that quick official review, I found myself unwrapping a burger, and I was about to take a bite and just got yelled at by Sirius, who said, "You are not allowed to eat. You are literally announcing a game." So I had to wrap the burger back up, and the burger gets to sit there sad and not eaten. I always forget that eating and announcing do not go well together. You all would not enjoy that. So the skater is doing well and has gone over to the medics, and we again want to give a good shout out to all of our medics for being absolutely wonderful humans and being trackside and ready to help us out at any time. Official review being called by the IJRD team, and Big Rig said RIP burger. It's not dead, it's just, well, it's going to be eaten, so I guess it is dead, but Don't you eat. Sirius is going to be. Don't you eat. He just took a giant bite of my burger that I'm not allowed to eat. That is like the meanest thing you've ever done. This is going to be a Derby not date night soon. I'm going to be so mad at you for eating my burger. It is a cold burger, Big Rig. Hope you enjoy your cold burger, Sirius. I'm so mad at you right now. You just ate my burger. I know there's Derby happening, but there is much more important things happening right now. It's called my burger. Grounds for divorce. Yeah, see? The chat is on my side here. You knew. Melody's coming to tell me something, but I'm going to tell Melody, he just took a bite of my burger because I wanted it, and he told me I can't eat it, and then he ate it.
Eat it now.
No, I can't eat it now. I'm still talking to the chat, which is the chat's on my side. Oh, what's the official review about?
Indy is asking for the Pittsburgh Jammer
Indy is asking for the Pittsburgh Jammer
to lose 4 points. They went to the box.
to lose 4 points. They went to the box on their initial trip,
And when they came out of the box, scored 4 points.
and when they came out of the box, scored 4 points. So, and
Indy is asking for 4 points to be removed.
yes, because that would be there. You have to go past everybody in your initial before you can start scoring points. So that is what the refs are discussing now. So we don't know if that is what actually happened until the refs tell us. Thank you so much, Melody Mayhem. You're doing a wonderful job.
Take a 10-second bite or break.
I can't take a 10-second break. They're still. Oh, Mel Moss says hi. Mose. Hi, Mose. Bow to His Highness? Oh, he may bow to His Highness. I think that's an NSO secret joke, but I'm sure, Mose, that you get it. Can you ask the officials for an expulsion? An expulsion of Sirius for eating my burger? Ooh. Actually, Mr. Bruce Guy is the, you're the head. What's your title for the tournament? No, you're something. You're in charge. You can't. Can you expel Sirius for eating my burger? I don't want the stream to. Oh yeah, good point, guys. I shouldn't expel him because otherwise I can't stream this anymore.
I'm impervious.
The best officials have pocket snacks. Oh, true. I always try to share my snacks with the officials because then they tell me more things. So I try to always keep them well fed and happy. Michael Kwan was here, Carl. He had to go, but he said he'd be back later. Mose says, love you, Bruce. Love Mose and hearts. He gave the non-Gen Z heart. It was the more millennial Gen X heart. Just to be clear which type of heart was given. This is us, our old person heart, and then the kids these days do it somehow with their fingers and pinky, maybe? I don't know. Sirius tells me to stop talking like that. Get the other Sirius to run the stream. Oh, I wonder if he knows anything about, yeah, he's skating. I'm sure IJRD would be okay with that, but I'm sure Pittsburgh would be very sad to lose one of their main jammers.
Okay, so
Okay.
is their official review asking for the Pittsburgh Jammer when they came out of the
We're getting an explanation, Sirius.
and they were still in their initial, and upon discussion, they were not awarded points. So the official review
Okay.
call stands.
The official review will be retained, and the officials did agree that the 4 points were awarded in air. So those 4 points will be removed, and the score will be set to where it is supposed to be. Last time Michael Kwan said Trek 2 is haunted. Is that true? So, Carl, that is only true at the Delaware County Fairgrounds, which is where Corn-Fed Roller Derby plays. It's turn 2, not track 2, because the lights always go out on turn 2, so it is a darker corner than the rest of the track. So that's why we say it's haunted. So next time you see a Corn-Fed game, that's what you'll notice. Forrest Bump, happy birthday! Another lead jammer status for Forrest. Forrest being chased by Mad Max, who was able to get out of the pack. Forrest needing to get around Lilyhammer, is able to zig and zag and get through for 4 points. Mad Max getting tangled up in the pack, but is able to get through and get out to score 4 points of his own. Forrest Bump back in the pack again. Uh-oh. Something being called on somebody. Looks like Forrest Bump got a penalty for a track cut. I keep forgetting I'm announcing and I'm just watching the Derby. Thanks for reminding me, Sirius, that I'm the announcer. Mad Max getting 4 points in this power jam for IJRD. Mia says, Forrest, favorite jammer, love from Kalamazoo. Thanks, Mia. It's Forrest's birthday, if you didn't know. I learned that. Mad Max is getting stuck in this pack on the power jam. Has one block, really great one-on-one blocking here from 8-10. Biohazard on Pittsburgh to hold Mad Max almost that whole penalty. Forrest Bump is back out of the box. We've got less than 3 minutes left in this game and 26 seconds left in this jam. Forrest Bump and Mad Max both trying to find space. Mad Max stuck at the back behind a duo of blockers. Forrest Bump trying to stretch that pack out to the front, but takes a hit to the inside, and Lilyhammer is pulling Forrest all the way back with 8 seconds left. Both skaters in the pack. They both have points. I just don't know how many points. Neither one of them completely cleared it. And 2 points for somebody and 4 points for somebody else. I think it was 2 points for IJRD on that, on that last pass. All right, Sirius out again. Should I ask Sirius to switch right now? Say, Sirius, instead of jamming, my Sirius will go out and jam. And he can run the cameras since you ate my burger.
I took a bite.
You did only take a bite. Sirius is getting through the pack and is out and through as lead jammer. Mad Max was sent to the box for a track cut at the end of that last jam, so Mad Max has to sit and watch while this clock runs down and Sirius scores some points. Sirius takes a hit to the outside, is slowed down, but not stopped, and Lake does some great blocking to keep that inside track open, and Sirius gets through for 4 points. Mad Max is back on the track, but doing his initial right now, so should not be scoring any points. Mad Max finding that space on the outside, is able to get through on his initial. No points yet, but is now eligible to score points. Sirius getting slowed down there by Mighty Mouse and Evil C, who has a great hit to the outside to pull Sirius all the way to the back. 1 minute left in this period. There is more time in the jam than in the period. So if Sirius does not call this jam, then this, never mind. Why do they do that? I was saying if he, and then he called. Okay, we will have one more jam. One more jam. So for those of you who are fans, this is your last chance to shout out your favorite skater or send them a super chat if you want them to be featured up on the screen. If you saw them do something great, if you just want to shout somebody out. We've had 4 shout outs so far. We've had shout outs to the Zebras, to Derby Date Night, to Discord, who was a player in the first game, and to the Pittsburgh team as a whole. I know, William, I did speak too soon. All right, Bigfoot is out as lead jammer. The period clock is going to run out, so this will be the last jam, and Bigfoot will decide whether or not to call this jam or let this jam run down to the end. Ooh, a little apex hop to get through for 4 points for Bigfoot and Pittsburgh. Snow Fright jamming for the first time for IJRD. Love it when people come out and jam like at the end of a game when you haven't seen them for a while. Always fun. Big hits happening. Whew. And we have run out of period time, and the jam is still on until this is done. Joel's favorite jammer was Evil C. Evil C did a great job. Oh, Big Rig, you're so sweet. Thank you. Our best form of support we can get is you engaging in the chat and having fun with us. And if you ever want to throw a little extra our way, we're always happy, but that's extra. And we will always be providing this for free. And we want to always, we accept donations, we accept help, but we want to make Derby free and accessible to as many people as we can so you can see all these wonderful skaters doing all these amazing things. Snow Fright was able to get out and score 4 points, and I think is about to score another 4 with 30 seconds left in this game, not just the jam. And Bigfoot was Bigfoot in the box? I think Bigfoot was in the box for a second. It's a lot been happening in this game. Bigfoot getting stuck at the front of the pack. Snow Fright has the star off, is struggling to get through. Might be thinking about passing the star to Soul Crusher. Bigfoot has scored 4 more points and comes into the pack with 3 seconds left. Big Rig says, so much fun. I agree. This game was so much fun, and guess what? We got a lot more Derby coming for you this weekend. We have 2 more games today, and we have 5 whole games tomorrow. Sirius is going to be updating the standings, so you'll be able to see where things stand, since all teams have now played at least once. And our next game is supposed to start at 3:15. That might happen. So around 3:15, our next game will start between St. Louis and Black-N-Bluegrass. In the meantime, I'm gonna go eat the rest of my burger, Sirius, and I will be back with more chats, and hopefully Sirius and I are still married by the time we get to the next game. Tune in to find out. afternoon, and welcome to Derby Date Night Juniors Tournament Edition. We are live at the Hendricks County Fairgrounds in Danville, Indiana, where we are enjoying a whole day of roller derby action. We are following 5 amazing teams over the course of this weekend as they battle to become the champion of the Speedway. Our hosts, Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby, are joined by Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky, IC Bruisers from Iowa, Pittsburgh Roller Derby from Pennsylvania, and St. Louis Roller Derby of Missouri. We are getting ready for our fourth game of the tournament between Black-N-Bluegrass and the St. Louis Hellbenders. We have seen 3 games already. We have 2 more to go, and we have just been having a fabulous time. Sirius and I have not gotten divorced yet, even though we got in a fight over a burger earlier. We made up during the time in between games, and we are good. Oh, yes, I did give you the rest of the burger. I gave it. I'm very nice. Who am I? I'm Aria Kidding Me from Derby Date Night, for those who do not know me. And my partner in crime over here, my forever Derby Date Night, is Sirius Lee. And he does all the technical things behind the scenes to make everything happen while I talk about the Derby that you are watching. And we're so glad to have you all here today. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes, and this weekend is no different. Since the theme of the tournament is the Speedway Smackdown, our jokes are going to be in the theme of racing. So enjoy that. We had some really bad jokes at the beginning of the day, but then I refreshed them, so we've got some better jokes. And then if we reach our goal of getting at least 3 super chats, I will pull from my emergency stash of the best dad jokes ever. I have a whole box of dad jokes. I've already told 2 of them earlier, but I'm not telling any more unless we meet one of our super chat goals. Speaking of super chats, we do this for free. You can always stream this and watch this for free. But if you want to support us in doing what we do and helping us travel more and get good equipment and things like that, you can always join our memberships, or you can send a super chat to shout out a skater and also support us. We really appreciate it. But enough about us. Let's get to the roller derby, because this game is already getting started. We are getting started with these 2 teams. Peanut Butter Smackdown from Black-N-Bluegrass is jamming against Slice from the St. Louis Hellbenders. Lead jammer is going to Slice, who is already coming around on a scoring pass. Oh no, Slice is sent to the box and will be a power jam now for Black-N-Bluegrass and Peanut Butter Smackdown, who, Peanut Butter Smackdown, during the last game, they were penalty-free, which is very impressive. There were a lot of penalties for both of these teams in their first games they played today. For both teams, this is their second game of the tournament. They both had losses, and so both teams are really wanting to have a win with whatever team wins, it's going to be their first win of the tournament. So both teams are hungry for a win, I am sure. Slice is now out of the box and ready to play. So both jammers are in the pack and play in the derby, and they also both are going to be out there for almost another minute, because there is no lead jammer anymore, because Slice was lead jammer when she went to the box. Brent says, nah, they're the greatest jokes. Thanks, Brent. We try to make them great. But really, if you weren't here for the first game, I don't know where those jokes didn't even have punchlines. It was very odd. Carl, you've decided to root for Bluegrass. I love how you always just choose a team to root for. I like to do that too. Right now, Black-N-Bluegrass has scored 4 points to Hellbenders 8. And everybody's kind of stuck over here at turn 3. Not a lot of action happening. Slice getting pushed to the back. Black-N-Bluegrass is in black, while the St. Louis Hellbenders are in white. Oh no, Slice is getting sent to the box for a second time, and we are going to start the next jam as a power jam for Black-N-Bluegrass, while Slice waits in the penalty box. Currently, Hellbenders are up 11-7. Millie B says, go Tinkerhell, love from Ship. Lovely. And if you ever want to shout out a skater and have it be seen on the screen, you can just send us a super chat and we'll put it up on the screen for everybody to see. Pipsqueak jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass, so they have got a power jam right now. And gonna try to get lead jammer before Slice gets out of the box. Oh, that's right, Carl. Most of your relatives are in Kentucky. Google account says, free the goat, Slice. Slice was the highest scoring jammer of the game that she played earlier in with one 26-point jam. Here comes Slice out of the box. But starting, ooh, a little apex jump to get out and get past Pipsqueak, who calls the jam. Wait, when was Pipsqueak the lead? Oh, maybe the first time Slice went to the box. Nope, I'm making things up again. Regardless, it's time for another jam. Let's just move on. All right. We've got 2 more games. How is it already 3:15 in the afternoon? We've been here doing games since 8:30 in the morning. All right, we got our jammers for the next jam. Peanut Butter Smackdown versus Smasher. Smasher is out as lead jammer for St. Louis. Peanut Butter Smackdown is trying to pull that pack apart at the front and is able to do so and get out. Now, this morning, when I was chatting with you all, I let you know that Black-N-Bluegrass is a little bit low in terms of their rotation of players. And I didn't have a chance to check to see if there were any injuries from the first game, because Black-N-Bluegrass has only 14 skaters right now that they brought to this tournament, which is usually most teams bring about 20 skaters to a tournament. So they are definitely, everybody is going to have to play a lot from the Kentucky team. All right, Peanut Butter Smackdown scoring some points. But Smasher is the lead. Peanut Butter Smackdown has outscored Smasher. Smasher controls this jam, but has not called it. Peanut Butter Smackdown has outscored, so it's 12-7 right now. Both of the jammers coming to the pack, and that jam is called. Ooh, it's a 1-point game series. Look at that. And we're already 5 minutes in. Look how quick that just happens. Slice on the line for St. Louis. And Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. Slice at the back of the pack, trying to swing back and forth. Pipsqueak trying to go up that inside line. Slice is the one who finds the space and gets out as your not lead jammer. There was a star pass, it looks like, but now the pivot is giving the star back. Slice is through for 4 points. Okay, Michael, why is Slice not lead jammer? Help me. Ooh, would no pass, no penalty, but wouldn't they be able to get it when they pass legally the second time, or do they just lose the, okay. Pipsqueak looks like she might have taken a hit to the chin, holding her chin a little bit, but trying to find space with all 4 of the Hellbenders focused on defense. Slice is through for another 4 points, while Pipsqueak is getting pulled to the back. Slice has 16 points. Slice is going to try to beat her own record of 26, I think. 39 seconds left. There is 20 points. Okay. Oh, you can't. So if you have a no pass, no penalty, then you are not eligible to be lead jammer. Like once that happens, you're done. Okay. Thank you, Michael. I knew you would know the answer, and I should have said it. You could tell that I knew it, but I didn't. I wasn't confident enough. And I leaned on my support ref in the chat. My emotional support ref, Michael Kwan. Slice has tied her own record. 2 seconds left. 1 second. Oh, I really wanted her to get at least one. Ooh, that was a big hit. She did. She beat it. She got 1 point there, I think. Yes, 27. She beat it from last time. Woohoo! I'm having my own competition here with jammers getting the highest number of points in a jam. I'm having my own stats competition. I'm keeping stats. I'm learning things, see? If you exit the forward engagement zone, you're on the next trip. No back seats. Okay, so you just give it up. Then why wouldn't the next? Oh, the next skater didn't because she removed the star. If she hadn't removed the star, she would have been eligible. Oh, look at that! Look at that chat excited for Slice. Peanut Butter Smack. It's Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for like third time in a row. No, Pipsqueak was jamming. Okay, Jack Rabbit took a star pass and is now jamming for St. Louis. I'm realizing why I'm having trouble. I have tournament trouble when teams switch the color of jerseys, and I'm having trouble because they're both a different color than they were this morning, and so it's taking me a second to get used to it. So thank you for bearing with me while I readjust my brain to remember what team both of these are on, because St. Louis is in white and Black-N-Bluegrass is in black, and I got to get myself used to that, and it's hard in a turn. I mean, they just saw them an hour ago in different colors. Oh, what a huge hit there. Who was that with that nice big hit? That was beautiful. Chicken Little. Good job. All right, Jack Rabbit stuck in this pack of 4 blockers, or a blocktopus. Copyright an announcer from Skate Wars, I can't remember which one, when you got 4 skaters out there with 8 wheels. Both jammers struggling to get through. They're definitely moving the packs forward, but not really getting any like forward momentum to be able to get out of the pack. Peanut Butter Smackdown getting pulled all the way to the back. Jack Rabbit just kind of taking a breather, which is really oh, there we go. Peanut Butter Smackdown found that space and was able to get out. Ooh, barely. Oh no, they did get pushed out at the very end by Chicken Little, who has come around and gone all the way behind the whole entire pack. Lucky for Peanut Butter Smackdown, that jam ended because that was rough. But that was a very good jam for St. Louis and the Hellbenders, who have taken a commanding lead of 58-22. Oh, thanks, Brent. He said, "Now you're a great host. I just don't like it when I stumble here." All right. Bees something is a jammer for St. Louis. Beeswax is going to be jamming for St. Louis. And Tuxedosaurus Rex, who I was told I can just call them Tux, is the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Oh, wait, or was it Rex? It's either Tux or Rex, and I can't remember. And I'm going to call them Tuxedosaurus Rex the whole time. All right. Oh, a big hit from Tuxedosaurus Rex to get out of the pack and grab lead jammer Beeswax. In the meantime, getting pulled all the way to the back by Criminal. That was a pretty smooth move, Criminal. Get it? Smooth Criminal. Oh, Poison Dart getting sent to the penalty box there. While Tuxedosaurus Rex coming around on a scoring pass, second scoring pass. Everybody tumbling there a little bit, but Tuxedosaurus Rex was able to get through to score another 4 points. Black-N-Bluegrass definitely trying to cut into that lead that St. Louis has established. Brent, aren't these names great? Both of these teams have some really, really amazing names. You're gonna continue hearing them, and they are fabulous. Some of my favorite ones are on these teams. Star has been passed from Beeswax to Smasher, who will now be your jammer of record for St. Louis as Tuxedosaurus Rex comes around on a 4th scoring pass. Ooh, and just sails right through, getting those 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. Smasher still stuck at the back of the pack, has that star in hand. Have they completed their initial? Have they gotten out at all? I don't think so. I think this is still the initial. Tuxedosaurus Rex, oh, doing such a great job. They look a little tired, but they are just going. 20 points already. That's the biggest jam Tuxedosaurus Rex has had this tournament. And it's about to get a little bigger because they just got 4 more points. They joined the 24-point jam club. Ooh, wonder if they can get any more before this jam ends with 5 seconds left in this jam. Ooh, a little apex jump there from Tuxedosaurus Rex to say, you know what? I want to be in the highest jam. I want to tie the highest jam of the tournament with 28. Tuxedosaurus Rex, nice job. That was beautiful. Not only did they break the 20 point for the first time in the tournament, but they tied the biggest one jam total for jammers in the tournament so far. Are all the games today and tomorrow JRDA Open Division? Yes, they are. They're all level 3. They're all Open Division. Correct. And Brent, my derby name, what would my derby name be? My actual derby name is Are Ya Kidding Me? I loved it because whenever I would take I was a pivot, so whenever I would take a star pass or the occasional time I would jam, the announcer would always go, "Are you kidding me?" And I'm also that type of derby player. I did some really crazy things. So my name got used a lot when I went to the penalty box as well. All right, Slice is your lead jammer and getting some points here, has already scored 8, is on a 3rd scoring pass right now, is up against Peanut Butter Smackdown, who has that star off. Slice through for another 4 points, bringing that total to 12. Oh, beautiful. Ducking down under all the other skaters to get through for another 4 points. I love this little back and forth between these two teams. This is great. Slice coming through again, finding some space, and grabbing 4 more points, bringing Slice to 20. 36 seconds left. Peanut Butter Smackdown still struggling in the pack. Still, I think, has the star off, but has not passed it to the pivot, who is busy blocking right now as Slice is getting slowed down for the first time, really, in this jam, and Poison Dart pulling Slice back. Meanwhile, ooh, giant hit. 232 is such a hard hitter. Like, if I was playing, Chicken Little, you wouldn't think someone named Chicken Little is somebody you do not want to stand next to, because Chicken Little literally is like a little ping pong ball out there. Like, I got you, I got you, I got you too. And that's just like a chicken, because chickens, like, you know how they go at your ankles? You used to have chickens? Yeah, you just said they're mean. So it's like he's like a mean little chicken. Michael, what does that mean? I'm so crazy. I shot a man in Reno just to watch him. I'm not that crazy. I would really say, "Are you kidding me?" on that one. No, I would not. I am not a violent sort. I just am a little sneaky and try to get away with doing things I'm not supposed to sometimes. Sweet and innocently, right? Tuxedosaurus Rex is your lead jammer and has already scored 4 points. You know what I love about these juniors? I look away for like 2 seconds, and not only have they already become lead jammer, they've also already completed their first pass. They go around, like, for them to get 1 lap around the track is like nothing. They go so fast. And Martian Malter is jamming for the other team and is kind of stuck at the back of the pack here, trying to find some space. I'm hearing some whistles and all sorts of yelling. Oh, these two together. See, he got Chicken Littled, but also Chicken Little is headed to the penalty box. Tuxedosaurus Rex is looking a little bit frustrated and tired, but has scored 12 points in this jam so far, is 20 points down. That was a battle between those two. All right, Martian Mahler is still stuck in that pack, trying to find some space, getting a little bit of help from Vanellope Von Skates. That's the most adorable name ever, because Vanellope Von Sweets from the that candy show. No, it's Vanellope. She drives the candy, and it's a race car, because we're in races this weekend. Anyway, Tuxedosaurus Rex up to 20. Oh my gosh, they must 24. They must be so tired. Chicken Little coming out of the box, and the two of them look at each other, and I don't know what that look was between the two of them just now. Oh no, here we go again. Okay, they're smiling at each other and shaking their heads at each other. I think that's camaraderie, maybe. 27. I'm writing that one down. Nice job, Tuxedosaurus Rex. Wow. Wreck-It Ralph. Thank you, Brent. Oh, Michael Kwan says that's a Johnny Cash reference. That's why I didn't get that. Oh, I need to watch that movie. I think I'm driving Sirius crazy because I can't stay on topic, and this game keeps getting closer and closer. They're only 5 points away from each other right now, and how many? Oh, Johnny Cash is more than just the movie that Lady Gaga was in.
Oh my God.
With Bradley Cooper.
Oh my God, stop.
He wants me to stop. I guess this is not how you're supposed. I'm supposed to say different things when I hear the name Johnny Cash. I don't know how you deal with me, Sirius. I really don't. And you enjoy. You get to deal with me for how many more games? 6 more games this weekend. Amber says, "Go Discord." I'm looking for a Discord.
Right there.
Where? Where?
Is that Discord?
Where's Discord?
Right there.
Oh, number 8? Oh, 8. Oh, Discord. That's right. Discord got a shout out at the beginning of the. I got confused because Discord is also a chat room. I was very confused.
Game 4, y'all.
Game 4. We're not even to game. I'm getting loopy. So, okay, what we learned is when I do tournaments, Game 4 is when I start to lose it. Don't steal my move, Discord, Nutcase Grace. Ooh, what's your move, Nutcase Grace? And why aren't you playing? We miss you. Wait, so Kentucky doesn't even have 14 people because Nutcase Grace is not here. So it's only 13 people? Oh my gosh. That makes me even more impressed by Black-N-Bluegrass if they are literally playing with only 13 people. That's amazing.
Speedway Smackdown wheel for the 30-second correct answer. Give her a round of applause.
Chicken Little is in the box again, and we are having an official timeout, and Beast is getting really dizzy. Did you see how many spins that was?
It's like Tater chasing his tail.
It's like our puppy chasing his tail, is what Sirius said. That's true. He does. He grabs his tail and he just goes. That's what they do to get out energy. Puppies and teenagers. Puppies and teenagers.
Speedway Smackdown. Roller derby wheel. Thank you, guys.
Oh, the Macarena. You're doing a musical. Oh, Nutcase Grace, I already liked you the first time I got to announce for you, and now that I know that you are a actress and you do musicals, I like you even more. The Macarena. Oh, that is a good move. That is a great move. What musical are you doing? Brent says free Chicken Little. Justice for Chicken Little. How many penalties does Chicken Little have? Okay, Tough Tone is over there talking to the coaches. Poison Dart has 3. Criminal has 2 for Black-N-Bluegrass. Oh my gosh, Chicken Little already has 5. Okay, the coach is going over to talk to Chicken Little.
Oh, is this number 6? Or is that number 5?
I'm not sure. I have a feeling, yeah, that conversation might have been about the penalties and the like, because Chicken Little definitely is a feisty one out there on the track, pecking. Beetlejuice. Nice. Amber says, wait, that's not me. I'm Nutcase. I'm on my mom's account. Wait a second. Who's Nutcase Grace? Wait, I'm on both accounts. Oh no, you're having a crisis of self. How are you on both accounts at the same time? Well, I figured out that both of them were you. So, well, I'm so glad you're in that show, and I hope you're having a really fun time. And I hope that next time I get to announce for your team that you'll be playing. Google account says false accusations against Chicken Little. That's because you want Chicken Little freed, but Chicken Little is still in the box. All right, Pipsqueak is jamming against Beeswax. Pipsqueak is out and will be lead jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Remember, people, this is only a 5-point game with Black-N-Bluegrass down by 5 and currently lead jammer status. Beeswax was able to get out and will be chasing down Pipsqueak, who has grabbed 4 points, bringing this to a 1-point game. And Pipsqueak calls it. I love close games. Oh, if you're on your phone and the TV. I can understand that. I can understand that, Nutcase Grace, because sometimes I'm on Derby Date Night and my personal, and then I forget which one. We all have so many accounts nowadays. Who knows? All right, Floof on the line for St. Louis and Tuxedosaurus Rex for Black-N-Bluegrass. Okay, Floof stuck at the back. Tuxedosaurus Rex getting a tripod at the front. Floof finding space on the outside line and will be lead jammer for the Hellbenders, who are up by 1 point. Tuxedosaurus Rex has one blocker to get past, but gets a penalty and is headed to the box on a track cut. So this is a power jam for Floof and the Hellbenders. Did you see that little smile on Floof as he flew by? That was great. Floof approaches the pack. Uh-oh, was that a back block? I did it. I called a penalty. Michael Kwan, did you see that? I said it before it was even called. So proud of myself. I'm learning. All right, now we're going to have a shenana jam with the jammers switching spots and the blockers taking a little break. Tuxedosaurus Rex coming out. Now nobody's going to be lead jammer, so we're going to go for the full 2 minutes. So Tuxedosaurus Rex and Chicken Little are reminding me, and this is only going to make sense to F1 people who like the sport F1, they're reminding me of Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. Like, they keep ending up against each other, and it's like fireworks every time the two of them interact. Like, they can't help it but engage each other. Floof is out of the box and through for 4 points. Michael complimented me, serious. I did a good job. Don't worry, I'll keep that in my pocket for the next time I screw it up. All right, Floof holding on to 8 points, going for 12. Ooh, nice hit there by Criminal. But Floof was able to keep going and got those 12 points. Tuxedosaurus Rex has the star off, gets hit to the inside. No pack gets called. And the jam came to an end. Google account is so serious about Chicken Little, we've gone to using all caps. Google account is so passionate about Chicken Little. Poison Dart is doing such a great job, Amber. I've been really enjoying watching Poison Dart as well. Another one with some really hard hits. All right, we've got Pipsqueak against Jackrabbit. Everybody is all jumbled up there. Which jammer is going to come out? It's going to be Pipsqueak is going to be your lead jammer. We've got a 12-point game right now. This is anybody's game with only 8 minutes left in the first half. I have a feeling we might have a few lead changes in the next hour or so. Jackrabbit has put the star back on and is now eligible to score. I can hear the coaches suggesting that Pipsqueak call it. Pipsqueak does hear them, even from across the track, and calls it before Jack can score any points, but was only able to score 3 for Black-N-Bluegrass, bringing this to a 9-point game. When it's a small number, I can do the math, serious. It's a bigger number, Uh-oh, it's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly and a baseball bat. How do I know this? Sirius is literally singing the whole thing. You guys would enjoy it so much. See, now you've gone loopy too in game 4. Smasher for the Hellbenders and Peanut Butter Smackdown. I am so proud of both Peanut Butter Smackdown and Tuxedosaurus Rex because they are both doing so well, and I'm so glad for them that they don't have any more games today and they get to just rest after this because honestly, bless them, they are doing so well. Like I want to go to Walmart, buy that's across the street, buy them some pillows and give them to them after this game. Or can somebody do that for me? I can't leave, so. Somebody needs to give them some pillows after this. I think their parents might be listening. Peanut Butter Smackdown through for another 4 points. We are a 1-point game again. Here comes Peanut Butter Smackdown. Oh, a huge hit. Slowing down Peanut Butter Smackdown from Savage Patch Kid, a name I said a lot last game. Savage Patch Kid is just always in that right spot to get that hit needed. All right, they're doing a great job right now of this tripod holding Peanut Butter Smackdown as long as they can. I know currently Black-N-Bluegrass is ahead. She just had points in the pocket. Or he just had points in the pocket. All right, 95 for Black-N-Bluegrass, 93 for Hellbender. Jenny's having way too much fun watching this while at work. Nice. All right, who do we got? We got Slice on the line and Pipsqueak. We've seen a bit of both of them. Let's see who's going to come out. Slice pull into the front, trying to find space on the inside line. See, Slice is one of those jammers. If you're going up against Slice, when you push Slice, you better make sure that Slice goes out of bounds because you will think that you got Slice out of bounds, but Slice is not out of bounds. So even if you think, you got to keep pushing, keep pushing. Tinkerhell is now the jammer. Was there a star pass? Yep, I missed the star pass. I was busy watching Slice and the lines. But 2-point game, Hellbenders, St. Louis, still in the lead, but Black-N-Bluegrass is, oh wait, that was another lead change because Black-N-Bluegrass was ahead. Now Hellbenders are ahead. I came up with a lot of sound effects, Sirius, for the lead change. I had all these, spare change and like shaking change, and I went through all the sounds and I said, these are the sounds I think that would be good for lead change. So now I'm just gonna make my own sound. Cha-ching! Until you get me a cash register sound.
Review, by the way.
Huh? Yeah, I know it's serious. Goes. It's an official review, by the way. Oh, since it is, I guess I can tell some. Okay, Carl, you have to go to work. I got to tell some racing jokes. You have to hear some racing jokes before you go to work, so you can tell all your friends the jokes. It's easy to tell when NASCAR fans watch Formula One events. They tap you on the shoulder and ask, "Are we watching qualifying?" Okay, that actually made Sirius laugh, but I don't think I even understood the joke because I don't understand NASCAR. I know I threw my pencil. I'm getting excited. Can you pick up the pencil I just threw?
It's right there.
Okay. It's so far away. What did the racehorse say when it fell? I've fallen and I can't giddy up. Okay, some racehorses are hanging out in a stable. One of them starts to brag about his track record. In the last 14 races, I've won 7 of them. Another horse chimes in. Well, in the last 25 races, I've won 18. That's impressive, but in the last 35 races, I've won 28, said another. At this point, the horses notice a greyhound in the stable. I don't mean to brag, says the greyhound, but in my last 80 races, I've won 78 of them. The horses are clearly amazed. Wow, says one after a hushed silence. A talking dog? Oh, Siri, he said that was a long one for not much. I thought it was a great punchline. that was called misdirection. That was a Mr. Ed. The talking horse. The amazing Mr. Ed. Go right to the source and ask the horse. They'll give you the answer that you'll endorse. He's always on a steady course. Talk to Mr. Ed. I don't know where that came from, but I remember the Mr. Ed theme song. Okay, one more joke at least. Have you heard the one about the runaway racehorse? It's a terrible tale of, whoa. I gotta laugh. I got a laugh from Sirius. That one was pretty good. They're not bad. Okay, looks like the refs are done talking. Maybe somebody will come tell me something. Oh, Carl using his Derby Date Night member special joke alert. Google account just wants to see Chicken Little. Google account, you know Chicken Little is high on penalties right now. I don't know how much we're going to see Chicken Little when they're that high in penalties. Brent is asking how the tournament has been so far. We have been so spoiled, honestly. People keep bringing us food. They keep asking us how we're doing. They've been so nice to us, and they've been taking great care of us.
On the white jammer, on the liberation, we did not have enough evidence to issue the track cut, so the call will stay as a no call, and they will not retain their official review.
All right, Black-N-Bluegrass was asking for a track cut to be called on the white jammer. The refs did not have enough evidence to be able to see whether or not that happened, and so Black-N-Bluegrass will lose their official review, and no penalty will be called. I love that the chat really, I think the chat, we have power as a chat because Raven wants us to bring trash in, Google account wants us to bring Chicken Little in. I mean, I can try going to the coaches and telling them that there are certain players you all want to see more, but I don't know how effective I will be at doing that. This is only a 2-point game, and right now, Peanut Butter Smackdown is lead jammer. Martian Mahler there are 2 points ahead, and Martian Mahler has got that star off. Peanut Butter Smackdown through for 4 points and the lead. Cha-ching! And Martian Mahler is through. Will be eligible to score points. 3 minutes and 41 seconds left, and that lead has definitely gone to Black-N-Bluegrass, ahead by 2 points now. Jenny Kolka says, go, go crazy. That's my baby. I haven't seen trash out there yet. You'll have to tell me when they come out, Raven. Slice is up against Pipsqueak. We've seen both of these. Slice is stuck in that tripod. What a great tripod from Black-N-Bluegrass there. Pipsqueak, meanwhile, is going back and forth, trying to break apart this solid blocktopus of 4 skaters. Hey, whoever wanted Chicken Little, wait, nope, Chicken Little's not back out. Okay. Yep, lead change again. Oh no, we're still 99-97, but I think that might be about to change because Slice is gonna apex jump into the lead and the century mark. That was pretty. All right, star has been passed to Tinkerhell, who will now be the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Slice through for 4 more points with a little over 2 minutes left in this period. I think we're going to get 1, maybe 2 more jams until we go into halftime. I haven't had much time to say it, but don't forget to like and subscribe. If you want to be around and be a part of our journey and get all sorts of cool extra stuff, please become a member. You can also send super chats. I've got a goal going. If we get 5 super chats, I bring out the extra special jokes. And you can then say something nice to your skaters. We have a new jammer who I haven't seen yet. Vanellope Von Skates is going to jam for the Hellbenders. Peanut Butter Smackdown jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass is lead jammer and coming through. Vanellope Von Skates gets a track cut, but looks a little bit confused, and so getting some directions to get to the box. So Vanellope Von Skates this is going to be a power jam for Black-N-Bluegrass and Peanut Butter Smackdown. Peanut Butter Smackdown through for 4 points. Another lead change. Cha-ching! You're going to have to make that sound soon, or else I'm just going to keep making my own. Serious? We're having fun. Stop shaking your head at me. All right, Peanut Butter Smackdown up to 12 points in this jam. Vanellope Von Skates is out of the box, has the star in hand. Peanut Butter Smackdown coming in, breaking apart the wall, gets through for another 4 points. Everybody's looking a little bit tired in this jam. Vanellope Von Skates threw the star to the pivot, and the pivot caught it, but you have to hand the star. You can't throw the star. Even though it was a nice catch by the pivot, you have to one person has to have it in their hand, the other person has to have it in their hand, and then the jammer can release it, but you can't toss it to somebody. So Vanellope Von Skates still has the star in hand. Peanut Butter Smackdown has scored 16 points and decides to call the jam with 11 seconds left. And I think we might be letting the score go, or the time go down to intermission. So we are going to take a 15-minute intermission. In the meantime, think about sending a super chat. Think about becoming a member. We love your support, and we want to keep doing more and more of these Derby date nights and bringing you live roller derby into your home. We will be back in about 15 minutes with the conclusion of this very close game. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. We are in the second half of our fourth game of the day. We've got 5 games today here at the Speedway Smackdown. This game is a game between Black-N-Bluegrass from Kentucky and St. Louis. Nope, I said it wrong. No, I said it right. I'm getting too tired. I was worried. Okay, St. Louis, the Arches of Missouri, St. Louis Hellbenders. We've had a great first half, and it has been very, very close. It was only in the last jam that Black-N-Bluegrass scored 20 points to take them 14 points ahead of the Hellbenders. So this is really anybody's game because this game has had, I think, 4 or 5 lead changes so far. So it is going to be, we're going to continue to have a great game. We are Derby Date Night, and we try to bring you great roller derby here in the Midwest. And we just are big fans of roller derby and love to tell bad jokes and watch some good roller derby. Well, while I was talking, Slice was like, I'm just going to get lead jammer here and start scoring some points. Oh, and Poison Dart saw Slice coming and pushed Slice out to the outside lane, and there's a bunch of falling happening, a bunch of stuff, but Slice is able to get through and grab 4 points. Meanwhile, Slice is the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass, and Slice has that star in hand, which is why you're probably like, where is that jammer? Slice is holding the star in hand. We're going to do a quick timeout, though, because there was a injury on track, and we are going to have the medics check out the skater and make sure that things are okay. And we are back. That skater was able to get up and roll on over to the medic area where she will be tended to and taken care of. As I've said before, we really appreciate our medics being trackside, ready to help any of our skaters anytime there is an injury. And once we are ready to go and the refs let us know, we will get a rolling whistle and get going again with this game. Monster, you said you can't wait to see what Pittsburgh's score is against Black and Blue. I've calculated the probability of my team winning against Pitt with these scores. Oh, interesting. And what have you learned? It's going to be interesting. Pitt's going to play again. They'll be in the next game against IC. Both of them are, they have only wins. So one of them is going to end up with 2 wins, and one of them is going to end up with 1 win. I guess that's just math for today. Yes, but I guess they are playing 4 games. So each team will play each other once. So everybody plays 4 games. I thought it was 3 games, but it's 4. So we get to see everybody play each other, and we will have a true champion at the end of all of this and a good ranking to be able to really know where these teams fall. And a few of these teams will be seeing again at the IJRD playoffs, the Midwest playoffs. I don't know if any of the teams, I know some of these teams are going to the Midwest playoffs. I don't know if any of these teams are going to any other regional playoffs. I know there's a bunch of different playoffs that happen. So, but I know that a few of these teams are going to the one that's around here. That's being hosted by IJRD. I am so proud of that team. They're hosting 2 tournaments in 1 year. Being a member of Corn-Fed Roller Derby down in Muncie, Indiana, or up, I guess they're up from here, we've only hosted 1 tournament a year, and that's a lot. I can't even imagine doing 2. All right, so I'm going to wait for the news to go to the teams before I let you know what's happening. Make sure the teams get notified. But I was just informed that the St. Louis jammer, number 130, so that is Slice, who we've really enjoyed watching, is being expelled for an egregious back block in that last jam. And, you know, that happens sometimes where, don't point at me, Sirius. I may have been expelled for an egregious forearm at one point, but it happens. So we'll be able to see Slice again. There's 2 more games tomorrow, but Slice will not be able to play for the rest of this game. So back to the action. Pipsqueak is jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass and Floof for St. Louis. That is a big loss for them. Serious is like that, yeah, because Slice has been one of their main scoring jammers for the Hellbenders, and so that's gonna be something that they're gonna have to find some a replacement for Slice's points. I mean, Slice has scored. There are 2 of those jams. One was 27 points and one was 26 in the first half. So that's 50 points, over 50 points right there from 2 jams from Slice. So that's over. I bet Slice has more than half their points that have been put up on that board. So that's going to be real interesting to see how that goes. For sure. Michael Kwan says, regarding the St. Louis pronunciation, look up this. Oh, yeah, meet me in St. Louis. That's what they say in the animated film. Yeah. That will definitely earworm you. All right, 5 seconds being called. We got Smasher on the line up against Peanut Butter Smackdown. Oh no, oh no. Smasher went in and didn't see. Oh, a penalty being called on Tuxedosaurus Rex for being out of play. I think Tuxedosaurus, a big hit from, that's the other one that hits really hard. Poison Dart. Yeah, Poison Dart's gonna go to the penalty box. That was a big, big hit. So Smasher is able to get out, but is not lead. That honor goes to Peanut Butter Slice, who is going to call the jam. All right, who are we going to put out there for the Hellbenders? We have got Martin Mahler up against familiar face Pipsqueak. No, Martian, not Martin, right? I mean, is Martin spelled the same as Martian?
It's
Martin Martian? But is it? No, Martin is spelled different because Martin is M-A-R-T-I-N and Martian is T-I-A-N. Okay, so how does this skater spell it? Martian. Okay, let's get back to Derby. Martian Mahler up against Pipsqueak. All right, everybody's a little bit jumbled up. Pipsqueak is pulling the pack to the front, while Martian Mahler is up over on that outside line, getting pulled all the way back by Discord. Gonna slow Martian down. Pipsqueak stuck behind a tripod of blockers from the Hellbenders. Oof. Discord again with the pullback. Meanwhile, Pipsqueak is lead jammer and will be coming around to try and score some more points for Black-N-Bluegrass. And Pipsqueak has got to get around. Who is that? Lots of Floof. But Floof is that Floof that just took the star? It is. Floof is now the jammer and will, as long as he can get the star on. Nope, no points to be scored for Floof because that jam will be called before Floof has the opportunity to score any points. That's exactly what a pivot is supposed to do. Take that star and get that jam called off without bleeding any more points. 132 to 109, 6 points scored by Black-N-Bluegrass in that last jam. Okay, Peanut Butter Smackdown on the line again, up against Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit at the back of the pack, dealing with 3 Black-N-Bluegrass blockers. One rotating up to the front. Everybody falling down. In the middle of that, somehow Peanut Butter Smackdown comes out as lead jammer. Jackrabbit is about a half track behind. Peanut Butter Smackdown approaching the pack. Does a little spin and decides to call the jam. No points scored. I think Peanut Butter went out of bounds before trying to pass the hips of the other skater and then called it from the ground. Yes, Michael. Floof was jammer as soon as the successful star pass was completed. They only need it on the helmet if you wanted points. I think they did want points though because they were trying to get it on before they reached the pack. They just never got to reach the pack because the jam ended, which is always sad. Smasher jamming for St. Louis and Pipsqueak for Black-N-Bluegrass. Smasher getting pushed to the outside and coming over to the inside. Pipsqueak trying to find some space up the middle. Lots of one-on-one blocking here. Everybody's kind of broken up and not a lot of, there's even some like blockers accidentally blocking their own jammer with everybody all bunched up like that. So I think, let's see which wall can really get together and hold that jammer. Smasher recycling in the back. That's a nice wall from Black-N-Bluegrass there. Blocking all of the lanes from Smasher and taking Smasher all the way back. I think that was Tinker Hell that took Smasher back. But in the meantime, Pipsqueak was able to find some space in the front and grab lead jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Smasher has the star off. Floof is in front of Smasher, I think ready to take that star if needed. Pipsqueak able to squeak by Floof, who was at the front trying to hit Pipsqueak, but Pipsqueak was able to just get right through there. All right, Smasher stuck at the back of the pack trying to find some space or a pivot. Either one would be fine. And the pivot was found. Floof is now the jammer and will be trying to either score points or get this jam called. Floof gets through, grabs all 4 points, and calls the jam. Good job, Pipsqueak, grabbing 8 points for Black-N-Bluegrass, bringing them to 140. Brent, you believe in Jackrabbit now? So fickle. Brent keeps switching. But Brent, your favorite person is about to jam, it looks like. Chicken Little has a jammer hat on. Oh, wait, is Chicken Little jamming up against Peanut Butter Smackdown? Oh, this battle. Okay, we're just going to do jammer battle. We're not even going to bother with the blockers. Here we go. Oh, Chicken Little. Oh, no. That was it. Yeah, that was 7. Chicken Little. What was it, a track cut? Oh, so that's going to be it. Uh-oh, everybody stops. Peanut Butter Smackdown is... It's so funny. Sometimes when someone gets confused, everyone else gets confused, and then everybody just stops. And Peanut Butter Smackdown was coming and was like, "Can I go? Can I go? Can I still skate? Is the game still happening?" Yep, it's still happening. Oh no, I knew you guys would be so sad. Yeah, Chicken Little is gonna sit, and then he's going to have someone. He's gonna have to leave and go to the chicken house, the hen house. He's going to go to the coop. Chicken Little has to go to the coop. But Chicken Little will be back tomorrow for 2 more games. Don't you worry. Brent said short-lived. Okay, Brent, you can go back to rooting for Jackrabbit. All right, Peanut Butter Smackdown has scored 12 points in this game. Black-N-Bluegrass is starting to pull away with this game. So Hellbenders are going to need to find a way. Oh my goodness! Do you see how many people are in the penalty box right now for the Hell? Oh, it was 3. Now they only had like 2 blockers out there for the Hellbenders. Can we look at penalties after this jam, please, Sirius? Cannot release Chicken Little from the box because of the foul out. Ooh, Peanut Butter Smackdown just better not get a penalty. Okay. So he has to wait until it's time for... Yeah, because Peanut Butter Smackdown is... There's no jammer to come in, so this is Peanut Butter Smackdown's jam. And 20 points have been scored with 3 points left in the jam. Yeah, essentially a 2-minute power jam for Peanut Butter. I think so. total of 23 points from Peanut Butter Smackdown. That was that one hurt. That one hurt the Hellbenders definitely, with that foul out happening right there. All right, here's your penalties. Black-N-Bluegrass really staying low on the penalties. Wait, I want to celebrate Pipsqueak, Zen Chaos, Rainbow Stash, and Boo for these in the 0 penalty club. Wait, oh, Chicken Little, so sad. And a few people with 4, but otherwise I think we're doing okay. So, all right, who is lead jammer here? Beeswax, our little spinning jammer who likes to spin, is up against Pipsqueak, but Beeswax wants to score some points here. Pipsqueak is out, but not lead jammer. Beeswax has scored 4 points. Let's see if we call it or if we are going to just keep on going. Pipsqueak is scoring right now. So is Beeswax. I really like the fact that Beeswax spells their name not like wax, W-A-X, but like whack, like I whacked ya. All right, so Hellbenders outscoring Black-N-Bluegrass by 3 points in that last one, bringing their score up to 116.
You need your 0 penalty.
My 0 penalty celebration. Oh, yeah, I didn't celebrate the Hellbenders 0 penalties. Savage Patch Kid, who's been doing some great blocking out there. Martian Mauler, and Trash, and Viperidae. Okay, I need to ask somebody how to say vipers. I'm just going to say Viper. Viperidae. All right, Smasher is out there. Ooh, pretty toe stops. Almost stayed in bounds, too, to get that lead jam. Pipsqueak is jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass. Is Pipsqueak in the box? Where's Pipsqueak? No. Pipsqueak's there. Oh, Pipsqueak is just... Because Pipsqueak's kind of small. Yeah, I had a hard time seeing Pipsqueak. But I found her. Don't worry. There she is, right there. One blocker to get past. And that is... I think, yep, Savage Patch Kid, who is very good at that one-on-one blocking. So that's going to be a tough one, but Pipsqueak's going to do it and grab lead jammer. Okay, Smasher is out, but not lead. Pipsqueak currently is scoring points. So is Smasher. They are both in the pack, but Pipsqueak calls it. Let's see. Nope, no points were stolen by Smasher. Did Pipsqueak grab any? Official timeout being called by the Hellbenders. We have 17 minutes left in this game. Michael Kwan says, "No, oh yeah, the penalties being in red just makes it, it's like sad." and then it has a line. It's strike through. Well, you know, back in the day, if we're going to play this game, the whiteboard was very public for all to see. And I used to try to spell words because they would put the letter of your penalty in the boxes.
You choose your fouls?
Well, I didn't choose my foul outs. It was just, I would always get excited when I could make a word out of the penalties. Because look at these letters. There is an A for a high block, an E for a leg block, so you've got some vowels here. I always had some Fs. There was always forearms with my penalties. So I had a hard time making words sometimes, but you know, like think about it. If you had a forearm, F, and then a leg block, E, and then you had 2 low blocks, LL, you would spell fell, which is exactly what you made other skaters do by doing all those penalties. Am I actually making you laugh, or are you just loopy?
Penalty hangman.
Penalty hangman. Yes, that's the game I was playing. Oh, the inside whiteboard. Michael Kwan, did you ever see the inside whiteboard get knocked over by a skater? That happened sometimes. I mean, it was a giant whiteboard in the middle. And didn't we used to have somebody who would like hold it up and take it around and like show it to everybody in the crowd? Okay, we're waiting for this official review, but Peanut Butter Smackdown is ready to jam. Oh my goodness. It's just so much jamming. So much. And they're the ones winning right now against the St. Louis team, which, you know, they've got a deeper bench. So let's see. Who is that? Number 4. That's Martian, right? Yeah, Martian Mauler. Michael Kwan said I could spell another word if we did high block elbow and two low blocks. H-E-L-L. You have not seen the inside whiteboard get destroyed. Oh. Were they all really big, or was it just the one that we had? Ours was giant. It was like almost the size of a person. Do you remember it, Sirius? Yeah. I kind of miss the whole crowd being able to see everybody's penalties. I enjoyed, like as a skater too, being able to follow my own penalties. Because sometimes you just forget as a skater. Because in today's derby, like it's electronic, well, depending upon if you're using EPLT or not. But it's hard as a skater, I'm sure, to keep track of like, wait, how many times have I been to the box? Because it just all gets to a blur when you're skating. Usually the whiteboard was on a stand and not mobile. Outside whiteboard could be shown like that. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Official review for an outside block. Black jammer is going to the box. White will retain their review. So somehow white got Black-N-Bluegrass sent to the penalty box. So they are getting a power jam to start. Great use of an official review. That's always my favorite, to get another jammer from the other team in the box so you can get a power jam. Now let's see if Martian Mahler is going to take advantage of this power jam. And get that lead jammer status. We are at turn 2, and great blocking being done here by Black-N-Bluegrass to hold Martian Mahler. Pipsqueak is standing in the penalty box. And Martian Mahler found that space at turn 3 and is your lead jammer. Pipsqueak is out of the box, but still has to complete an initial pass, so there's not points being scored right now by Pipsqueak. However, Martian Mahler, who is entering the pack, is on a scoring pass. Pipsqueak got through and now is going to be eligible to score when Pipsqueak comes in to, oh no, Martian Mahler is going to the penalty box and has lost that lead jammer status, so we are going to go the whole 2 minutes as Pipsqueak and Black-N-Bluegrass now have their own power jam. All right, Pipsqueak trying to score some more points. Already 4 points being scored. If Pipsqueak can get out here, that'll bring the total to 8. Martian Mahler is standing in the penalty box, so Martian Mahler comes out. Couple choices to be made here. Either skate the rest of the jam as jammer or find a pivot and give the helmet to them. So that's really the only choices you have. And then if you're the pivot and you take it, you don't have any choices. You just keep going. Only 20 seconds left, though. I know, Pip is great on those toe stops. Getting up and doing that fancy footwork, trying to, yes, finally getting through for 4 points. That was a very hard-earned 4 points for Pipsqueak. Great job. Martian still stuck in that pack. Pipsqueak also engaging in the pack with 1 second left. Whoo! Couple more points there for Black-N-Bluegrass. And Martian had a couple points in the pocket, so was able to grab 2 points, bringing the total to 118 for the Hellbenders and 180 for Black-N-Bluegrass. That makes sense. The inside whiteboard was about 3 to 4 feet high because you need 15 to 20 lines for all. You have to have a line for every single skater. That's why they were so big. Somewhere in storage, Angel City has the whiteboard from the last game under the minor penalties. Still has all the markings. That's fabulous. I wonder if Cornfed still has ours somewhere. Savage Patch Kid with a jammer star on. Haven't seen that yet. And a lead jammer status. Peanut Butter Smackdown chasing down Savage Patch Kid. That's a smart one to put out, too, because Savage Patch Kid was one of the ones with no penalties. So you don't have to worry about that. And Savage Patch Kid just scored 4 points. But Peanut Butter Smackdown is going to match those 4 points with another 4 points. Big hit, and yeah, I thought so. That was a back block. Savage Patch Kid was trying to call that jam, but was not able to call that jam because that back block was called. So this will now be a power jam for Peanut Butter Smackdown and the Black-N-Bluegrass team. Ooh, a little apex hop, and 4 points for Peanut Butter Smackdown and Black-N-Bluegrass. Peanut Butter Smackdown through again for another 4 points. Savage Patch Kid will be coming back out in just a second. Peanut Butter Smackdown through for another 4 points. Savage Patch Kid is back in. Yeah, Eileen, I agree with you. There have been a lot of 2-minute jams. Oh, I didn't see that you said the whiteboard block view. You are correct, Eileen. It really did. Yeah, there have been a lot of 2-minute jams in this game. It's really interesting because the game before this, all the jams were like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I mean, there were hardly any long jams. And when they were, it was just jammers racing. But then this game, lots of 2-minute jams. I think there have been lots of lost lead status. A little bit more. Oh, one lonesome blocker. Oh, she's all by Bender is all by themselves. But good job, Bender. I like the name Bender. But I'm not seeing. Oh, the Last Rink Bender is the full name. I like that. The Last Rink Bender. You know, Michael, I think I've noticed, I see you say, I hope they've been working on endurance. I don't know if they need to work on their endurance. They're teenagers. They seem to have endurance for days. I don't know why, but they do. They got a lot of endurance. But yes, they should be working on endurance. Pipsqueak is up on the jam line while the Hellbenders are taking a time out with 12, almost 13 minutes left in this game. Ooh, a timeout means I get to tell you some jokes and hopefully make you and or Sirius laugh. I would rather you laugh than Sirius because I don't really care if he laughs or not. But I'll tell you if he does. How do you make a small fortune out of horses? Start with a large fortune? Oh, it's about betting? I thought it was about actually building, like making little statues out of your fortune, like your coins. I get it. What's one of the hardest times to win a horse race? 12:31, because it's 29 to 1. Yeah, that's long odds. Why did the owner name his racehorse Bad News? Because bad news travels fast. Come on, you're not. Oh, I'm just getting groans from Sirius. Just groans. Do we know what this official timeout is about? No? Okay. One more joke. Why was the racehorse feeling so stressed? He was saddled with responsibility. These are all so punny. I want a legit laugh out of Sirius, and I'm getting absolutely nothing. When do vampires, okay, we're rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer right now, so this is vampire and horse racing. When do vampires like watching a horse race? When it's neck and neck. Oh my God, did you guys hear that? Did you hear that? I got him. Oh, Coach Eric from IJRD came in and gave me a thumbs up. That was a good one, huh? Yeah. Good racing joke there. Do you know what this official review is about? Do you know what the official review is about? Okay, no. Me neither. Brent loves my jokes, Sirius, just so you know. Brent, you're the best. Oh, Michael Kwan says that's the roller derby joke. How do you make a small fortune with your derby league? Start with a large fortune. Jay Burton in the house for Pittsburgh, which is coming up at 5:30. Yeah, Discord's been doing a great job today. Really good job. All right, I think we are about to get back to some derby. Those refs look like they're getting ready to blow a whistle or something. So I'm hoping so. Oh, wow, we really are starting with only one blocker. That is Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb is going to be out there all by herself. Pop off, girlfriend, sis. Is that Nutcase Grace? Oh, you're great. Fabulous. All right. And I think the other team is almost kind of rooting for Cherry Bomb here, just all by herself. She's going to be blocking Pipsqueak. But standing in the penalty box is Floof, so Floof will be coming out to help soon. Is the jammer also in the box for St. Louis? I can't see. There's people standing there. I would be so scared if I was the only blocker. I've been out there when there's two of us, but I don't think I ever was just the lonesome one by myself. Because not often can you have three people in the penalty box, because at least one has to be standing. The other one stands and the other two are sitting. So you can have three as long as they've already reached the standing portion. But I don't see a jam. Where is the St. Louis Jammer? Who's going to be the St. Louis Jammer? All by myself. All by myself. She should be singing right now. Don't wanna be. She should be singing to the blockers in the penalty box. All by myself anymore. That's all you're getting. No more singing. Sirius won't let me serenade you. No fun. You're gonna get some aria karaoke by the end of the day tomorrow when I'm real tired. Maintaining a pack is stressful when you're the lone blocker. Oh, that's rough. I'm just proud of Cherry Bomb. Like, what's the word? I'm proud of Cherry Bomb. Regardless of how this goes, I'm just proud of her for going out there and being the lonesome blocker, regardless of what happens. And whether or not St. Louis has a jammer. I'm still very confused on that whole situation. This official timeout has been going for over 5 minutes. I might have to tell some more jokes or something. You're right, Eric. Cherry versus the world. Okay, Scotch coming out to the middle, looking important with a what are those called? A tablet. Thank you. There's one more game today. One more game today, and then no more brain. All right. Pipsqueak getting slowed down. Cherry Bomb did a great job. And now Floof is back. Cherry Bomb has but Cherry Bomb got a penalty for, I think it was for a no-pack, wasn't it? Because she hit when the no-pack was called. Oh. Ooh, everybody falling down. So Floof is now the lonely blocker out there. Savage Patch Kid jamming. Pipsqueak is lead, coming around on a second scoring pass. Here come reinforcements, Floof. Don't worry, you're not by yourself anymore. And Pipsqueak calls it. But there are 3 blockers out on the track for St. Louis, so no more worrying. Well, for right now at least. I have to say again how impressed I am. Black-N-Bluegrass with a roster of 11 people, which I don't even know if all 11 made it through the game because there have been some injuries, are really holding it down, doing a great job. All right, Smasher is up against Peanut Butter Smackdown. Some whistles getting blown. I think penalties are happening. Smasher taking that jammer hat off. However, Peanut Butter Smackdown was sent to the penalty box, and so there will be another 2-minute jam happening. What? That was for a high block. So this is going to be 30 seconds, but because Smasher took off that star, there will be no lead jammer. Smasher still a little bit stuck in the pack during this power jam. And yep, it's peanut butter jelly time when peanut butter comes out, or it's smash-in time if Smasher can make it out or pass the star to a pivot who can make it out. Who is that pivot? Jackrabbit. Brent, it's Jackrabbit. Jackrabbit might take the star. Peanut butter comes out of the box, and some sort of pun about a peanut butter jelly sandwich. What can you say? Cuts the sandwich? No. What? Oh, slice. That would have been funny with a peanut butter sandwich and slice. Oh, but slice is taking a break until tomorrow. There's a lot of people on the. We are gonna. Looks like there might have been an injury, so we're gonna take a minute. Everybody got really tangled up there, and we might just take a minute to shake things off, make sure we're okay. The skater that was injured is standing, but we're still going to take a second to make sure they're okay. They are already skating off to the medics. That looked not great. I was very worried, but I told you they are made of rubber. Teenagers are literally made of rubber, because if that was me, That was a broken leg, like 100%. Why are teenagers made of rubber? If that was an adult, yeah. But a teenager, I think their bones are made of something special. They're Gumby. They really are. Okay, let's try this again. Peanut Butter Smackdown. We haven't seen Tuxedosaurus Rex in a while, have we? It's been a lot of Peanut Butter Smackdown. And yeah, we haven't seen Peanut Butter Smackdown. Wonder if they got. Who else has been jamming besides Peanut Butter Smackdown? Oh, Pipsqueak. Yeah, they've been kind of doing the rotation for the last few jams. All right, and on the St. Louis side, we're going to have Martian Mauler again. Floof and Vanellope are getting kind of high in penalties with 10 minutes left, but otherwise everybody's looking okay. Trash, no penalties. Great job. All right, Peanut Butter Smackdown. I'm looking at that outside line, hoping that, the skater's kind of adjusted for it. Martian Mauler stuck a little bit in the back. Peanut Butter Smackdown finding that space and getting out. Some offense coming in from Savage Patch Kid. Peanut Butter Smackdown coming in on a scoring pass. Half gallon of milk, that would do it. That gives you calcium. So that might make their bones. But I don't think all of them are drinking a half gallon of milk before each game. All right, Peanut Butter Smackdown is through. Has scored 4 points, is coming in on a second scoring pass. The star was attempted to be passed. There's some confusion. It looks like it was an illegal star pass, and the pivot which was Savage Patch Kid, has dropped the star to give it back to Martian Mauler, who has recovered the star. I don't think they actually have to put it on, but still on the initial. Peanut Butter Smackdown coming in now for a third scoring pass as Martian Mauler's trying to get through. Does not have a pivot to hand that to until the pivot comes out, but Peanut Butter Smackdown is getting out of the pack. You are spoiling us, Eric, with all these super chats. Oh, that's so nice. I'm glad that family from home is watching. If you're watching a skater that you are just adoring, you can send them a super chat or just shout them out in the chat. If you send a super chat, any proceeds will go to our stream and making sure that we can continue bringing you great live roller derby all around the Midwest and beyond. Peanut Butter Smackdown no longer lead, so another 2-minute jam comes out of the box and immediately scoring 4 points. That star was passed to Savage Patch Kid after Savage Patch Kid got out of the box, so Savage Patch Kid will now be the jammer for 3 more seconds until that jam ends naturally. 12 points scored by Black-N-Bluegrass. Savage Patch Kid would have had some points if we would have gone a little bit longer, because it was coming. We'll see what happens in the next 8 minutes of this game. At 5:30, we are going to be starting our very last game of the day between Pittsburgh and IC Bruisers, who have both won their games earlier today pretty commandingly. And so I am super excited to see how these two do against each other. IC Bruisers told us that the last time they played each other, Pittsburgh beat IC Bruisers, but I don't think it was too far apart from each other. So this is going to be a really excited Saturday night matchup. Tell your friends, share this stream. This game is going to be a good one. So grab your popcorn and be ready for bad jokes, but great roller derby. Yeah, I agree with both of you, Michael and Amber. A half gallon of milk before a game, my stomach is going to be like, bloop, bloop, bloop. You know how you can sometimes hear the liquid in your stomach? Yes. Yeah, I just made the noise. We all can hear. Some of the things I say in front of a chat of how many people are watching? Oh, just 56 people hearing me make milk noises. Including, I think, a whole room of refs and a whole room of skaters, because they've got the stream on. in the resting rooms, not the restrooms. All right, let's get back to Derby. Let's see some more. Floof is going to be up against Pipsqueak. This Floof usually is a pivot, not a jammer. Nice. They're trying some new things here. All right. Pipsqueak getting pushed to the outside. Floof is the lead jammer for St. Louis Hellbenders. Pipsqueak still stuck in that pack. There's a tripod there. A little bit of confusion from Smasher about penalties. Oh, everybody, that's a banana jam. Everybody's fallen. And Floof is through for 4 points for St. Louis Hellbenders. Floof's talking to the bench to see what we're going to do. Pipsqueak is headed to the box as jammer, I believe. So Floof calls the jam, and we're going to start this next jam as a power jam for the Hellbenders. Woohoo! My watch keeps telling me we're in a loud environment every time anything exciting happens. My watch is like, did you know it's loud in here? I wish that I could tell my watch, like, I am at a sports event. It is going to be loud. Like, it's okay. Yep, freezing that jammer in the penalty box. So, Martian gonna have an opportunity here to get some points and tick, tick, tick into that lead that the Black-N-Bluegrass skaters have established while we wait for the Black-N-Bluegrass jammer to be released from the box. Martian Mahler pulling that pack forward. Everybody is all jumbled up in there, getting some offensive help from the other skaters. Pulling Martin. Yes, Martian is through on the inside line with some help from the blockers and will be lead jammer. Pipsqueak out of the box is already out of the box and through the pack. Pipsqueak does a little bit of a jump and falls towards the inside line, and Martian calls the jam after scoring 4 points for the Hellbenders. Beeswax gonna jam again for us, up against Peanut Butter Smackdown. Why am I checking my notes? I should know that that's Peanut Butter Smackdown. All right, Beeswax gonna try for that outside line, but Poison Dart says, I see you coming for that line. And Peanut Butter Smackdown finds that space and gets out and is lead jammer. We are gonna pause real quickly. There's a skater having a little bit of trouble, and we are gonna take a small break and be right back in just a minute. We are back. I had just stuck a huge strawberry in my mouth, and all of a sudden I heard applause, and the skater was going back over to the medics area. So looks like they're getting checked over and making sure that everybody is going to be okay. And we're going to get started, and I don't get to eat any more strawberries. So I will just sadly look at the strawberries. And this is becoming a theme that I keep starting to eat something, and then I don't get to eat it. So I get to announce for you instead. Floof is going to jam against Peanut Butter Smackdown. Floof up on those toe stops. Very jukey jammer. Just boop, boop, boop. Just jumping around. A little bit like a pinball in a pinball machine. And pinballs his way into lead jammer for St. Louis Hellbenders. Peanut Butter Smackdown also through is going to be eligible to score points. Floof entering the pack on a first scoring pass here, coming up against a tough tripod and decides to call the jam. Was able to grab, looks like 3 points for the Hellbenders. Brent, it's your favorite. Jack Rabbit is up on the line to jam for the Hellbenders, and Pipsqueak is up again for Black-N-Bluegrass with 4 minutes left in this game. Ooh, we're getting to the highlight game of the evening soon. We will have a small break before that game, and then we'll have a long overnight break before 5 games tomorrow at this Speedway Smackdown. Oh, these jammers are racing. Our lead jammer is Jackrabbit, who was behind Pipsqueak for a second, but got in front of Pipsqueak and hits the hips. Pipsqueak tried to grab some points there. There's some confusion happening between people. Is everybody good? I think so. 1 point was scored for Black-N-Bluegrass.
There goes the Macarena.
The Macarena, uh-oh. Are you still watching Nutcase Grace? Because Beeswax is totally stealing your move. Beeswax is so jumpy, just up on the toe stops. Peanut Butter Smackdown, trying to go through the middle. Beeswax, that was funny. Beeswax kind of got pushed to the outside and then was like, oh, there's no one in front of me. I'm just going to go. So Beeswax gets lead jammer and is now going to be eligible to score points. Tinkerhell took a star pass and will now be the jammer for Black-N-Bluegrass. Beeswax grabs those 4 points and decides to call the jam, or 3 points. 3? There must have been a no pass, no penalty. All right, Martian on the line again for the Hellbenders, who have been doing a great job, really just grabbing a few points every single jam and holding Black-N-Bluegrass at that 229 with 2.5 minutes left. We've got time for 1, maybe 2 more jams. And I see a new jammer, Poison Dart. I know there's some of you out there that are fans of Poison Dart. Is going to be, well, I know you're still there, Nutcase Grace. Did you see that they're still in the Macarena again? Got to talk to Beeswax about that. Poison Dart jamming for Black-N-Bluegrass up on toe stops. Martian Mahler in the back of the pack with 4 blockers focused only on defense. That makes it real tough. Martian Mahler tried to get out on the inside line, was not able to get out. Poison Dart with a spin at the front becomes lead jammer and will control this game, this jam. Well, they'll control the game for this jam. Oh, no, they won't, because they just got a back block. I swear every time I say something, they're like, nope, never mind. So guess what, people? We got another 2-minute jam happening, which means this could be the last jam of the game. Smasher coming out. Where'd Smasher come from? But Smasher just took a pass and is now the jammer for the Hellbenders, and it is a power jam, so Smasher's going to have some time to try and score some points. Smasher is trying to get through, gets around Tinkerhell. Smasher coming back in behind Tinkerhell as Poison Dart comes out of the box, and they are forced to let Poison Dart go. So that is 4 points for Black-N-Bluegrass. All right, Poison Dart coming in again on another scoring pass. Big hit. Poison Dart has impressed me all day with those hard hits. I mean, those skaters have a hard time staying in place when Poison Dart does one of those hits, and Poison Dart gets down real low, so it's really hard to keep your center of gravity. Smasher was able to get out very wily and sneaky there. And we have 34 seconds left in this game. That jam was called due to an injury. So I think people are getting a little bit tired right now and probably going to be glad to have a rest till tomorrow. But we're going to take a little quick break until we've got this one sorted out. are back. With the conclusion of this game, that skater is headed over to the medic tent, which has been a little tent. There's no tent. There's just chairs. The medic chairs, which they've been a little bit busy during this game. So hopefully everybody can get some rest after this game and kind of take a breather. The officials are discussing. Those officials, that is a beautiful looking group of officials, isn't it? They all look so official in their stripes. They're oh, serious. You used a pun. He said they're dazzling because they're a dazzle of zebras. Beautiful dazzle of zebras. So we have 38 seconds left. Even though, Michael, you're right, it would have ended with 26 seconds, so someone would have had to use one of their timeouts and call it. But instead, we are going to get one more jam here during this official time, depending upon however long this official timeout goes. See, I would tell a joke, but I know I can tell by body language. I don't think I'm going to have time. So you're going to have to stay tuned for the next game if you want more racing jokes, because I have some more. All right, Floof is going to be jamming for St. Louis, and Peanut Butter Smackdown for Black-N-Bluegrass for what is potentially the last jam of this game. Floof is getting pushed to the outside and pulled back. In the meantime, Peanut Butter Smackdown pulled the pack out in the front and is your lead jammer. But Floof, very wily, was able to get out. I just love the name Floof. It's a great name. Was able to get out of the pack and is chasing down Peanut Butter Smackdown. There is 11 seconds left on the clock. Is that the game, or are we going to call a timeout? 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody calls the timeout, and that is the game. Unofficial score, 241 Black-N-Bluegrass to 140 for the Hellbenders. Like I said, we've got another game coming up in just about half an hour at 5:30. We will be having our final game of the night between IC Bruisers and Pittsburgh. Very excited to have you stick around for that, so stick around for more great roller derby and bad jokes. Welcome back to Derby Date Night and the Speedway Smackdown Juniors Roller Derby Tournament. You are joining us for the last of 5 games today between these amazing 5 junior roller derby teams that we're going to be watching all weekend. We are about to see the Bruisers Misfits from Iowa battle the IJRD All-Stars from Pittsburgh. These two teams have both won their games earlier this morning and did so in a commanding fashion, and both teams are excited to play each other and see who is going to come out on top tonight. And then we get to sleep a little bit, and then tomorrow we'll be back at it again for 5 more games. Thanks to all of you who have been here all day or even just for a little bit of the day, and welcome to those of you who have not been here with us before. We are Derby Date Night. We bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. My name is Aria Kidding Me, and I am your play-by-play announcer who talks about derby, tells bad jokes, and gets hungry and talks about food a lot. And my husband, derby partner, Derby Date Night partner, significant other, what else are you? You tolerator. Seriously is here doing all the technical stuff and the hard work behind the scenes to actually make this all happen. We bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes. So this weekend our theme, of course, with the Speedway Smackdown is speed. So we have been telling some racing jokes during timeouts and official reviews. So look forward to those. Also, letting you know about our community. We have got a fantastic community that we call the Third Wheels. They come on our date with us, our Third Wheels, and we'd love to have you along for the ride. We love our Derby Date Nights, and we want you to be able to enjoy all the best derby action with us. There are so many different ways you can support us, whether it's by liking and subscribing, joining as a member, or sending a super chat. This weekend we are trying to get some good super chats sent to us so that we can take that and use that to help us with our equipment, to help us with our travel. We have been requested to go to lots of places this year, and we really want to make some of those happen, so we would love to be able to do that. And we've had some really great donations towards us, and also when you send a super chat you also can shout out one of your favorite skaters, and we will put that up on the screen and they can see that when they rewatch it later. But enough about us. It is time for some derby. We have got Corn Dog starting out as the jammer for the Bruisers and Bigfoot for the IJRD All-Stars. Oh, Significantly would be a good derby name, wouldn't it? That's a good one too. Corn Dog is your lead jammer. Oh, we are close to the Bruisers bench, and they are loud and excited. So Corn Dog is out. Bigfoot is also out, but about 3/4 of a track behind. Corn Dog takes a, oh, that was a big hit from somebody, and Corn Dog is headed to the penalty box. So our first jam is going to be a 2-minute jam. That was a high block that Corn Dog was called on, so Bigfoot will now have 30 seconds to score as many points as possible. Bigfoot has gotten past the last blocker from the Bruisers and is coming around on a first scoring pass. Corn Dog is standing in the box, so 10 seconds left in Corn Dog's penalty as Bigfoot comes in and gets through the pack to score 4 more points, bringing that total to 8 for Pittsburgh. Corn Dog is back in the pack. We've got 48 seconds left, and both jammers are going to jam for the next 45 seconds. Bigfoot in the pack on a third scoring pass is able to get through. These packs are really spread apart. They're having a hard time staying together, which is surprising because earlier today we had very tight, very solid together packs, but these jammers are kind of just weaving through right now. Corn Dog coming through after that penalty and grabbing those 4 points. Bigfoot, another 4 points right there, bringing that total to 16. Corn Dog sailing through the pack, practically untouched for 4 points of his own. Here comes Bigfoot. Carl says the jokes are going to be a bit racy. Yes, they will, but not racy in the way you're thinking. Well, maybe you are. Ha ha ha. All right, that jam's done. 16-8. That is a big score for both teams as we get started with this first jam of the last game of the day. Woohoo! All very exciting. Sneaky is on the line for the IC Bruisers. And who is that? Sirius. I should know that because you're serious and he's serious. Sirius is jamming for the Yins Are Dead All-Stars. Sirius is getting pulled all the way to the back, while Sneaky is also getting pulled all the way to the back. Sirius is trying to find space at the front. He has to get past that pivot. He does a swing around and gets pushed to the inside and is getting pulled back. Meanwhile, Sneaky also getting pulled back. I see and through for lead jammer. Sirius also being able to get out and about a quarter track behind. There's only two Yinzer All-Stars out on the track. Make that one because Zag just threw one of them just to hit them right out of bounds. Okay, now we've got three. So Sneaky is Jennifer DeVoe, go Brats. Take photos of Queen Dozer and keep it up. Love you all. So proud. Pound Cake. Oh, thank you so much, Pound Cake. And exciting. Okay, wait, where's my notes I was taking for our super chats? That is a super chat for the Brats. Is it Brats or Brats? Thank you so much. What? I'm just hungry, so I'm saying Brats. All right, so 7 more points for the Yins Are Dead All-Stars and 3 more for the IC Bruisers Misfits. 11-26, Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh and Voltar for IC Bruisers. I'm looking up Voltar because nobody told, I think it's a take Zoltar? The fortune machine from Voltar. I'm looking it up. It's the League of Super Evil. A self-appointed leader of the League of Super Evil. That's who Voltar. Oh, did you see that? Speaking of the self-appointed leader of the League of Super Evil, that was pretty super fabulous, what Voltar just did. Oh, Eric qualifies. That's a good racing pun, too. That was nice. All right, 4 points for the Bruisers, bringing us to an 11-point game. Sirius on the line for Pittsburgh and Sneaky for IC Bruisers. Sirius getting pushed to the inside. Sneaky stuck behind a tripod. Sirius getting pulled back by Air 404, but he is able to get around and become lead jammer. Sneaky getting pulled all the way to the back. Still on his initial. Sirius with a huge hit on Air 404 is able to get through for 4 points. Sirius coming around another scoring pass. Is this a power jam? Where's Sneaky? In the box. So this is a power jam. We're going so fast for being in a power jam. Okay, I forget. Sirius is so mad. I keep forgetting to look at the screen. It's a new screen, and you told me it was going to take time. You can't get frustrated with me. Uh-oh. Shenana Jam, both jammers. Sneaky coming out of the box, and Sirius going in the box. So now it is Sneaky's turn to try and score some points. Big Rig, you're back. Yay! Well, there's been a lot of scoring in only like 3 or 4 jams. I think this is the 4th jam, so it's been whoo. Okay. Clementine said go Brats too. So who? You guys got to help me out here. Who the Brats are? Are they Iowa or are they Pittsburgh? It is Pittsburgh. Oh, Pittsburgh Derby Brats. Duh. Okay. Thank you, Pittsburgh. I'm there. I'm caught up, people. We got this. All right, Sirius back on the track. Sneaky is still sitting and waiting. Ooh, up on 1 foot to stay in bounds. Did you see that little juke? That was a little jump and a push. Sneaky back in, but that whistle means that is the end of the jam. And Pittsburgh was able to score 12 to IC Bruisers 0, starting to stretch out that lead a little bit. And that whistle means somebody's calling a timeout. Looks like it is the IC Bruisers. So they're going to just take a second and take a breather, and so am I. What are you laughing at? Brats are our kids. Oh, we should probably check on them. I hope they've had a good day, but you're a little correct on that one. But they're at home taking care of the dogs today. Well, one of them is taking care of the dogs. The other one, he was charged with taking care of the kitchen. I'm pretty confident the dogs are going to be good tomorrow. I'm not confident that the kitchen is going to be what I want it to be tomorrow. So is this turned into an official review from a timeout? I thought it was a timeout, but this looks more like an official review, which means, guess what, people? Time for some racing jokes. Oh, really? You want me to use the good ones? Oh, because we have gotten some good super chats. You want me to do the good? But I told them it was going to be racing jokes. You want me to use the ones from the special box? Special box jokes. Okay, I will do 2 jokes from the special box. Here we go. Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? He needed a little space. Okay, the second one is, my friend asked me to help him round up his 37 sheep. So I told him 40. You liked that one. I do like, see, if we get more super chats, we get more jokes from the special box. But for now, since we don't have, we got a super chat from Jennifer. We got a super chat from Eric. We're getting there for more jokes from the special box. We're looking for super chats, and call people out because I'm doing my own competition of who's getting the most super chats. And right now, Pittsburgh has 2, while the Zebras, Team Zebra, the referees and NSOs have 1, and Discord, one of the skaters, has 1, and Derby Date Night has 1. So Pittsburgh currently winning the battle of the super chats. Also, if you're interested in the statistics I'm keeping, the current winner of the most points in a jam, this game is a tie right now between one skater from each of these teams. Sneaky and Bigfoot have each had a jam with 28 points. So currently they are tied for the biggest scoring jams in this tournament, and I will keep continuing to update you on that. But in the meantime, while the referees talk, I will give you some racing jokes. My annoying cousin keeps bragging about sleeping in a race car bed. Joke's on him. I sleep in a real car. That's so true. It's not cool as an adult to sleep in your car, but as a kid, if you can sleep in a race car bed, you're good to go. Wait, what was that? Serious, bring it back. 1 pack, 1 team. Clementine. I am guessing that the green and the black means that's another super chat for Pittsburgh. Uh-oh. These other teams are going to have to send some super chats because Pittsburgh is taking a commanding lead in the super chat battle. All right. Thank you so much for that super chat. We appreciate it, and we can tell that we've got some good Pittsburgh fans in the chat. Speaking of, Punch Buggy from Pittsburgh is your lead jammer for this jam. Jamming up against Voltar, who is where in the box? Oh, nice, Punch Buggy. Oh, beautiful hit from the pivot, but the pivot went out. And if you hit somebody out and you go out, then you don't get to pull them back. So they don't have to yield to you. So Punch Buggy was able to grab 4 points, bringing their total to my favorite number of 42. And we will get ready for the next jam. So is Voltar still in the box? Is that what I'm seeing? And standing in the box, I think. So Voltar is going to be coming out in less than 10 seconds, but we will start this next jam. Bigfoot has a power jam, and we are about 1/3 of the way through this first half. Thank you, Eric. Bruiser was looking for a forearm on the pit jammer, but they did not find evidence. So IC Bruisers will lose their official review, and no penalty will be issued. Voltar coming out of the box was not able to get lead. That goes to Bigfoot, but Voltar is in position for scoring here and gonna get some points on the board, I think, for IC Bruisers. Oh, Big Rig, I didn't realize. So there's a peanut cutter on this team, but there was a peanut butter on one of the last teams we just watched. So maybe the two of them, they each play all the teams. So I would like to see peanut cutter and peanut butter play against each other tomorrow. That would be fun. I need somebody named Jelly. I need somebody named Jelly to join. Oh, and Slice from the other team. So you can have peanut butter, Jelly, and Slice. A banana? People do not eat peanut butter banana sandwiches anymore. Really? Do you like a peanut butter banana sandwich? Oh, yeah, you can't eat peanuts. Never mind. Sorry. Forgot to bring up that bad news again. Okay. Is this another official review?
It sure is.
Wait, but Iowa City can't have another official review, so this has to be the official review for Yinzer. And I know that because see that little white blinking light on the screen next to Yinzer Dead All-Stars? That means that they are currently using their official review. Don't look at me like I'm telling the chat. Why do you sound like you're very, that's information that I know now.
It's game 5, y'all.
It is game 5 of 5, so please forgive me if I am a little loopy, but we're having fun, and that's the most important thing. I'm hoping that Eric will update us. Oh, I just looked behind me. He's not there anymore. Yes, Eric is going to update us what is going on. Thank you so much. We love having great moderators and helpers to help us get you all of the information that we want to give you guys. Sideline reporting. Uh-oh, Jennifer is threatening Richie, saying, Richie, you better jam. Richie Teaser, who you guys all call something else. I should have written it down from earlier. What do you all call Richie Teaser? They have a different name. I don't remember. You guys will tell me. A jammer yap sesh. Yeah, the jammers are definitely having a good conversation. What do you think they're talking about? It's been a long day. I don't think if it was an adult yap sesh, it would be, I can't wait to go to sleep tonight. I'm so tired. But it's teenagers. So what do we think they're talking about? Who knows? Squid-A. Squidsta. Squidsta. Squid. Squid-A. There, I wrote it down. Then we'll remember.
Phonetically?
Pig shower. What does that have to do with a squid? Okay, wait. Now I really want to know what they're talking about because I think, who is that? Number 16. That's Corn Dog. So Corn Dog is talking to Sirius. He just made a motion with his hand like he was cutting something. So maybe they're talking about making a sandwich. I don't know. Isn't there a limit to how many official reviews? Actually, yes. You get to take as many official reviews as you want as long as you win them. If you do not, then you only get one per half. So IC Bruisers has already used theirs. Yinzer is using theirs right now. And if they're going to get to keep it, they were looking for a track cut. Oh, yep, a track cut on number 97 from Iowa City, which is Voltar. And it looks like after the official review, they decided that, yes, they do agree that there was a penalty on Voltar. And Voltar will now start the next jam in the box, which Eric just filled us in on. Carl says the jammers were talking about the new John Wick film. Oh, it is 2 ORs max per half, Michael? Dang it, I was getting too, I got overconfident. 2 max. Okay, so they get to retain, and then they can have 1 more, but they can't just keep going. I guess I never won official reviews when I was a coach very much, because I never got more than 2. Sirius gets to keep going after avoiding a hit from Pancake, and will be lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Voltar is out of the box. Sirius coming around on a scoring pass. Voltar with a beautiful apex jump. Whew! But that was an initial, so no points. Sirius is watching Voltar and gonna call that jam so before Voltar can get any points. How fast is Voltar? Like, seriously. That's your name. But so fast. So fast. Carl, I do not believe you that you can lip read for some reason. You know, you might be able to prove me wrong, but I don't know. Corn Dog is up on the line, up against Bigfoot. All right. Jennifer is hoping that El Diablo, number 4 on Pittsburgh, is going to jam at some point. I'm looking over at the Pittsburgh bench. I don't think I see a star on El Diablo's head. I'll let you know if I notice any changes. Are we in another official review? Or is this oh, it's a team timeout now. Whose timeout is? Oh, it's the IC Bruisers timeout because it's blinking. And now we've got 2. These jammers are getting to talk a lot. Just chatty. These chatty jammers. One joke, Eric. One joke. But it's about to be over. Okay. What song do racehorses like to listen to? Watch me whip, watch me neigh neigh. Okay, lead jammer going to Bigfoot of Pittsburgh, but followed closely behind by Corndog. A apex jump from Bigfoot, backwards, forwards, doesn't matter, it's all skating. Bigfoot is through for 4 points, but Corndog is right behind Bigfoot for 4 points of his own. Bigfoot with 4 more points. Sorry for that cough. Corndog, did he steal a point? No, no stealing of points, but 8-4 in that one. With 18 minutes left, we're almost halfway through the first half of this game. Looks like we have got Punch Buggy on the line for Pittsburgh and Sneaky for IC Bruisers. What are you saying no to, Melody? My joke, my information, my just no? Just no. I'm just going to say no. Sneaky out as lead jammer. Punch Buggy about half a track behind. These skaters are so fast. Look how fast they're going. Sneaky has to get past 2 blockers. Hits the blocker on the side. Pretty hard hit, but legal, and calls the jam after grabbing 3 points for the IC Bruisers.
Does he have to land the point or just stay in bounds?
Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh and Voltar for the IC Bruisers. There are not many blockers out there, it looks like. Bigfoot was slowed down temporarily, but found his speed and got through, but there was a no pass, no penalty, so he is ineligible to become the lead jammer. Voltar, on the other hand, gets out, gets lead, and immediately calls the jam, which stopped Yinzer from scoring too many points. They were able to get 3, though. The joke was a no. I'm going to repeat that joke to you so many times tomorrow. Racehorses. I mean, it's a good song. Watch me whip. Watch me neigh neigh. You would never see it coming. Never see it. Melody's going to kill us. Ooh, it's a banana jam. Everybody's on the ground, but everybody's okay and back up. And we have got Sirius as your lead jammer. Zag is jamming for the IC Bruisers. Zag is another one who has had a few high-scoring jams in earlier games as these 2 jammers speed it up to get to the pack. Zag is now in front of Sirius. Looks like Sirius is going to let this go, and Zag sails through for 4 points. Sirius gets slowed down. Zag is coming around, wanting to score more points. Sirius currently in the pack and decides to call it after grabbing a couple more points for Pittsburgh. You know what I really enjoy is that we have had 5 games today I'm exhausted. I know these skaters are more exhausted because they're actually doing physical work. I'm just doing brain work. And so many of them are smiling. Like when they come off the track, they're smiling like they're having the best time ever. Like they are enjoying just playing the game of roller derby, and that is so fun to see and really just enjoyable. Bigfoot on the line up against Voltar. I have a feeling we're going to see all these names a lot in the next game here. Voltar stuck at the back of the pack behind a Oh, Voltar going to the penalty box. Bigfoot out. Voltar got a forearm. So Bigfoot and IJRD All-Stars are going to have an opportunity here. Oh, and 4 points going to the Brats. Do you think it's, yeah, Pittsburgh Derby Brats. They're not going to be the Brats, right? I just want sausages because the hot dog does sound good. All right, Bigfoot coming around another scoring pass. Voltar out of the box and hopping his way through. No points scored yet. Passing Bigfoot. Bigfoot decides to call the jam and not let Voltar score any points. Bye, Eric. We're going to watch that game later, too, because I think it's being streamed, so we'll find it later. Don't leave my stream, but just so you're aware, Circle City is about to play against someone. I don't remember who, but it's going to be streamed somewhere. But that's okay. You can watch it later because you're watching this stream now. I don't want to send you anywhere. I got jokes. What? Yeah, watch it after this one. So much good derby. So much good derby. Corndog and Punch Buggy jamming against each other. Corndog getting pushed to the outside and pulled to the back. Oh, that was Lakeinator. Of course it was. One-on-one blocking and pulling people back. That's Lakeinator. It always is. Corndog getting stuck, but then, oh, a penalty getting called. Punch Buggy on the ground from a hit from Zag as Corndog is headed to the box. After this jam, can we take a look at the, look at the penalties? Thank you. El Diablo got out of the box there at the end of that jam, so I think there are a few people still in the box. Let's take a look at where we're at with penalties. Serious? Ooh, everybody's getting a little bit of penalties here, but there's a few that don't have any. Good job for those. Oh, Corndog just got 2 more. Ooh, Lakeinator already at 5. That's surprising. Really surprising because Lakeinator was pretty clean in the last game, and then a few people with 1. So lots of people getting into the penalties a little bit at the beginning of the game. Wait, why is Bigfoot sitting down? Did Bigfoot get tired? Ooh, he's hiding because he's Bigfoot. I really want Bigfoot to wear camo for some reason, or just something funny on his head. A ghillie suit. I hardly even know what those are. I kind of do. I don't know why. There's no reason I should have that knowledge. Okay, I see Bruisers just got really excited about something. Bigfoot is out. No pass, no penalty, so cannot be lead. Corndog is still in the box, but as long as he doesn't take that helmet off, I believe he can still, or helmet, the cover off, I believe he's still eligible for lead if he can make it through an initial. Did you just call Bigfoot old? Big rig. Everyone here is a teenager. So much youth in these skaters. Nope, can't call it because he didn't know he had the no pass, no penalty. So someone will have to explain that to him later. So he thought he was lead because he wasn't sure about that. And Corndog was able to call off the jam. Yep, they're all explaining the no pass, no penalty. Okay, wait, you call him uncle because he's old on your team? He's playing his first adult game next weekend. Ooh, so they all call him old. He could be my child. I mean, my child is 16, so yeah. I guess he's your child too, serious. Not just mine. I wonder how he's doing at home. We should check in on him. We never could get our kids to play derby. I don't know if are they tough enough? I think our younger one is. Yeah. I think they could be tough enough, but they saw mom playing it growing up, so I just don't think they had interest. You know, whatever mom does is not as cool. Sirius is lead jammer and coming around on a first scoring pass. Sneaky, it was able to get out and is chasing Sirius down. Sirius is through after scoring 4 points and keeps Sneaky from scoring any. 10 minutes left in the first half of this game. This game is flying by. No, but you're a very spry young lady. Oh, well, thank you so much, Big Rig. I love this chat. So complimentary. You know, you all keep me young. Derby really does keep me young. You know how I do all these cheesy jokes? I literally brought a cheese necklace this weekend so that and it lights up. It glows, and it's very fun so that I can turn it on when I get real cheesy. But I haven't pulled it out yet. We haven't gotten loopy enough. I'm sure the cheese necklace will come out. We'll see it. All right, Zag on the line with a star on. But we have another team timeout being taken right now by Pittsburgh. Now, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're still here. They only get 3 timeouts per game, whereas you get 1 official review per period, or 2 if you retain 1, correct? Those timeouts reset at the first, or no, the 3 timeouts, that's all you get for the whole game. But the official reviews reset, I think. Okay, ooh. Jokes. Okay, I don't know if I understand this one. You might have to explain it to me. I bet on a horse with excellent breeding. After the horse left the starting gate, he paused to close it behind him. Because he's polite? That's not good, though. He's not going to win the race. 1-1 was a racehorse. 1-2 was 1-2. 1-1 won 1 race, and 1-2 won 1-2. Did you understand what I was saying? It's a who's on first, yeah. All right, let's watch Derby. Bigfoot on the line for Pittsburgh. Oh, a nice offense happening there. Who was that, number 8? Forrest Bump, happy birthday. Beautiful offense. That pack is speeding up, which is something that Bigfoot loves, to be able to just go straight through a speedy pack. Woo! Michael Kwan, have I redeemed myself after my incorrect information just a little bit ago? Oh, people are chanting for... Okay, Sneaky is out on the track as jammer. Bigfoot has scored 8 points and is coming around on a 3rd scoring pass. People are exiting the box. Maybe the box, nope, the box is not empty. Somebody else is going into it. But Sneaky is through and will not be able to score any points as the Yinzer All-Stars go over the century mark and are at 106. Zag on the line for the IC Bruisers, and Punch Buggy has lined up for Pittsburgh. How many blockers are out there for? Okay, 2 blockers out there for the IC Bruisers and 3 for Pittsburgh. Wait, no, 4 for Pittsburgh, but only 2. Uh-oh. Punch Buggy trying to find space, trying to get around, but not able to because Zag somehow found a hole and got out as lead jammer. Punch Buggy is right behind Zag, though. You're doing your best, Arya. We understand. I'm always doing my best, Michael. Woo! A little apex jump, but did not land it. I think he called as he was landing, but didn't get any points because he didn't land that apex jump. It's okay. Okay, Sirius is on the line against Voltar, but they're giving each other a high five beforehand, which I do appreciate the good camaraderie between these 2 teams. Oh, I'm running out of time to get enough super chats for the jokes. They only allow me to, I can't do like an all day goal. It only lets me to do a few hours at a time. So tomorrow I might have to, I don't know, make a lower goal with these super chats. Okay, Voltar jamming for Icy Bruisers. Serious for the IJRD All-Stars. And Voltar found the space first and is lead jammer with 7 minutes left in this first period. Serious also able to, oh no! Serious just got called on a track cut by 2 refs at the same time. So it was like, oh, there's no such thing as an extra track cut. You just, doesn't matter, more than 1 ref calls it. Oh no, we're gonna have a jammer switcheroo. All the blockers get to rest. This is blocker resting time while the jammers have a shenana jam. Copyright Kimbo Slicer from Circle City. And Sirius is now out, but Voltar will only sit as long as Sirius did. So he will be out of the box very quickly. Sirius coming around, and this is gonna be a 2-minute jam because nobody is lead. Everybody's on the ground a little bit. Taking a second to reset. Voltar at the back of the pack. Sirius pulling towards the front of the pack and gets through. That was his initial, so now he will be eligible to score points as he comes around. Voltar is, these jammers don't pass often, do they? They don't, they seem like they're jammers and then they are jammers. Sirius is through for 4 points for Pittsburgh. Voltar trying to find space, any space. Sirius, whew. I'm noticing the Icy Bruisers are starting to break apart a little bit as a wall. Like I would love to see them really get together as a wall because Sirius and Bigfoot both seem to really love just weaving around the players that are there by themselves. So I would say, you know, really focusing on that pack blocking instead of one-on-one blocking would be really good. 5 minutes left in this first half. Icy Bruisers at 38, IJRD All-Stars at 117. And official review being called by Yinzer because they have an official review remaining. Carl, it is 7 penalties until a foul out. 6 for free, and 7 means you go sit down. But while we are having this official review, I get to tell you some more race jokes. I'm getting more racing jokes during this game than any game in this tournament so far. And maybe, I'm going to get Sirius to laugh again. He is getting a little loopy, which means he finds things funny that really aren't that funny. A racehorse owner takes his horse to the vet again. Will I be able to race this horse again? The vet replies, of course you will, and you'll probably win. I didn't get it. Bad joke? Oh, okay. Get it. Oh. What is the longest running event? Ever. Well, maybe not ever, but it's a very long running event. The human race. Why are we a race? Okay. It's not a running race, just the human race. Who won the 1975 Formula One World Championship? Oh, this is a niche joke. Lauda. Who won the 1975 World Championship? Oh, Lauda. Because the guy's name was Nicky Lauda, but they're saying Lauda. Who won? That okay, that actually is funny. You know how we love palindromes here at Derby Date Night? Race car. Oh no, this is not a good joke. But race car backwards is still the same as forwards. I'm not reading the rest of the thing. Some of these are not good. What do we want? Race car noises. When do we want them? Meow. Meow. I'm realizing that some of these jokes are not totally appropriate for a younger crowd, so I'm having to edit them on the fly as I go. Oh, we're going back to Derby. Good. Here we go. Carl's laughing at these jokes. Oh, yeah, Big Rigs. It wasn't a bad joke. The guy is racing against the horse. Serious. That's why he's saying he'll probably win next time. Not, the horse is not going to, no. Don't be morbid. We live in a happy world. Thank you, Big Rig. See, it's a happy story. The horse is injured, so the guy wins. There you go. All right. Sneaky jamming against Sirius. Is Sirius starting in the box? Where's Sirius? I can't see him. That pack is speeding up, which is good for these jammers who like to weave through people. But Sneaky is finding a blocktopus of all the blockers. Ooh, nice move there by El Diablo to hold Sneaky one-on-one. Sirius coming out of the box. Sneaky has gotten through and will be lead jammer. Sirius trying to sneak through. We are now under 5 minutes left in this game. Nope, half. We still got one more half. At least I'm correcting myself, Sirius. Ooh, Sirius is so fast. Like, how many seconds is it taking Sirius to go around the track? Okay, hold on. And, okay. Oh, but he called it. I'll have to do it later. He's just very fast. Very fast. All right, that was 6 points for Yinzer and 3 for the IC Bruisers. Yeah, El Diablo was doing really well with that one-on-one. Big Rig, you are a joke whiz. I give you all the compliments because you're so nice. Bigfoot having a chat with Corn Dog. You know, I bet you the real Bigfoot doesn't ever get an opportunity to have a corn dog because he has to stay in like isolation in the woods. I think I'm silly. Bigfoot is lead jammer for Pittsburgh. Corn Dog is out. Bigfoot has 4 points. Oh, you usually give yourself 8 seconds when you block against him at practice. Okay, yeah, he's fast. Hunter was on a speed skate team. Is that serious, Hunter? Bigfoot getting pushed to the back. That makes so much sense, speed skating. Looking at that form. All right, Corn Dog finding some space and able to get out of that pack. Bigfoot also out of the pack. These jammers are going to race each other. You have one of the best YouTube names ever. Ope, sorry. Please tell me you live in the Midwest or are from the Midwest. Ope, sorry. And if not, I still love it. It's best. It's an amazing name. Yes, Hunter is serious. Oh, no worries, Mabel. I know that everybody has 2 names in Derby, so figuring out whoever, except for unless you are Richie Teaser, then you have 3 names. Oh, and Bigfoot has 3 names too because they also call him Unk. And moving up to the adult Derby world soon. A lot of these skaters. Going to be really exciting to see. Sneaky getting a high block. Punch Buggy also getting a penalty. Headed to the box. Also with a high block. So Sneaky's going to be released, and Punch Buggy will sit for as long as Sneaky did. Nice. Sneaky coming out of the box and getting through that pack. Punch Buggy also out of the box. I think, is Punch Buggy still on their initial? We'll see. All right. Sneaky, I know, is in scoring position right now, so we'll score points for everybody Sneaky passes. Punch Buggy is through. That was the initial. This jam is going to go the full 2 minutes, so 1 minute of skating. This is going to become like its own skate-a-thon. Oh, sorry, is telling us Sirius had the most laps at our skate-a-thon last year. This could, oh no, this will be the last jam because no one can call it. So this is going to be the end of the period after this jam. And Punch Buggy through for 4 more points. Sirius had the most laps at the skate-a-thon. He was the only one over 100 laps. That's crazy. So good. Also, that's my Derby name. I coach the PDB B team, the Pit Bulls, and play for Steel City. I love your Derby name. It's amazing. Steel City. I gotta watch some Steel City. I think we might have played against Steel City once, but it was the B team, I think. I don't know. It was a while ago. Anyway, I should probably talk about the game that's actually happening. Sneaky is through for another 4 points. Having scored 12 points to Pittsburgh's 4. Punch Buggy is on the outside trying to figure things out while Sneaky grabbed 4 more points to end the first half, bringing that to a 16-point jam, which is a lot. This game, we're not having a bunch of huge jams. So IC Bruisers finishing the half with 61, Yinzer Dead All-Stars with 144, and we will be back in 15 minutes for the conclusion of today's games. But don't worry, there's more Derby tomorrow with 5 more games. Lots more Derby happening, but we will be back with one more half of one more game. I'm gonna go get a snack. welcome back to Derby Date Night Speedway Smackdown edition as we get ready for the, is it the penultimate when it's the last? Maybe? Let's go with that. Somebody can correct me. The penultimate half? Yeah, penultimate is second to last, so I don't know what the last is. Okay, where it's the last half of today.
Day one.
We're finishing day one with this game, which has been so fun to watch. I was just talking to one of the refs during the break, and I was like, so what are you noticing as refs? And they were like, this is a great game. It's technical. It is like these skaters are talented. Just they understand Derby. They're doing a great job. And I love hearing that, especially from refs who ref Derby all over the place, all types of Derby. And I cannot say enough how great these kids are. Like, yeah, adults, if you're watching this is what's coming for you. This kind of talent of skaters who still have lots and lots of years of skating left. So amazing. It's great. Okay, Michael Kwan says the last half is the ultimate half of day one. So penultimate would have been the first half. The second half is the ultimate. We'll go with that. Oh, the skate wheels on the logo never fail to remind you of donuts. You know, that might have been a little bit intentional, that our skate wheels look a little bit like donuts, because we're always hungry here at Derby Date Night. We love donuts. You know that about us. And I love the fact that you have Derby Date Night merch, too, because I love that you rep us all the way in Australia and put Derby Date Night out there. Sirius and I are both wearing our Derby Date Night merch today. I've got my blue T-shirt on, and he has his navy blue hoodie. And if you want to have some Derby Date Night merch, you can go to derbydatenight.com, and you can look at all of our merch and take a gander at what we've got and order some Derby Date Night merch so you can rep us. With that being said, the second half of this game has begun. And lead jammer is going to go to Bigfoot from Pittsburgh. Voltar jamming for IC Bruisers with a little bit of crawling, but was able to recover and get out. Bigfoot gets through with 4 points and decides to call the jam. A quick hit it and quit it first jam of the second half here. But I know you'll all be sad when we're done, so you can come back tomorrow, and we will have more. We will have 5 more games of Derby. Each of these teams will be playing 2 more games to find out who is the ultimate Speedway Smackdown champion. Oh, I'm so glad the Derby Date Night hoodies are comfy. I love the hoodies. Like, I was surprised. Sirius literally lives in his hoodie. He wears it a lot. We should probably get you a second hoodie. They're nice hoodies. I do like them. Zag is your lead jammer for the IC Bruisers. Sirius juking around a Bruiser blocker to chase down Zag about half a track behind. I was talking with Sirius a little bit, not my Sirius, the Sirius that's out on the track right now, during halftime, and he told me that he feels like he's a little slow today. I know. He's going so, I was like, you are so fast. He was like, I feel a little slow today. Just don't feel as fast as usual. But he has done banked track, he has done flat track, and I guess he also does USARS. And USARS is known for being USARS is fast Derby. Okay, 4-2. Bruisers to Yinzer. Yinzer at 150, Bruisers at 65. Bigfoot up against Sneaky for this next jam. Sneaky literally jumping over 2 skaters. That was beautiful. But unfortunately, was not lead jammer. That honor goes to Bigfoot, but Sneaky is only about a quarter track behind as this pack is speeding up. Bigfoot was looking to possibly take a hip whip, but was foiled by Voltar and decided to call the jam after scoring 3 points and 1 little point. Sneaky stole a sneaky little point there. Sneaky got a sneak. Yeah, just snuck it in. Sirius on the line. There was a cute little stare down between the two of them, and now they are doing some sort of a secret handshake. They have not determined what that secret handshake yet is. I bet by the end of the game they'll have it down. That is corn dog. Sirius was happy to hear, Sirius, that you guys have the same name. It made him smile. because he also doesn't meet very many Siriuses. Corn Dog is chasing down Sirius, but Sirius decides to call the jam. This is a whole bunch of hit it and quit it's right now. Nobody's getting any big jams. Like, remember how I was writing down the biggest jams, and for both of these teams in previous games, not this game, but in previous game, Corn Dog had 1 jam of 20 points. Zag had 2 jams of 20 points. Boltar had 2 jams of 24, and Sneaky had a jam of 28. For Pittsburgh, Sirius had a jam of 20 and a jam of 18, and Bigfoot had jams of 22, 24, 24, and 28. But we're not seeing those numbers in this game because I feel like they're doing a really good job of getting out after, somebody gets lead, and then whoever doesn't get lead is getting out and forcing that call off. So this game is not as high scoring, and a big tumble and some falling, and I think we might be taking a short break just to check on people because that was a big tumble there. So we're going to take a quick injury time out and be right back. And we are back. That skater is skating on over to the medic area, getting some help from the medics there. We always worry when people take a little hit in the noggin, and so that looked a little shaky, and we're going to make sure that skater is okay. During that, Big Rig, you got funded to send a super chat, so thanks to Opsari, and both Opsari and Pittsburgh Derby Brats are going to get a vote in the super chat face-off. You all are going to make it hard for anybody to beat Pittsburgh in the super chat competition here. So thank you so much, Big Rig. Love it. Love to see those super chats coming in. And sorry, I have a new goal. I would like to meet Sorry, because that is one of my favorite names ever, and I think that we would be great friends. Sorry. And she'll be like, "Are you kidding me?"
Seriously.
Seriously. Yeah, all 3 of us. We need to hang out. Okay. Sorry, gets a point. So now the Brats have 2 points and Pittsburgh has 1. Should I just combine that and make that 5 points? Or should I make the Brats be separate from Pittsburgh? It's its own thing? Okay. Okay. We'll see what the chat has to say. So the refs are discussing, I think, a little bit about that. Like, there was a little collision, some falling, some things were happening. So refs are going to discuss with the, nope, they're not going to discuss with anybody. They are just going to, we're just going to move on, I think. Maybe. We got 25 minutes left. Oh, I'm about to find out what happened. Okay. So they decided that that jam was actually going, since that jam was ended for injury, I think it was pretty close to being done or being called. So they decided to just end that jam, and they're just going to start a new jam. So they're not going to do a continuation, which is what they were discussing. And in this new jam, we have got some new jammers. We got Punch Buggy for the Yins Are Dead All-Stars, and we have got Voltar for the IC Bruisers. I bet Voltar was also a speed skater, just looking at the stance. Okay, another quick hit it and quit it. Pittsburgh with 4 points. What'd you say?
Yeah,
Somebody lost a wheel? Where is it? Do we know where the wheel is? Look at your screen. I see. Oh, she's holding. They are holding the wheel. Where? Oh, well, I guess that happens. I think they're going to call an official timeout to make sure that all parts are where they need to be and that skater can get back to the bench, because it's a little bit hard to skate with only 3 wheels on 1 foot.
If you want to be a third wheel, you got to join. If you want to be a third wheel.
Wait, okay, our people are called third wheels. You can't become a third wheel by losing one of your skate wheels. You have to join our membership. You can't just take a wheel off your skate, because clearly that doesn't go very well, so it's better to become a member. Oh, was that some dancing happening between teams? Having fun together? Oh, Big Rig, go Strawberry Jam. My favorite tree farmer. There's a joke there, I think. Big Rig will explain. Oh, dear. Corn dog. I just sounded like such an old lady. It is devolving. It's the end of the day. Thanks so much, Big Rig. You're spoiling us. We love it. We love to be able to feature your chats up on the screen so you all can watch it later when you're watching with your friends and showing them all the things that you saw. Bigfoot is your lead jammer, and Corndog is going to be pulled back to the jam line as Bigfoot comes around on a first scoring pass. There's so much Pittsburgh in the chat. I love seeing all of you. Where are you, Iowa? Are you guys watching? Or are you guys all here? Did you come? I don't know how far away Iowa is. Stats for tomorrow. I'll look it up tonight and figure out how far away Iowa actually is. All right, Bigfoot still lead. Oh, there we go. Strawberry is majoring in forestry. My favorite tree farmer. Oh, I love that. And Strawberry Jam's a good name to go with that, because strawberries are grown in the forest sometimes. Probably not. They probably have nothing to do with each other. I'm just making up my own stuff. All right, Yinzer grabbing 8 points in that last jam. 173-266. Sirius and Voltar up on the line together. Yeah, Pittsburgh is representing. You are right, Disco. That's why I'm asking, where's Iowa here? There's got to be some Iowa. All right, we got a 4-3 pack advantage going to Pittsburgh, as we've got 1 blocker for IC Bruisers in the penalty box. Sirius able to bust through that tripod and grab lead jammer. We are down to 2 blockers out there for IC as another blocker goes to the penalty box. Voltar trying to find space but having a hard time getting through as Sirius comes through and grabs 4 points for Yinzer Dead All-Stars. Oh, Big Rig saying happy birthday to Forrest. Big Rig, you are having a lot of fun now that you've been funded with all these, I mean, we're learning things about people. I love Drag Race. It's a great show too. But well, let's remember, it's happy birthday, Forrest. Yep, you got another one to put up. It would be nice if Forrest was jamming right now, so you could have it right there and have Forrest be out. But unfortunately, we can't time it that well. Iowa City to Indy is 360 miles. How long does that take? Serious? Well, 60 miles takes an hour. 360, that's math. 2 hours, 120. 3 hours, 100. Oh, it's a long time. That's going to be like a 6-hour drive, maybe? Sneaky is your lead jammer for IC Bruisers. Punch Buggy chasing behind about half a track, and Sneaky grabs those 4 points and calls it good. Getting our focus on the bats for the upcoming Battle of Bunker Hill tournament next weekend. Ooh. Can we sing happy birthday to Forrest? I don't know how a chat can sing happy birthday. Wait, are you telling me to just sing? No, you're not telling me to sing. But a chat can somehow sing happy birthday if you just type it really big. Yeah, I don't know, Disco, how if it's actual mileage or as the crows fly, I don't know. Bigfoot is lead jammer again. How many lead jams has Bigfoot had? It's been so many, but Zag is, so it is, I see Bruisers doing a really good job because Pittsburgh has been getting lead pretty consistently, but I see Bruisers are just almost immediately getting out and chasing them down. And Pittsburgh is currently changing their strategy a little bit to not call it, but to hope that their blockers can stop them. But both, ooh, little apex jump, that was beautiful by Zag. Both jammers getting through for 4 points there. I love it. The chat literally is singing happy birthday to Forrest. We have figured out how the chat can sing happy birthday to Forrest. Somebody has got to tell Forrest about this later so that Forrest can come and see that you all sang. So Carl started with happy birthday to you. Oh, sorry, joins in with happy birthday to you. What's the next part? Happy birthday, dear Forrest, somebody has to say. And then another happy birthday to you. Woo! I love you guys. You're great. It was perfect. I could hear you loud and clear, all of you singing. Sirius on the line up against Sneaky. Ooh, beautiful little cut to the inside by Sneaky to grab lead jammer, but Sirius is gonna, oh, jammer on jammer action. That was a huge hit from Sirius, slowing down Sneaky, and Sneaky immediately calls the jam. No points will be scored by anyone, but that was pretty. Oh. That was one of those perfect physics moments that I love, where the angle was just, you missed it. They didn't get to see the beautiful, oh, they were going too fast. Seriously, you've got to speed it up. Big Rig, you're so sweet. Big Rig is giving me all the compliments. I adore Big Rig. You're so fun. Serious, don't get jealous. And your lead jammer is going to be Punch Buggy, Yinzer Dead All-Stars, followed by Zag. About half a track behind. Punch Buggy through for 4 points and gonna call it. Pittsburgh getting closer and closer to that 200 mark, while IC Bruisers are flirting with that 100 mark. Bigfoot and Boltar on the line for their respective teams. What time do we start tomorrow, Sirius? Do we start 8 a.m. is the first game? Are you serious? I mean, you are. That's your name. Or I could say, are you kidding me? But then that's my name. Let's see. Oh. What's happening? Why is everybody yelling? Wait, is there only one blocker out there? Oh, that was tough. Oh. They did so well. They're out there. Okay, they got a second person with them. Whew. Bigfoot coming around now has 2 blockers to get past. Good job, Lonely Blocker. Doing a wonderful job one-on-one blocking. Who was that? You did great. That's Diamond. Good job, Diamond. Diamond in the rough. Yeah, that was rough, but Diamond did a great job. Beautiful. Peanut cut her, my goat. Greatest of all time. I always wanted a goat. One time, I took Sirius for a goat-themed birthday day, and we went and we met real goats, and then we went to a coaster called Goats on the Roof, and we were in Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge area, and then we went to a restaurant that night for dinner called The Local Goat. And it was one of the most fun birthdays I think we've ever done, when I just randomly was like, we're going to do a goat-themed birthday, and it's going to be fun. And it really was. I'm never going to forget that birthday. That was a great one. So Peanut Cutter gets a point in the battle of the Super Chats. All right. That jam was a 12-4 in favor of Yinzer Dead All-Stars, who have broken that 200 mark we were talking about. Yeah, sometimes you get penalties that you're just kind of like, oh, I couldn't do anything to avoid it. And that's why you get 7 total, because probably not all of them were your total fault. Right? Yeah. All right, Voltar up against Forrest Bump. Happy birthday, Forrest. We just sang to you. And Forrest gets lead. Forrest gets lead like every time they go out. I love seeing it. Love seeing it. So Forrest is lead in scoring position, but Voltar is able to get out. Forrest is through for 4 points. These are quick jams. We are halfway through the last half of the last game of the day. But we do start at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Let's see. Who do we got tomorrow? Just so that you're aware. And this is all Eastern time. Oh, Sirius wants me to look at penalties first. Oh, Corn Dog's close. Jaws is close. Okay, the awards go to Italian Stallion, Danimal, and Marmalade. And Phoenix also didn't have any. Ooh, we have so many people on that team who don't have penalties. That's beautiful. Big Rig, you make total sense. We actually stream a little bit behind, so we totally get it. Grandma says, let's go, El Diablo. Rio says, yes, Forrest. Sneaky is racing. I see Bruisers trying to take advantage when they've got that lead jammer status, but Bigfoot is just looming behind and gonna force that call off. Okay, who plays at 8 o'clock in the morning? Ooh, IJRD and Black-N-Bluegrass are gonna play it at, hey, they play it, no, it's 8:30. Am I on game 1? Wait. Yeah, let me find the game 2 schedule instead. How about I find the right schedule, people? Let's look for that. Game 1 is Oba. Oh, geez. Yep, you're right. Game 6 is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Sirius is your lead jammer for IC Bruisers. You all have so many names. You're the Brats, you're the Misfits, you're the Bruisers, you're... Oh, no, wait, the Brats, sorry. Nope, never mind. IC Bruisers, Misfits, Yinzer Dead All-Stars, Brats, Pittsburgh. Okay, I still think Pittsburgh has more names than Iowa City. Sirius continuing to get that pack sped up, which is what Sirius likes because, ooh, nice hit. And slowed down there. Nice slowdown by Corn Dog. But Sirius is able to get through. Voltar out of the box with a rubber legs. I swear these teenagers. So flexible. Hello, Raygun. Corn Dog needs to put the habeas grabus on that Bigfoot fella. Yeah, Bigfoot is hard to catch. Gotta. That's what? That's my best pun of the day? All right, Sirius at 16 points. This is a big scoring jam for Pittsburgh here. And Sirius does not even look winded, literally. I'm so jealous. And calls the jam. I see Bruisers got 4 points there. Okay, who is playing at 8 a.m. tomorrow? Let's see. Pittsburgh and St. Louis. Wait, Pittsburgh has to turn around and play tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.? Oh, but they're playing the last game and the first game. So if you Pittsburgh people want to see, there you go. Oh, Big Rig, you are just having so much fun calling out everybody. Queen Dozer getting a big $5 super chat. Yay, Queen Dozer. And writing it down on my little thing. Okay, so Pittsburgh plays again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., we have got Black-N-Bluegrass against IC Bruisers. So they get a little bit more sleep. Then at 12 o'clock, we have got IJRD and St. Louis. Then at 2 o'clock, we have got Black-N-Bluegrass versus Pittsburgh. That will be both of their last game of the day. And then our final game of the day is at 4 o'clock, and that will be between IC Bruisers and Indianapolis Junior Roller Derby. Yeah, Big Rig, you're right. Pittsburgh clearly is built different. Must be all those Philly, no, that's Philadelphia, Philly cheesesteaks. What does Pittsburgh have? What's your food? I always ask the teams from different cities, like, what food are you known for? What is Pittsburgh known for? What kind of food? I had a friend in Seattle from Pittsburgh, and all he ever talked about was the Steelers. So I have no idea what food, but I know that he was a Steelers fan, and you know exactly who I'm talking about, Sirius. He talked about the Steelers and recycling. Those are the two things I remember he was really into. I don't know what food. Oh, and bicycle. Yeah, bicycling. He was a competitor. And wine. Okay, there was a few things he was passionate about. Pierogies? Have we ever had a pierogi? Oh, wait, why are we sitting? Are they going to play a game? Oh, my God, it's like they're at a campfire. What are they? They're playing Duck, Duck, Goose. This is the best. With a nice yeah, if somebody gets injured doing Duck, Duck, Goose, that's not good. Okay, Sneaky is now the... What is the person who does the Duck, Duck, Goose? What are they called? Okay, Bigfoot's going to go. Duck. Duck. Who's going to be the goose? Oh, Sneaky's the goose. Sneaky! Sneaky didn't even get up. Uh-oh. Oh! Sneaky has to go again. Sneaky doesn't want to play the game anymore. Sneaky just doesn't want to be it. So Peanut Cutter has volunteered. Oh, and immediately gets tagged. Richie teaser. All right. Who's the Duck Duck Gooser now? I can't believe I'm doing live play-by-play of a Duck Duck Goose game right now.
On skates.
Bigfoot is ready to go. I don't know if that's fair because, like, do you see it? Sneaky's just fully sitting down, whereas Bigfoot is like ready to pop up. Like whoever they say goose to. Oh, I'm about to get information from refs, so I have to stop live play-by-playing the Duck Duck Goose game. Okay. Did not see it. Okay. So that official review was blue, which is Icy Bruisers. We're asking for a head block penalty to be removed and for the white jammer to receive a leading with the head high block penalty. The refs discussed. They did not see any evidence of what happened. And so Icy Bruisers will lose their official review and no penalties will be changed or assessed. You heard Unc shoot goose on the stream. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's talk about this food. Josie says pierogies is one of Pittsburgh's foods, which I've never tried. I think I need to see pierogies. And sandwiches with French fries inside the sandwich and coleslaw. Like a regular ham sandwich, and you put your French fries in your sandwich? Evil squid stuff. Okay, Duck Duck Goose is over for the day, I think. I'm gonna see some more Duck Duck Goose games tomorrow. Sneaky just doesn't have pro Duck Duck Goose strats. I know, you guys got to talk to Sneaky. Sneaky needs to work on his Duck Duck Goose strategy. Just not quite there. Salads with French fries. Doesn't that kind of negate the point of a salad? Sirius goes, I'm down. I'm down for the sandwich. I'm down for the salad. I'm down. Anything with French fries on it.
I want fries tonight.
Oh, you want French fries tonight? I said we were going to go to Brew Burger. I mean, I know we had some burgers earlier, but we could have a burger for dinner, too. I bet they have things that aren't burgers at Brew Burger. Oh, a steelworker thing. Oh, inside the sandwich. Oh, because they probably didn't want to have a side. You know, you have your sandwich and your fries on the side. So if you just put them together, then you get it all together. Oh, that's cool. Carl has decided he's a fan of Bigfoot. After that Duck Duck Goose game won him over, I think. Sneaky is your lead jammer. He didn't do so well in Duck Duck Goose, but he wants to do a lot better right now on the track. Oh, Bigfoot with the juking. Sneaky with the, I was worried about that ankle, but he's okay. He's not just okay. He's fine. That didn't even hurt. It hurt me watching it, but he's fine. Just an attempted apex jump to him. To me, it was almost like death flashed before my eyes. I have to remember, they're rubber. They're rubber. We are not rubber, and we can't. See, the thing is, we're going to watch this kind of stuff, and then yeah, they're all like Tigger. They bounce and bounce. Fun, 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 fun. But the most wonderful thing about Tiggers, he is the only one. They can't all be Tiggers. I like it, Josie. Thanks for the information. Most of the Pittsburgh skaters play an underground pro Duck Duck Goose League. If that exists anywhere in the world, can I be an underground announcer for the pro Duck Duck Goose League?
Official founding happened tonight.
The founding of the league has happened, and we now have an underground Duck Duck Goose coalition. Is Brewburger good? Josie, can you come back tomorrow and ask me again? Because I've heard really good things about Brewburger, which is why I wanted to go tonight. So you're coming for JRDA playoffs in June. Ooh, yay. Looking for good food. I will let you know. Last night we went to Stone Creek, which is a restaurant. We're staying at a hotel about 20 minutes away, I think, in Plainfield. And we had Stone Creek, and it was delicious. But tonight we were going to try Brewburger, which I've heard great things about, so I'm hoping that it's really good. I will let you know tomorrow, or whenever I see you next. Come back tomorrow. Join us in the chat. Thanks, Josie. All right, Bigfoot is lead jammer. Zag jamming for IC Bruisers. Zag is out. Bigfoot on a scoring pass, also out, deciding to call it. Pittsburgh sticking with that hit it and quit it mentality, and they really are just chipping away at the score here. IC Bruisers doing a good job, hanging tough, hanging in there. They call it the Steel Geese. Big Rig, I really, I'm starting to wonder if you're telling the truth now. I thought it was a joke, and now I'm like, the Steel Goose? Why do I love this so much?
Are you thinking about a sandwich? Or are you thinking about
I'm thinking about the underground. Aren't we talking about the underground Duck Duck Goose game? The Steel Geese, or are you talking about the sandwich? The sandwich called the Steel Goose?
the official sandwich of the league?
The official sandwich of Pittsburgh Derby Brats. The Steel Goose. Oh, we have lost it. 5 games, I think, is a little bit too many to announce in a day. Okay, Sneaky is calling the jam, but not before. I think he got, did he get any points? Let's see. I'm looking for the ref's hand signals. I think they were conferring with the other ref. Big Rig, you are cracking me up. Michael, thank you. The first rule of Underground Duck Duck Goose is you don't talk about. I think Big Rig is still upset because Big Rig said that no one knows his real name, but then like 3 people in the chat said that they do. Big Rig trusts us. And all the viewers too, right? I trust Derby Date Night. Big Rig, you're so funny. Bigfoot is lead jammer. Zag is about half a track behind. Oh, you know, Pittsburgh isn't that far from Indy, Big Rig. Bring our mobile setup over to you out there in Pittsburgh. Isn't Pittsburgh? I think Pittsburgh's like 4 hours from where we live, I think. There's only 4 or 5, maybe. Bigfoot just making those circles at 12 points so far. Apprentice announcer, are you really, Big Rig? You want to get on the mic with me? Oh, that would be fun. Big Rig, I think we would be out of control. We're too funny. We're too funny. 2 people this funny can't be in a room together. Although if you, I bet he's not listening, but Troublemaker is another announcer here in Indiana, and when he and I get on the mic together, whoo, we are so silly and so funny, and Sirius has a hard time controlling the 2 of us. So if you ever hear Aria and Troublemaker announcing together, it's a good time, but it's a little bit of a crazy time. Bigfoot at 24. Ooh, I get to write this one down because it went over 20. Where are you, Bigfoot? Where's your numbers? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is, who fouled out? Voltar fouled out. Oh, no. Bye, Voltar. You did such a good job. We'll see you tomorrow, though. You get to come back. There's only 5 minutes left. Oh, that is the highest scoring jam of the tournament, 32. That is the record for today. And Bigfoot also has this is his 5th jam with over 20 points, so he also holds the record with the most points, with most jams with over 20 points in the tournament so far. All right, official timeout being called. 32 points. Okay, if there's an official timeout, does that mean we get to play Duck Duck Goose again? Or has the game gone underground? I want to be an announcer for Underground Duck Duck Goose so bad. Like, ooh, or we could just you start with Duck Duck Goose, but then it just becomes like underground playground games. Like Red Rover, Foursquare. Sirius is like, no. Just keep it simple. Just Duck Duck Goose, only Duck Duck Goose. They're checking numbers, I think. Making sure everybody has good numbers. We're fanning people down. Big Rig told us his real name, guys. It's Monkey Joe. Big Rig, I think you have actually lost. You're in the same place that we are. You're getting loopy. We've lost the plot here. Oh, squirrels are fun, though. I just had to let everyone know. Well, that was I appreciate that you trust us enough to confess all of the things. Aw, that's so sweet. Coaches helping their skaters out, keeping them cool. That is a nice big fan too for those skaters. Making sure you're kept nice and cool. Whew. Ooh, Big Rig loves Foursquare. Has to bring it up to the geese. Michael Kwan says players die during underground Red Rover. It's that serious. Actually, Red Rover on skates, that's a lot of momentum. I think we tried to play that once. It did not go well. People got too competitive. Josie, another point for the Brats. Let's go, Brats, from Filet Official. Ooh, I like it, Josie. That's 3 Super Chat points for the Brats. Big Rig is like, I'm not loopy, this is me. Sirius is your lead jammer. Sneaky is coming out of the box and just a little apex hop to get through. Sirius on a scoring pass busts through the pack, leaving skaters in his wake, and wants to do one more pass and decides to call it. No more passes. He said, just a minute, I'll call it. And he did, after scoring 4 points. I said, let's go, Brats, from Filet Official. Would you like me? Oh, now you have it on screen. You want me to say it when you've got it up on screen. Josie rooting for all of you as the fist bump happens between. Who is that? We have a new jammer. New jammer alert. Maggot. What a fun name. Maggot is going to jam against Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Oh, wow, this is so physical, but Bigfoot finding that space and getting out as your lead jammer. 3 minutes and 53 seconds left in this game. Bigfoot just sliding around the outside. Maggot, with a huge smile on their face, was able to get out of the pack and is keeping pace. Staying in front of Bigfoot. Maggot now has some points. Good job, Maggot. Bigfoot with 8 points. Maggot with 4. And this is another fast jam. Bigfoot getting pushed to the outside by, I think that was Diamond, pushing Bigfoot. And Bigfoot gives Diamond a high five at the end. Just, yeah, good job. You got me out. Loving the camaraderie between these teams. Fabulous. Is that Forrest dancing? I think that's Forrest. A happy birthday dance for Forrest. A fist bump for Sneaky. And getting ready for what probably isn't the last jam. I think we got one. I think we got 2 more jams in us. Let's see. Sirius is betting 3. Well, yeah, these have been a lot of hit it and quit it, so we'll see. We are keeping score using point differentials, so, you know, they might not want to start going easy. Carl is wondering if Pittsburgh was to have its own burger, the Pittsburgher, what would it be? It better be called the Pittsburgher. I think French fries would be on it. Oh no, Sneaky getting a penalty. Back block. Forrest becoming lead jammer. Happy birthday, Forrest. And we'll have a power jam as Sneaky waits in the box. We are grinding down to the end of the day. Hopefully you all have a wonderful evening and come back tomorrow to see these skaters skate again in their second day of this tournament. I've had so much fun chatting with you all today. We are now under 2 minutes. Yep, Josie, I predicted. I was like, it's going to be French fries, cheese, ketchup, pickles. And the burger too, right, Josie? Or is this vegan, vegetarian? Forrest Bump has scored 8 points and is coming in. Oh no, did Sneaky just go to the box again? Poor Sneaky. You know, the game's almost over though, so. Well, but you can't score points when you're in the penalty box. So you gotta weigh those things against each other. Okay, Forrest Bump could, ooh, everybody decided to just take a little rest. just for a second. Forrest is so jukey. I love watching, whoop, just juking back and forth and managing somehow to stay up. Oh, nice hit out by Diamond. But Diamond got a penalty for that hit, and Forrest gets to keep going and has now scored 12 points. 5 seconds left with 50 seconds in the period. We are going to get at least one more jam. Josie says, and the burger too. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, because you were asking me about the brew burger. All right, 37 seconds left. We are going to have one more jam. These skaters have done a great job. Maggot is lining up against Bigfoot. If you've enjoyed what we're doing, please go ahead and like and subscribe. If you really like what we're doing and you want to be a part of our community and become an official third wheel, then you can go ahead and click on that little $sign and you can become a member and get access to some of our special things that members get. Bigfoot is your lead jammer for this final jam. I think Bigfoot's going to try to get us over 300 and is going to do so. Maggot is getting pulled back. Bigfoot coming through. We are now above 300 for IJRD All-Stars. So many whistles. Yeah, you're right, Michael. 8 points total for Bigfoot. Yeah, Forrest is I could see Forrest being very difficult when Forrest is low. I feel like if Forrest could master the bean dip that a lot of our skaters do, where you just get low and there's literally no place for people to hit. And that is the end of the game. Oh, so much fun had with you all today. IJRD All-Stars, the Brats, Pittsburgh taking the win. I see Bruisers doing a great job with 132 points. Everybody's going to go get some sleep. I'm going to go get a burger, and I'm going to see you all tomorrow morning. We'll be here all day tomorrow with 5 more games in the Speedway Smackdown, and we hope you all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow for another Derby Date Night.